I'd always beaten him fairly easily and by a point. And that went time. So I was just glad to get it done. I was in the final then against Frank Vineker of Germany, and I'd beaten Vineker before, but he was just a young German coming through. And when I started the final, I thought, right, I started all my techniques just that little bit off. Nothing was coordinated. It was just, I can't really explain why it was just a little bit off. And I see it so often now with a lot of the guys that are going for second, third Olympic Games. And I see their technique just not quite there, and they're struggling. But I know when I know what they're going through, and I kind of empathize with them.
Well, it felt like you were dominating that fight.
I dominated it. Yeah, I was winning. And actually, if it had got another minute and a half, it would have been all over, and I would have been Olympic champion, and it would have been done. He wouldn't have batted an eyelid, right? Because he would have fought me really, really well, and he would have. We talked about it afterwards, and he said it's just my good day for me, and he knows. He was very respectful. This guy is very respectful.
He was surprised almost. I mean, not almost. He was very surprised and celebrating like a surprise
up and down, like he just and you can look at that, can't you? Go, well, it wasn't a fun, but I got it back. I think that actually taking the pressure, because that was another thing as well. Pressure of being favourite, and I see that with a lot of them. And the great champions, the ones that keep coming through, Kapelic. There's a guy, he can look very ordinary, and then comes the big tournament, and he'll win it.
The tragedy of the Olympic Games. I mean, you were the favorite. Just like that, like split moment, you lost it.
Split moment, devastating. And lived it probably, not every day, but, Nikki, my wife, will tell you that woken up in sweats. And I think they contributed as well, because I had a period of my life after where I was drinking too much. And I think kind of when I look back, kind of led into that kind of dark period of my life, and I never, ever, did it go through my mind anything else, but it definitely affected me, and I was on a downward kind of spiral in a lot of different ways, and would still, even, we have an amazing marriage, and we have an amazing family, and everything's great, but I still wake up sometimes and I'll say, I've just dreamt, that. And it's the same reoccurring dream where I'm trying to get somewhere and I'm trying to put it right, and I've got this chance of putting this Olympic final right, in this dream. I've got a chance of doing it, but I can't get there, and the traffic's stopping me or something stops me, and and then I wake up and I'm sweating, and you think, well, after all this time, it's not possible, but it is, and it happens.
Yeah, I mean, in the match itself, there's that feeling. For me, just watching it, like you're going for throws, you're almost getting there with the throws, and it's almost like he's going for a kind of crappy Uchimata, and then you're just like you're stopping, blocking it, and all of a sudden, I mean, that's the beauty of the Olympics. He finds it in himself to switch.
Yeah.
And that, like, against favorite, against sort of the great British judoka, just finds the perfect drop in on you.
Well, his team doctor and coach, he came up to me afterwards and said, I'm just really sorry. And that's all they said is, I'm just really sorry. They were sorry because, obviously the obvious sadness about that, and of course, everybody takes their, I went actually 3 weeks later, the German Open. So he had to compete in the German Open 3 weeks later. So I went over to fight him and beat him in the final of the German Open. And it didn't do anything for me because it was a much tighter match. He was a lot closer. He had a lot more confidence coming in. So he fought me a lot differently. And then it was me pulling it back and just managing to win in the final. And I thought, well, that might appease me enough. Didn't do it.
And you give your whole life to judo, and your love of winning It's crazy how much the Olympic Games mean.
It means so much, and I think, but I've got to say this, and this is honestly, if it meant that if I'd have won that Olympic Games and it had changed my life into a different direction, which I probably would have not competed in the '88 Olympic Games then. All right, so if it had changed my life, and then I didn't meet my wife, and I, didn't have my family that I've got now, there's no, I wouldn't swap that, what I've got now, for anything.
Well, part of the demons that you've gotten to know because of those losses is part of probably the central reason that made you the man you are. A legend of the sport. You could have been not that. Because an Olympic gold is just an Olympic gold.
Yeah. And it is, isn't it? And I think that there's a lot of Olympic champions and world champions that win and then are forgotten. And I said to Nikki, I said, my wife, I said, I don't want to be forgotten and I want to be remembered. So I'm going to do anything I do, or if I'm going to do commentary or whatever it is, or coaching, I want to do coaching to a high level. And I want to commentate at a high level. I remember the first commentary I ever did, it was terrible. And I just thought, I've got to do better than this. And I thought, I need to do it well. And I've got to do it professionally.
So in the book Game of Throws, you have a chapter titled Lessons in Losing. So what are some of the lessons? What are some of the deeper lessons?
God, she's going so fast.
I think great champions are made up of the people
Yes, pretty good
that
driver.
handle it in the right way. And you could say, well, I don't like losing, and and you could throw your dummy up, Bram, and you can be a bad loser in front of everybody. And actually, people pick up on that very, very quickly. You know what it's like in broadcasting, right? Somebody has a bad word to say about somebody, and and but actually, the ones that endear themselves to you are the ones that handle it in the right way. Doesn't mean that you've got to like it. I didn't like it, and I thought that I handled it certainly in later years in the right way, and I like to see athletes do it in the right way. And I think it's a make or break situation. It's not all the contests they win; it's the one that they lose, and then how they pick themselves up and handle themselves after. So I think that is a big one for me, and also, I mean, I went through, obviously a later divorce, and that was difficult on my son, really difficult on Ashley. And then I think that some of that was the fact that I was, I wasn't drinking all the time, but I was drinking in excess at the wrong times, and I think that that's what a lot of people do sometimes, is that they use it for the wrong reasons, and I used to hear it, I hear it now all the time, and it's that, I need to knock the edge off, and I need to just forget, and I need to, and you need to be in a fuzzy place for a while. And I had a lot of time in fuzzy place, and I needed to get rid of that, and I needed to turn my head.
Where was that place? Some of the lower points in your life that you've reached mentally?
I think, definitely, the fact that my first marriage didn't work, and that was, it's a mix of things that, between us, and then, so that's not where I wanted to be at the time, and the effects that it had on my son, and it took a long time for him then to come around and to trust me again, and to have belief. He always had belief in me, but to trust me again. And then I think that was low, and I think that, when I look back, is that a lot of my bad decisions were when I was in that fuzzy kind of haze, and that it got progressively worse. That got progressively worse, to the degree where it was, trying to hide it and trying to hide how much, and I was kind of a functioning kind of drunk. I think you could probably say that. And I was functioning. I was still able to. I was still training most days, crazily enough. I was training to kind of mask it and cover it, and that was probably my savior. That I was still, because I remember I said to my wife, I said to Nikki, I'm probably the fittest. If I'm, a drunk, then I'm the fittest drunk in the world. She said, yeah, you probably are actually. I was in great condition for a drunk.
So the fuzzy haze, where was your mind? Did you have periods of depression?
I had periods of depression. I can honestly say that my depression wasn't that bad, although I did, when it's like anything that gives you an up, it gives you an even bigger down, doesn't it? And so I hated that feeling, and also hated myself for letting it happen, because I have got this really, it's a bizarre, I don't know whether you can call it a power, but I have the ability to be able to say, stop. And I can just, and that's what I did in the end. In the end, there was an incident when I was working for Belgium judo, and there was an incident. It was Christmas. It was, I tell you exactly the day. It was 20th of December, and me and a Belgian coach, we got absolutely hammered. But we were at the wrong place, and he got noticed, and so I remember they pulled me up in front of this board, and I looked down at these guys, and half of them were people I didn't want to be in that situation with. They're not people that I respected, and they're not people that I trusted. So I said, if you're going to sack me, but I'll promise you now that I will just, this is it, I'll stop. I'm just going to stop. I've decided. On the way back in the car, I rang Nikki up, my wife, and I said, whatever you hear now, whatever, I'm just going to stop. So that was it.
You just saw the moment and said, stop.
Stop.
So that fuzzy place, what advice could you give to people about how to overcome that dark place, the depression, whether it has to do with drinking or not?
I think if it's to do with drinking, all I can say is that the 2 days or a week into not drinking, you'll feel different. It'll make a physical difference, and you'll like that physical difference. And then from a mental perspective as well, because I think that you have a massive downer, and I think that must be because of drugs as well, because I had a situation with my brother. He was like he was professional wrestling, and the drugs was an element there, and so I'd never touched a drug or even seen one in my life. But I'd let the alcohol side go too far, and then decided never to do that. So then I guess I had people ringing me up, saying, how can we stop? So when they say, can I have a word? Can I discuss something with you? And I know then what they want to discuss with me, and the thing is that I would say, if you stop, then feel the effects of it, and it will make a difference to your everyday life, and that will make a massive difference. And I think about anybody who kind of, is down all the time, is to find the cause of what's pushing you down, you know what I mean, and try and attack that. Because it's never, somebody once said to me, they said, whatever you got, we've got something special. I mean, we have a great life, and I've had a great competition record. It could have been better, but it was great. But I've had success with my business, and we're still out there, and we have a great life. We travel all the world, and there's people out there that would live in your house at the drop of a hat, wherever you are. They drive your car. No matter what car it is. Some people haven't got a car, and whatever food you're having, and you're moaning about food, right? There's somebody out there that would take that and gladly eat that, right? So there's always somebody worse off than you. And I think that we tend to sometimes look at the things that we haven't got rather than things we have.
Yeah, it's a skill probably to be grateful for the things you have. Exactly as you said. And this sometimes the little things like food and cars, and all that kind of stuff. Just to have gratitude for family, all this kind of stuff. But it's still, having talked to a bunch of Olympic athletes, there's when you give so much of your life to
I
win,
fucking love smoking.
and you
Again,
lose,
he's the best.
sometimes even when you win, but when you lose at the very top,
Yeah, if you ever see this,
it's
it's like, yeah, hey, here's your
tough,
baby.
tough.
Streamer, and I'll never like.
The most difficult thing, I think, for anybody is when they have to decide when to stop.
Yeah.
And that all of a sudden, and I see the ones that are going second Olympic Games and then third Olympic, and the ones that are there and they're holding on and they're in their 30s now, different to when they were 19 years of age. 30 something is different to 19, and then what are you going to do afterwards? And then how do you become just a normal person? You're never going to be a normal person as such. But I think you've got to do normal things, and then you've got, I remember the first time that when I finished the competition, I had good sponsors. This was, 40 years ago, but I had two really good sponsorships, vitamin company and also judogi company. And I had a car and, I had money. And I was going all over the world. I was successful. And then I stopped. And they took everything back. They took my car. They did it within 2 weeks as well. They stopped my funding. And the vitamin company said, "Thank you very much. It's been a great. We've done well. Bye bye."
This was after your last Olympics.
88 Olympics.
Yeah,
and that finished, and then that was it. And then it's right. Okay. First time I had to go in there and buy a tracksuit and a pair of training shoes. Wow.
Yeah, those are different. Sitting there in the evening by yourself.
So you go from 7 days a week or 6 days a week going into the gym, and you're working out the dojo, and then you don't have to do it. And that's why you get a lot of, when they finish competition, they finish that 30 to 40. Still, Ilias is still doing it now. He's still in there, and he's still, and because he can, right? Okay, and it's natural. And I did exactly the same. And then, like I say, you just get to an age and you just think, take a step back.
Which is why, there's certain athletes like Rio Kotani never stops. It just dominates for 14 years. Probably one of the winningest athletes in judo.
Yeah.
7-time world champ, 2-time Olympic champ, medaled at 5 Olympics. It's always impressive.
Never stopped.
Never stopped. So that's an option. If you're the greatest ever.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it, just to see what they're doing now? Because at some stage you have to get a normal.
You do have to stop.
You do have to stop. At some stage you have to decide what you're going to do. And it's either into coaching. The judo is either to coaching, or if you're not in coaching, then it's into something to do with the media. And I was lucky that I was sparked really with the commentary. Somebody said, "Would you do a voiceover?" So I did this voiceover, and that was back in 1982. I did that.
So you've been commentating since 1982.
I did some voiceovers. I wouldn't call it commentating, but I did some voiceovers, and then I did some. We did with some different European Championships, World Championship kind of events, and I did the voiceovers for it. And the way that it was done, it was more narration, and so it kind of turned into. Then somebody asked me to do an event, and when you listen to the intonation of the voice and stuff like that, it wasn't like it is now. But I guess that's just something that developed, as because then it was coming from the heart, and I, started to get excited and just do my thing, and it was just me, really, just my style.
Well, I listened to your commentary from a while back. I don't know if it's the 80s, but it's still there.
I think your timing as well, isn't it? It's like, you get your timing a bit better and know when to go in, when to come out, when to say something, when not, and I think that in the early days, I tended to think, I tended to want to talk all the time, and you don't have to do that.
Also knowing when to shut up.
That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, part of the drama is in the silence, building up to the setup and the throw and all that kind of stuff. But also, you're very good at, while radiating passion, being very precise and specific about the details of the throw and the setup and why something worked and didn't.
Yeah, I think there's two kinds of commentating. You can commentate what you see, and then you commentate what people can't see, you know. And so if you've got somebody that is not really understanding of what's happening in the inner part of the game, so it might be a technical thing, or it might be the tactical part of the play here, it's going on. And if you can introduce that as well, then you've got an advantage.
Quick pause. I need a breath.
Okay, good stuff.
So we just took a little break and went to judotv.com, which is, I guess, an IGF website. IGF is the organization behind a lot of the big judo events in the world. And I just signed up. You should sign up too. It's great.
Absolutely.
You can
Cheaper the price. Cheaper the price.
Yeah. And you can watch basically any match from going back to history, I guess.
Yeah, I've got to say that. I mean, everybody, still people saying to me, oh, you know, we need more judo on television. There's judo on television every other week that they can access all of the top people in all the top events, and it costs $100 a year. You know, it's to access everything, and they can play all the videos. I mean, we've just accessed this here, the Paris tournament, and we're going to have a look at Teddy Riner. But you know, it's so it's cheap at the price.
So we're now in Paris Grand Slam 2024, Teddy Riner final. By the way, it's super cool. Like, you click on the draw, and you can just look at any of the matches. You're at the bottom of the finals, you can go.
Yeah, it's any
one of them. That's so cool. It's really well done. Really well done. Anyway, let me first ask a ridiculous big question. Who do you think is the greatest of all time? Is Teddy Riner in the writing?
He's the greatest judo winner of all time. Of that, there's no doubt. You know, I mean, he is the, and I think if you asked him, you know, whether he was the greatest judo man in the world of all time, he would say, no, I'm not. You know, and he's not the greatest judo man. There are people with, you know, more beautiful judo in some ways, although he's got great technique, but he is the ultimate winner.
10-time world champ,
Yeah.
2-time gold medalist in the Olympics. I guess 2-time bronze medalist. Probably he's going to Paris.
Yeah, you
He's
know,
going after it again. So he's right. I mean,
he's right there. You know, this is just a couple of months ago, and then last week, he was out again, and he won again.
You think he gets gold medal this time?
There's people getting close to him, right? Because he's obviously, you know, is age-wise and the amount of time that he's been there, he's obviously somebody that is starting not quite at his best as he was when he was younger, but he, like I say, he still puts it on the line. He lays it on the line every single time, and then not only does he lay it on the line, but he beats them all. You know, and last week he just beat Saito, who was a young up-and-coming Japanese fighter, and he beat him in the final. It was close, and he did well. There are certain people, the smaller ones actually, not the taller ones, because like, you know, we're saying about the big arm over the top that he likes and the dominant grip that he likes. There are people that can give him a hard time. Now, for the Olympic Games, he has 2 or 3 of those on the trot. It might work against him, you know, and it's by no means an absolute certainty that he's going to win the Olympic gold medal. But he's got to be one of the favourites, top favourite. You know, no matter what happens now, Teddy Riner is the greatest winner that, you know, and if you asked the great Yamashita, he would say the same. You know, if there's nobody that's, you know, and Yamashita was unbeaten in international competition, and I trained with Yamashita a lot over a 2-year period and got to know him quite well. And he was one of the greatest of all times. You know, for me, he was one of the greatest judo men. And I'm talking about from a technical point of view, from a spectacular judo point of view, understanding the fundamental principles of how techniques work. Sometimes having, different techniques that work for you, so if one doesn't work and one particular direction doesn't work, you can change the direction completely.
In case people don't know, Yamashita is this legendary judoka heavyweight, Teddy Riner heavyweight, that's plus 100 kg. So he
would have caused him all sorts of problems.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Who do you think would Yamashita?
Yes, I think Yamashita, but
Wait. You think Yamashita beats Teddy Riner?
I think so.
Strong words. You think so? Yamashita is on the shorter side, right?
Yeah, and he finds it more difficult with shorter people, and so it would have been a very interesting confrontation. And I think if you asked Yamashita, he would probably say, that Teddy Riner, he's very gracious. He's really gracious. It would be really good. It would have been an unbelievable matchup. And I've got to say this, that, Teddy Riner is the greatest winner of all time.
Competition-wise. So it's interesting. Both of them, maybe you can correct me, but have this Osotogari kind of trip that I never understood.
Yeah.
Like it's a very tricky thing to do, right? It's very easy to do maybe as a white belt. You want to win, you can understand. But like to do it at the high level.
You see any of the top guys now, especially if they're second time out, so like they might catch somebody by surprise. They come out, they go bang, and you go, that was amazing, right? But if they fought again 10 minutes later, you go, you're not going to catch me with that, right? You got a different situation here, and so it's slightly different. But the best fighters adapt like that, and they're able to see a situation, feel the situation, and they attack once and then go again and attack second, third time, and in the third time they make it work.
Yeah, both Yamashita and Teddy Riner with the Osotogari, they'll just like hit it over and over in the match.
Yeah, sometimes they'll hit first time and it won't go, and then you make a readjustment of the way in. It's a little bit like, if you take a really easy way of understanding it is that if we're shooting at a target and all of a sudden you start moving that target, it's different hitting a moving target, but it's also different hitting a moving target that's trying to hit you as well. And that's our game, right? So we're not only trying to throw a moving target, we're trying to throw a moving target that's trying to throw us. So that makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, there's a few folks who what's coming. It's like over and over and over, it's the same attack. Anyway, with this Uchimata, it's like it's different. It's different. There's not many people like that where it's like the same attack. There's other attacks also, but they'll just go after the same thing over and over and over.
When I watch great athletes, most of them can throw over both flanks. Not always going left and right, although our sport always, the katas are always demonstrated left and right. So, if you do something on one side, then can you demonstrate it on the other side, right? Okay, so can you do it equally? No. Well, you do it differently, right, on the other side. So, when I'm teaching, I don't teach left and right. I teach, so if I was teaching you to do a technique, first thing I'd do is say, I need you to take the sleeve and the lapel. All right, so I'd let you decide what was left and right. Okay, because often what happens is we impart on people whether they're going to be left or right when we start teaching. You get a lot of teachers do that. All right, and they'll say immediately, what's your right, left or right hand? And it's no indication actually as to how we do judo, because I'm left-handed and I do more predominantly right-handed because I lead off my strongest hand. And actually most people do, so actually left and right is a bit of a trap sometimes, when we're teaching.
Hey, you.
Better to get, people who can go. So my point
Thank you for your patience.
That a lot of people.
Thank you for your patience. I went to the restroom.
It's okay. I know you were there first. Just wait.
Alrighty. Are you ready?
Yay. Please play a couple of games, okay?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Just one moment. All right. How was your day?
It was good.
Did you take a nap?
I did. Well then, let's go. Yes, I did. It was good. There we go. Hey,
9 right off the bat. I'll take that.
Okay, this there.
Excellent spare.
Thank you. Come on, you got it. Strike it.
All but 2. All right.
Yeah,
Surgical precision of this shot. There we go.
good girl.
Thank you, man. Almost.
It's okay. Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
No doubt. Oh, boo. Okay. This is a tough split. My goal is just get 2. But I got them all. But I got them all. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was going to say split, but that was a very good spare.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very good. I'm tricky like that sometimes.
Ooh, nice spare.
Thank you.
Ooh, okay.
Right, Rabbi, let's go. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Can't stop, won't stop.
Oh, I cannot down.
You'll get it. You'll get it right here. Right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Oh, almost. But this is gonna have lots of points. Lots of points.
So you have to click. Come on. Got it. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Get it. Perfect spare, Miss Aquarius. Textbook.
Thank you.
Textbook. Oh, look at you. Miss Aquarius with a big lead.
Come on, Rabbi. No, you got it because you got a strike. Come on. Yes. You got
Yes,
it,
ma'am.
baby.
Yes, ma'am.
You got it.
Get it again. Ooh, that's okay. I'll take it. 90 is a good score. Plus whatever we get here, if anything. And a spare at the end. Thank you. Yes, we did. Wow, we both had really high scores. That's right, Miss Aquarius. Alrighty. One more. Here we go. Alrighty.
Yeah, we do many guys in daytime.
Yeah, and it takes longer, so
Let's go.
don't you worry about that.
I know you. Yay.
Get it. Boo. That was a really nice shot on your part. Nice spare. Get it. I tried.
Yeah, it's okay. You got it. No matter how win, you win. Okay.
That's right.
Oh, no. Rabbi, you got it this time, Rabbi. You're going to have to get it this time. Because I missed one. Ooh, that was a
But
good
you
spin.
got it that time.
You got it, Rabbi. Come on. I missed one.
Get these three.
You got this one.
Oh, Mr. Curtis.
No, what's
Not
going
what we
on?
wanted. Not what we wanted.
Mhm. You're being stubborn. Come on, Rabbi.
All right. Oh, you got another spare. Oh, what? That one got
Oh, it
hit.
should not go down.
I know it went left and it went right.
You got this. You got this. You got this. Good job.
For sure. Get it.
Okay.
All right.
That one do. Okay. All right, Rabbi. Come on.
No
You got
doubt.
it.
No
You got
doubt.
this. Yay!
Comeback time, girl.
You got it straight.
Comeback time.
And now
Ooh.
get it straight.
Tough split.
Coming on with me.
Tough split. Oh, that looks good. All right.
It's okay, because you're going to do it because you just got it straight. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Comeback
You
of the
got
century.
this. Come on.
Comeback of the
Let's
century.
go. Oh, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. I already knew it. Yeah. Hey, come on. Yay. Yay. No, you win, I win.
That's right.
You did it.
Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Yes, you win.
I win,
You
you win.
too. Nice job.
Thank you, ma'am. Alrighty.
Okay.
Sweet dreams to you. I'll be here in the morning, okay?
Great, baby. I'll see you in the morning.
Excellent.
Some dog owners suck, yes. Some are fantastic. Me, I feel like that dog's probably on the fire. Once he it's got a lot of noises and bangs. Dogs don't like fireworks, flash bangs, and shit like that. All the yelling and screaming and the chaotic shit. Guarantee it's playing a havoc. What are they going to do to this white bee in bed? They're going to let it turn around, are they going to let it go, are they going to fucking jump all over it? Pull the yoga up, kick the piss out. By the way, this is Figueroa, guys. That's what we're on right here. This is Figueroa. They're 1 block south of where the Lakers and the Kings are. In fact, they're headed towards where the Lakers and Kings are. We'll be there in literally 1 minute or two. Maybe 2. Oh, yeah. They're gonna block it off. Oh! They're gonna fuck that cop car up if it doesn't get out of there. Oh, there it is. Throw a fucking bike at it. Whoa. Fuck City Hall. Let them burn that fucking place to the ground. So if they do this conference, the sheriff. 4 cop cars right here. Look at this cop car right here. He's hidden. Nobody sees him yet. I have a feeling he's gonna have a problem here coming up. Like they can't just roll by them. That's just like it was with the Lions. They were running 4 deep together in each car. I'm pretty sure they blocked them in right there. They blocked it right where that tree. Can't see it. Sierra's backing up. There he is. There's not. He wants to already kicking the car. You're stuck forward. I would have backed up. Now you got something behind you. What you do is it's not going to be Yep, here we go. Viewer specials advice. Viewer specials advice. Oh. Right. Chief, you're useless if you're watching. You're an absolute useless. I'm surprised you didn't do that speech today on your knees. Literally, next time speak with your knees. We all know you're fast as fucking. That's the only way you got the job. You guys, I'm gonna go get the movies and I'm gonna get a refill. Chunk of pineapple or something. 9 hours, 31 minutes. And I ate it 11:30. Damn near 10 o'clock. 9 minutes to 10. I'm gonna go run me down. Leave you guys. I want to see what they're going to do here. Now they're passing people on this block on the left-hand side will be the Crypto.com arena. Let's see if they damage it in any way. Lakers plays, Kings plays, Clippers used to play. We'll see. It's all glass. All those windows are glass. Almost all of them. Glass. Should we take over and come on that? I gotta eat too, yes, that'd be nice. I just figured why not? I want to eat on this. Not about the luxury. Alright, there's crypto. See it? Right there. You've arrived. Now, if you look at the doors, look at all those white doors under the S&M. Oh. All those doors, they're all glass. There's probably 30 of them. Let's see if they just march by, or if they decide to be destructive as they have. Or the Homeland Security chopper. Heads up. Pretty good. I don't think there's a strategy at all. Right? I just think that a lot of them, they come from that heritage, they're proud of it, and they like to wear it. Whether it can be offensive to do that in somebody else's country. They really care about that. They don't really identify as American. They identify as Mexican. That's why they're left. I don't think it's any different than any other person. Why does anybody fly their flag? I guess they're proud of their country. Just as rare to see an American take their American flag and name it another country. There is that. You don't like my explanation of why people do the things they do. I don't know. Not them. Why would somebody do what they're doing? Well, I was saying earlier, why would you throw 10 more rocks at a car that you already damaged 50 times, 50 rocks? I don't know. It looks like they're, by the way, there's the Taggart Tower on the right. Good old Taggart Towers. We're gonna have to pay the street, no guys. Damn the street. Oh, I'm sorry. LAPD. We already know this. This is for 3 hours. LAPD declares a lawful standing for all downtown LA as officers work to clear up remaining agitator. That's now the show. Record likes? I don't know. Sure. Yeah, it has to be. Someone said there was 10,000. There's 10,000 thumbs up. They get 8,600 or something like 7,600. I've never had 10K likes, you know that. And what I'm surprised for is not the 10K thumbs up. The fact that I've only had like 22 thumbs down. I'm really surprised that more people can do that. Yes, we have a second helicopter up. They're following 245 assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer suspect as they are orbiting around another chopper. So you have several choppers in the air. Pretty interesting. A lot of resources. White ignorance, not immigrants, but guys. Yeah, well, I agree. A lot of ignorant people in that crowd. No, you guys are not seeing it. Just a sign. Riders one time now. Yeah, I can try to say that to you. You tell me there's 10 arrests infected. CHP got twice as many. That was just on the freeway. But CHP cost them 6 or 8 cars. A lot of damage there. Thank you guys all. So awesome. 11,000 new records. Keep it in your minds. That way, someone says, what's the record? It's 11. 11's the record. We almost had 250,000 views last night on YouTube. Only got 6,200 likes. Damn, and I want to say anything. Right? It can't be right. They're telling me we're one of 4,000 subs on YouTube in 2 days. Why me? I mean, it's happening. Or the George Floyd chip, he's on like 23 days. 23,000. 4 G's in 2 days on YouTube. Almost at 110K now. So they have two tactical channels going now. Elizabeth. And being that demolished the city. You have to get way worse tomorrow. I'm sorry, I missed it. I gotta Was it $100? Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, I apologize.
Welcome, Zoo. How you living, Pimp?
Sorry. Texas, Texas, let's go.
Zoo.
You're welcome.
How was the gym?
I haven't gone to the gym today.
Oh yeah. Are you taking today off?
Today, I'll be holiday.
Oh, okay. What holiday?
King's birthday.
The king's birthday?
Yeah. It's not his actual birthday.
They just celebrated on that Monday.
Yeah.
All right, big dog. Give me one moment, and I'm gonna spank you.
Like the king's birthday is on the 14th of November, but we celebrate it on Monday. I don't know.
It's on the 14th of November.
Yeah, it's on the 14th of November, but he,
Doug, do you know that you have an invitation?
when's the king's birthday?
Doug, we don't celebrate that shit. We declared our independence from that fucker.
Why'd you do that?
Because monarchy sucks cock.
Did you know that the monarchy? You know what I don't find
Dude,
fair?
look at your shot, dude.
The monarchy. Yeah, you know what I don't find fair? The monarchy is the only entity that can commit any crime and get away with it.
Yeah, it's garbage. That's why we left that shit.
But the monarchy, like King Charles, there'd be a lot of public backlash if he did this, but he could just go out and just like start shooting up a school, and there's no way he could be prosecuted. I'm not saying, but he wouldn't do that because there'd be so much public backlash. Court of public opinion.
Closing off this corner now. Alameda.
Oh, Zoot, great shot.
Caesar Chavez and Alameda.
Do you think any of the recent monarchies have committed crimes?
I think they all have.
Can they all have?
Dude, dog, like, whatever the fuck went down with Princess Diana, that could be considered murder or, like, some other shit. What happened with the Iraq War could be considered war crimes. There's a lot of shit. Whatever his dick name is, Andrew, and what he did on that fucking island. Yeah, there's a
I'm gonna
lot.
take a little break off this thing.
Okay. You already tuckered out, big dog?
I want to let you know, I think it's the first time ever. I think anybody's ever seen that here. This corner, as you can see, where they were, they left, they came back again.
Shoot, go.
I've heard 110K, 180. 600 feet. You get way too far.
Dude, this is going to be one of the greatest shots you've ever seen, ever, in your entire career. Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. Zoo, you're behind all those chickens. All right, take your break. I'm watching protests in downtown LA. All right, glad you gave a shit.
You gotta get out of there, Top Flight. They're gonna get you, bro. They've been burning every of them, sir. They're gonna burn yours. Top Flight security of the world, friend. Shit, not just the city, the world. Not just the city, the world, friend. Hour, 9 hours, 51 minutes. This time I didn't get up. Bridget. Oh, Bridget. Back to you. To send me a message. John, Marines are coming tonight. I don't know. Someone just said that. Yeah, I think it's just gonna get himself fucking shot. Taking your shit like that, and they don't know what you got in there. Camping around now. Mark Watch, thank you. Brendan S, thank you so much, Brendan S. Yeah, I read that to the room the other day. It's like, man, they backed out. They had their back, now they saw what was going on, they backed out. Well, fuck yourself. You don't want Glendale going crazy. You don't want us tearing up Glendale. You ain't gonna come help us. Like, it's not that big. Destroy that city easy as it is. Down, Glendale. Yes, this is disgusting. Even more disgusting is when it tells you this is peaceful protest. They lie to your face while showing it. You can never just call it what it is. You can never just truly be unbiased. You know, call it what it is. That's it. People hate it when you call it what it is. They hate it. They hate being called on their shit. That's just human. fighting cost. And for him, oh, he wants it. Oh, yeah, he don't. He wants left, he will right. It's like, he want up, he will down. I apologize, guys. There's basically, thank you so much. That's it. They miss on your legs, they're trying to stand up front. That's insulting. Even to a dummy like me that doesn't know much and has a low IQ, it's insulting. You know, I'm a big boy. I can take the reality of him telling you this instead of eating sugar, sugar. No needed sugar. You know what's crazy? Look at all this response. We're around the people. They're all gone. They're all on Figueroa. What are we doing here right now? Nobody here. Nothing's happening in this corner. Why don't we on Figueroa stop with the horde over there? Weird. Just weird. Every action is kind of odd. It's so delayed. It's so three steps behind-ish. You know, all I can think is the people that's high up make sure that these people on the ground have to, drag their feet. Put out this fire. Okay, there's another one down the street. Put out that one. Okay, there's another one. Put out that one. You're just going, bouncing around, trying to put out a little fire. This is done in an hour and a half. We'll all be done and we're ready for tomorrow. Then we'll see the same shit over at LAX tomorrow. People are trying to fly out Wednesday morning after a long weekend. Unless we got tourist dollars, they'll probably never come back. There's that. Clear this bridge, guaranteed. Nature, they can start throwing shit on the back. And it looks like, look, the traffic is still not going southbound. Nothing's coming southbound, which is this end. That's northbound, right here. That's north. South is still about one car. 101 south is still that's where we need to go. Yeah, and also there's the mall. One thing becomes really small, a little here, a little there. Maybe just splinters out. They finally just go on the fire. Everybody. agree. Got a job. Six of Broadway with double six. They're trying to rip the windows so they can drive it. They can't see it. Bust all the window out, at least drive it back. Leave it at the motor. Panic fuel. And it changes the windshield. Bad. This is Broadway. Watch the money in progress here. Now it's ready to drive. Everything I see, third night of anti-ICE protests, not one of any riot. Wonder if after they realize looting is occurring, they consider it a riot. They're running security for the fire department, I bet. Fire, I'm gonna take from that. Oh my God. until they shot the tiller. Like I said, driving down the street, they shot the tiller that drives the back of the tall ladder. After that happened, oh boy, Mark was like, you know what? How are you going to put it out? Or not. That's what they did. I'm on fire. The business was on fire. It was merged. They weren't going to put a problem. He's right. Well, I asked him, do you think the police would be out in force like this if nothing was occurring? Or are they being reactive to what's happening? You don't think they want to be home hanging out with their family playing video games and having nice meals, sleeping?
Welcome. How you doing, official Arak?
Yeah, you're streaming in the other fucking deal.
Yeah, dog. I stream in.
Fix it up.
Yeah, dog. I stream like in a bunch of different Discords. How you
Yeah,
live?
they're trying to get your attention in that one.
Oh, okay. I don't in that one. I only talk in my own. It's really hard to be able to talk with so many different people. How's your day going?
Good. I got a question. Why are you streaming on so many different platforms? So many different servers.
That's a great question. Oh, I stream on a lot of servers, but I stream on more on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram and Rumble and Twitch. I stream everywhere. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels right now. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I do my best to give myself a platform to be able to discuss world peace.
You know what? That's fucking dope, man.
Thank you, man.
That's fucking dope.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, that's fucking dope.
Oh, dude. Okay, so here's what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild, so thank you so much for coming in here, having the courage to talk with me. I stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I am an advocate for the Life Straw program, but most of all, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource. Data overtook petroleum.
Or you could use water electrolysis using forms of electricity to separate the ionizing salt of salt water.
100%.
It's a lot more efficient.
100%. The Economist.
Also, if we're talking about renewables, do you believe that nuclear is the way
100%.
compared to
100%.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
You're an actual realist, because people I've talked to about this topic in terms of like renewable resources is they say wind.
That's a joke.
Generational farmers, and the amount of area and amount of oil and the amount of material and the amount of refinements for those wind turbines is immense. The carbon footprint doesn't outweigh of how much they have to put in, how much generation they have for electricity.
100%. People don't know that those things.
What a coal plant generates.
Go ahead.
In terms of power, it takes sections and acres of land of solar farms to equal one coal plant or one oil plant.
Yeah, but nuclear is more efficient than all of them combined.
Oh yeah, 100%, because you can get it to where thorium or a molten salt reactor, and hopefully in the future, with scientific advancements, fusion reactors, which don't have byproduct of fucking water.
Exactly. I talk about fusion all the time on here, and fission. Both are way more efficient than the current fossil fuel systems that we currently use.
It's just it scares people because through my life with Fukushima, and Chernobyl.
Absolutely. You know how many people?
With the new show that came out.
Absolutely. You're exactly right. You know how many people combined died in those three disasters?
I think it's like 150,000.
No, it's less.
It's
It's
cancer.
wait. Anybody can say cancer for anything. Okay, we could say that plastics kill 10 billion people or whatever. No, I'm talking about straight up.
Microplastics and polio.
All that, exactly. No, I'm talking straight up died.
Like 150,000.
It was less.
Off, like, the first week.
No, stop. It was less than 50. Look it up on Wikipedia. 40 people died in Chernobyl. 2 people died in Fukushima, and no one died at 3 Mile Island.
Talking about like the firefighters, including the firefighters who touched the graphite, got acute radiation and instantly died within minutes.
Hold on. Just look at Wikipedia. I'll look at it with you right now. I'm not talking about weeks after or months after. I'm talking about the actual incident, because you can't really trace it to necessarily. They could have been smokers their whole life and died from lung cancer, and they attributed that. I'm talking about, if you look at, I'm going to look at right now, Chernobyl deaths total, because everybody thinks it's like hundreds of thousands of people, and it's like not really if you think about what actually happened there. So they estimate it at, like, you can only estimate it from cancers. If you look at the actual people who died in the actual incident, okay, so direct, it's like 30 direct casualties. 30 direct casualties. 30 direct casualties. So that's what I'm talking.
And again, they were also operating on the RMBK reactor, which was the most faulty reactor because of the boron tips that were neutron accelerants. And we have a lot more safety features than we did back then. Like, at that time, point in time, we were running a pressurized closed circuit nuclear reactor, which is using pressurized water inside the nuclear chamber, using the heat that the nuclear reactor produces. That superheats the water, but it doesn't turn it to steam, and that goes through a boiler and closes the system so that the radiated water never touches that water. As a safety precaution, which we fucking knew about in the 60s.
It's arguably, in my opinion, the safest type of energy that you can have. If we have had nuclear energy for like something like 80 years now, way more powerful. You're absolutely right. 80 years now, and in total, direct deaths caused by it is less than 50. That's less than one a year.
It's less than what coal plants.
Now, exactly. Now we get into that. Now people who want to say, but the fallout and all of that. Okay, fine. Give it a number.
But you talk about the amount of deaths that happen in coal and oil production and oil plants to run electricity versus 1,000 people estimated that have died during the construction or the maintaining of nuclear power.
Exactly.
Compared to the hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands that we even know about. But I'm sure there are some that we can't detect. Coal plants somewhere in India that's just spewing out, polluting the air, or in China that's polluting the air, giving everybody carcinogens and eventual cancers, and we just have no idea about it. Yeah, nuclear is the way. And I'm a huge advocate for it.
And because it's safe for it. One, that's why there's fucking a decade back, I did a speech about nuclear and how, because I lived in Texas and most of the Texas is solar and wind farms, and I said the best way to move forward in Texas energy is nuclear.
That's 100%
right. Major port city, major port state, we can go to nuclear. It is the safest and most viable option in terms of it. We can have petroleum and export it and have a high profit off of that to other nations that aren't well infrastructure to have nuclear.
100%.
We can get an entirely nuclear. But big oil.
Exactly. Yeah, you were doing it in a tough state. people don't realize.
Hell, you can cover every single Walmart, Target, any supermarket, any United, any Costco, any Sam's Club, every fucking super parking lot in solar panels.
100%.
Large EVs, if you want it.
Absolutely. 100%. It really, I mean, if you want to go solar, which is not my favorite, but if you want to go solar, just for a moment, what's the amount of solar panels in square footage that it would take to support the United States?
It would take, I think, what is it, New Hampshire?
It's not. It's not that big. It's not that big. It's just. I mean, it depends on the solar panel, certainly, but basically, like you could just take this in the middle of the desert where nobody lives. Okay, let's say it's the size of Rhode Island, which isn't that big. Okay, you put it in the middle of Nevada, where you're getting sunshine like 16 hours a day, and barely ever.
You put it in Alaska because the amount of the time of sun is more than it is in Nevada. It's closer to the poles.
Okay, wherever you want to put it, but that's not even the most efficient way. Look, when it comes to solar and wind, those are fine, but those are like non-arguments in comparison to the amount of energy that you generate in comparison to nuclear. But even in comparison to geothermal, just take a pipe, stick it in the ground, allow Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine, and you have free energy.
Yellowstone could be a geothermal thing. The entire Yellowstone geyser system.
That's true, but even just anywhere on Earth, you just stick a pipe low enough, and it will turn the turbine, the steam, to heat up water to turn a turbine. Even better than all of those, except for, well, no, geothermal is very good too. But better than wind power, better than solar power, is tidal power. So imagine just taking turbines and putting them in the ocean and allowing Earth's natural wave system to generate power.
What that would cause is a lot of coastal problems.
No, it doesn't.
Reefs.
No, it doesn't. Welcome, George Thunderpuss.
Unless you put it far enough off the coast.
That's all you have to do, and you can put it deep into the water, and then you put nets around it so that it doesn't affect the flora and fauna, and basically have free energy. And every time you get
nuclear is the most powerful,
absolutely
long-lasting, abundant out there.
Nuclear is the way.
We have even more efficient ways of making the fuel rods than we did 40 years ago.
Exactly. People have all this fear.
It's just the getting the government grants and regulations that are around nuclear, because it's so mind-bogglingly insane the amount of regulations that are around nuclear compared to coal or oil, which produces more noxious gases that, yes, inevitably are carcinogenic and cause cancer, compared to nuclear, which is shielded.
Exactly. And people have all this worry.
The filtration system.
People have all this.
Sorry,
no, you're fine. I think I interrupted you. Apologies. People have all this fear of nuclear waste, and they don't recognize that it's basically inert and is it's shielded in giant pools in like concrete boxes, and you could live next door to it because it hasn't been active for 20 years. I mean, I'm not saying you want to, but everyone who fears that just doesn't know how the process works.
How the storage process works is they use like a casket.
Right.
Like,
it's called the nuclear casket.
Like feet of concrete.
Exactly. It's like 20 feet.
With shielded lead and what's the other material they use? That is temperature controlled, vacuum controlled, on or depleted uranium fuel rods, depleted uranium warheads from nuclear bombs and nuclear hydrogen bombs, and what's the other one? There's another. There's another way they control that the leak of radiation comes out of it. Like a Geiger counter, you get more background radiation stepping aside of your house than you would to next to that container.
That's true. I mean, like even just uranium glass has more radiation that people have in their homes than much of this nuclear
Yes.
waste. And I mean, that doesn't even get into electromagnetic radiation, which is like a much more
You
direct.
catch from the sun by stepping aside.
Exactly. I mean, one of the funniest things on this argument is that I ever hear is the sun is a giant nuclear reactor. So if you're like afraid of it, if you're afraid of nuclear reactors, then you should never look at go into the sun. Exactly. So
I like how the people who are afraid of nuclear energy have the best can. They're going to get cancer, and they're going to blame it on nuclear reactors, and never live even close to them. That's buddy.
right.
That's a sense.
Right. People like to argue and they like to make it like you have to go with their route. And frankly, wind turbines kill a lot of animals, kill a lot of birds. They need an engine, a diesel engine to run because they have to keep spinning. And when there's no wind, they don't spin. So you have to actually like fill it, power it with, I should say, enhance it with diesel fuel.
Actually, they have a electronic motor inside of it because I have a bud who works on the turbine.
Okay.
The amount of gallons of oil
Exactly.
and grease that is used to lubricate and maintain those wind turbines is like 100 cars.
Oh, I'm sure. And then if you ever see around them,
the gear ratio in it, I think it's like, hold on. He told me a while back. I think the gear ratio is like one rotation of the blade is like 1,000 or more in the gearbox itself.
oh, I can see that. How many gallons of gasoline are needed for diesel wind turbines?
It's holy shit. Typically on the smaller wind turbine, it's 50 to 1. So for every one rotation of that big ass blade, it's 50 rotations of the main generator shaft. That blade is spinning pretty fucking fast. The tip of the blade is spinning like 50 miles. It's like 20 or 30 miles an hour at the tip of the blade.
Damn, that's pretty fast.
And the bigger ones are 100 to 1. Which the bigger ones are even faster. Then
And it doesn't even produce that much energy.
But a wind turbine can hold a significant amount of oil, typically between 105 to 2,000 gallons, depending on the size and type of turbine. So that's 2,000 gallons of oil that is lubricating the massive turbines that you see in West Texas.
And it doesn't even generate.
So the carbon footprint that so many environmentalists are concerned about is all over the state of Texas in terms of wind turbines.
So, okay, so some wind
That's not
turbines.
counting the.
Go ahead.
That's not counting the significant waste that solar panels produce, because 90% of the material that goes into making those is waste.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So,
Wafers of solar panels and the photovoltaic cells that they use to generate electricity, they're cut so thin that the rest of the material that is cut from that is waste. So 90% of the material that goes into making those bastards are waste. They are not recyclable, by the way.
So, some wind turbines and wood farms do use diesel generators, and it's really for backup power and control systems. But the big one that I heard of is cold climate operation. In very cold climates, turbines need to be preheated before startup to avoid damage. Diesel generators can be used to provide the heat. So it's like you're already using fossil fuels to be able to pump this thing full of, or to be able to turn the turbine. And nuclear energy is so clean, so efficient. No one says that you have to put it next to a population center if people are worried about that. You can put it out in Alaska.
Next to a fucking desert.
Exactly. You can put it in the middle of Nevada or Utah or places where no one lives, and then just create a line to wherever you need. I mean, to me, the people who are, I basically like when people want to have an argument, and normally, actually, normal people don't necessarily feel that this is that big of an argument. When they hear about it, they're like, oh, so it's safe, yeah, and it's efficient. It's more efficient than anything else that we have. Oh, okay. Well, then they'll say,
so. This goes into like power generation. The average city, like this is like a median of United States cities consumption, which is like 50,000. Obviously, this is going to be smaller for like smaller towns and stuff. 50,000 gigawatts per year. The average nuclear power plant.
Rabbi,
what up,
can
Cam?
you hear me?
Yeah, how are you living?
Holy shit. Bro, unmute, please. In the social Discord, unmute in that one. There's a lot of people that want to talk to you.
Listen to his story. Let him tell the story of why he does this.
The socialized active VC.
Yeah, no, I know that device. That device doesn't have a good microphone on it.
Wait, can you link me to that server?
Okay, actually, bro, I'm gonna try to bring everybody here.
Please do.
All right, cool. 1 second.
Take your time.
What is this? Can you DM me a link to it actually, so it's easier?
Sure.
I can actually do that. Hold on.
Oh, appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's see.
Can you DM me a link to this server?
He is.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me add you as a friend first.
Here, big dog. I'll send it to you.
All right, cool. Thank you.
How's your day going?
It's going good.
That's
It's going
good.
really good. We just have some questions, man. I'm like really interested to know what you have
Listen to
going
the story.
on.
Do a story, dog. It's awesome.
All right. Did I get a request?
Uh,
I haven't gotten it.
you got it.
There
Now.
you go.
Okay. All right. I got it. I am going to post this to them, and I'll be right back.
Post
Excellent.
it in the lobby chat. Post it in the lobby chat.
All right. Cool.
Socialize lobby chat. But the average nuclear power plant generation is 1 gigawatt per typical reactor generates around 1 gigawatt of electricity. This translates to 800 megawatts an hour and 8 billion kilowatts an hour per year. So you have a couple of nuclear reactors. You have effectively, you would have to have nuclear reactors, 50,000 to power a fucking city a year. But that's at the current level of technology.
Right.
There are some 1 gigawatt can power an effective of 100,000 homes. That information that I was looking at was based off of fucking New York. New York is powered by Howard's New York. It's a mix between natural gas,
Yep.
What up, man?
hydroelectric, solar.
Okay, so what do you have going on, man? What's your whole thing? I've been watching you on YouTube and everything.
Oh, excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah,
Excellent.
definitely.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. So I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams simultaneously, a dozen Twitch streams. I'm live in like 10 different Discords. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, number one streamer all time in Aisha Speed's Discord, number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord, number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. I do so to give myself a platform for peace and to have excellent discussions.
You're a Guinness World Record holder.
Well, so here's the thing. You need $25,000 to do that, and I kind of feel that that's pointless. So I have more data online than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube channels. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And this gives me a platform to have these amazing discussions like I'm having with official Aruch on nuclear power. I stream my life to end world poverty, including world hunger, such as I think that we can end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I think we can end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I know that's a lot of words, but it's worth about $100 million. And something that we do is we build wells in developing nations like in Nigeria. Other things that we do, I'm a major advocate of the Life Straw Initiative, but also desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things like the importance of data. People don't know this, but in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data archived online than anybody ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. How old are you? Cash, you gotta go.
Me? You know what I mean?
No, no. Cash, you gotta go. You're not 18.
We've been trying to talk to you for like half an hour.
Okay, that's fine. Cass, how old are you?
He told his whole life story. He's
Cass, how old are you?
like, answer your age. He's live streaming right now.
Okay, Cass, you obviously can't answer questions. How old are you?
How old are you?
Okay, so sorry, person, but you've got to be 18 to be in here. It says that, so just leave. Okay, thank you. I talk about things that are going to change the world, and that may make me a very influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to help you. Everyone in here, everyone has helped me along the way. If you want, become financially independent, also to create generational wealth, and to be able to start philanthropic organizations and charities of your own to help the world. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, including artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion. We talk about tidal power. We talk about geothermal power. We talk about alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they just made news with their direwolf project. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I just think is a really amazing project. I additionally talk about things that affect you and will affect you in the future if you want. I want to give you the money eventually so that you're able to utilize life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, stem cells, human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy or cold shock therapy, nootropics. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, I've been having a really great life. Everything that you said came true, but my body's starting to break down. What is the next plan? Again, this is all with your consent. If you just want to die at a normal age, you should be allowed to. But if you want to continue, let the good times roll, there's the opportunity perhaps at mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being. Whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you all is that there may be the opportunity in the not so distant future at digital immortality. And that's essentially what, I think is a really cool topic. What are your thoughts?
You kind of overloaded me there for a second, but I've definitely heard, I've definitely seen online things about everything that you mentioned.
There's been, I would say, with the digital immortalization.
I do have a question for you.
Go ahead, Big Dog.
All right, so whenever you're streaming all the time, correct?
Correct.
That's what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you get up from the room that you're in, how does that work?
Usually, I always leave the cameras going. Sometimes I take a device with me. So, like if I'm going to prepare a meal or I'm going to take a shower.
Can I see the rest of your place? Like, I'm very interested in just, like,
I went to YouTube, searched up his account. Dude, there's like 5 YouTube channels that are streaming right now at different angles. It's insane. This guy is so dedicated to
the audio. If you responded.
Sorry, this guy is so dedicated to what he believes in. I respect the absolute hell out of him.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Yeah. So
honest to God, dude. I am a believer. Like we spent, it was like 30.
Yeah, your audio is cutting out for me, at least. Rabbi.
My audio?
I'm not hearing you. Yeah, I don't know if you responded to the tour thing, but I didn't hear you.
Okay, so the other person was speaking. So I live with other people, and I respect the privacy. So I have done house tours, but I've done so many of them that my roommates kind of get annoyed at me doing it. So if you want, those are just on my old streams. I do IRL content. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed in Disneyland and everywhere in between, basically anywhere in Southern California. And so when I go viral, people will have all this content of both desktop streams and IRL streams to enjoy.
How would you rate your success today?
I'm speaking with you, so through the roof.
Yes, you're right. I was interested. You piqued my interest.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to do.
All right. The main thing was seeing all of the screens.
Oh yeah, it's a big deal.
Like he is so dedicated to getting his image out there that.
And I love the bedspread.
Oh, so this is. Hold on, let me explain. So I'm not like super into Sonic the Hedgehog, but I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Hedgehog. So they've given me, this is all merchandise from their cryptocurrency. So this merchandise basically advertises $100 million cryptocurrency. And that's what my shirt is. That's what all my pajamas, my sleep mask, all of it either like advertises an NFT or a cryptocurrency. So basically, there are smart people out there who realize how much data I'm generating, and they know I talk about their coin, and so they have basically made me their mascot or spokesperson, and that's what all this is. So I appreciate you liking it.
Are you financially benefiting from what you're doing currently?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. So
I believe that's any kind of streamer that gets sponsored. Which
I'd like
because
maybe like one of your cameras, maybe Maybe get like a 1440p camera or something, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I recognize that it's all about bandwidth, and so I'd rather have like 18 cameras that are going on maybe 720p than one or two that are 1440. I have a ceiling cam. I've got cameras all over, so I really have to worry about bandwidth, and I'd rather have quantity than quality. And here's why: because in the not so distant future, AI is going to be able to enhance any video to make it 8K, which is a better definition
It's
than.
already doing that. I've seen all over my TikTok. I've seen all over my TikTok feed about the Bigfoot and the capybara.
There you go. So
You know, I've seen that.
So basically, I'd rather have the quantity of cameras because I know in the future they'll be able to enhance to 8K every single one of them. So one of the issues that arises when you stream as much as I do is you can lose accounts, you can get copyright strikes, the apps can crash, all kinds of things. So I have redundant streams, backups of backups. I do have one 8K stream, I believe, or not 8K, 1440. It's my ceiling camera, but it's small on one of my screens.
Yeah, I saw one of the YouTube videos that was from your ceiling camera.
There you go.
There's like, dude, do you know how to? I think like.
No, this is interesting, man. I wish you success in your endeavors.
Hey, I appreciate it. I don't want anything from you, but I do, if anything, just spread the word, spread world peace. And if you ever need anything, more than anything that I do, just know I'm here to be a positive person in the world. I'm here to have an optimistic view and to give people hope. If any of your friends ever need anything and need someone with whom to speak, I'm here for them, okay?
Okay, and is this the channel that I can find and speak to you directly?
Absolutely. Just whenever you want. Come right here. You have the link. You can also go to Rabbi, discord.me/Rabbi, and that always has the link as well.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Take it easy. Have fun. Continue to fight the good fight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, later.
Peace. You know, one of the reasons why I go ahead.
You definitely overwhelmed him with all the information, like your whole. Your whole life story. It's awesome shit. It's really awesome shit.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize that. Trust me, I speak to dozens of people a day, and I've been doing this now for more than 3.5 years. So I know I can overwhelm people. Sometimes it's too much for one person to take at once, and they literally tell me it's overwhelming. The other times people eat it up and know exactly what I'm talking about and recognize that they are part of history. This is essentially a time capsule or a timeline of human events. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And so you can literally go back to any moment of the last 3.5 years and find out what was going on in the world. I keep a radio going 24 hours a day that's just always telling what world events are. And so it's like a time capsule. I know that in the future that people will study this, not from just a history perspective, but from a biological perspective. People will want to be able to study my
Or a sociological.
Exactly. My social habits, my psychological habits, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my bathing habits, my sleep cycles, my circadian rhythm, everything about the human body will be able to be studied. So I know that I'll be quite an influential person, and even with all of that, I don't just advertise myself through Discord and such. I create robots. That's what these devices are here that continuously like and retweet people on Blue Sky. And so I'm very well known on Blue Sky. In fact, people say that I'm part of the Blue Sky culture. And I know that just with enough time, enough people are going to realize who I am and what I do, and it's going to go viral. And when it does, we're going to change the world. I mean, I really stand by what I talk about, and I want to end world wars. I want to end world hunger, and I want to end world thirst. Those are 3 really important things to me.
I agree with that. but the church that I was a part of, every month, they made it a goal to fundraise a mission trip every month, go and establish Africa.
That's amazing.
And it would take anyone who volunteered to go and do that.
Very cool.
Had to be 18 to actually try. But I was too young to do it, and I really wanted to do it. And that was the coolest shit that people would show the videos of them actually digging the wells, supplying the water, piping the water to a main community center over there. They didn't have water.
Yeah, and that's
they did. I think a couple years back, they made it to where it was solar powered with batteries. Well, so it pumped constantly 24/7, 365 days. It was awesome shit.
That's great. One of the other reasons why I don't speak and socialize, I mean, the big reason is because my device, it's just like an old tablet that I use in there. But also, I don't want to speak with people who aren't 18. Generally, what I talk about.
I agree. This person was bad about that.
Exactly.
Like, trolls, brain rot.
Exactly. And, I want to have mature conversations about ending world hunger, ending world peace, nuclear energy, quantum computing, and those aren't always that attractive.
You saw that information about quantum computing developed. What was it? Rothschild.
Yeah.
It was like 100 megaqubits or something, 1,000 qubits.
Right. Something that
in processing power.
Right. It basically is more processing power than perhaps all the supercomputers on Earth combined.
Yeah, no, it's mind-bogglingly insane. Like, one of these scientists that I follow that is good friends with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was the one who was part of the show or how it's made, but I think it's How It Works or some sci-fi show. He talks about he's an astronomer, but he talks about the quantum computing, I believe, with one of in a podcast or something. Says that the problem that even decades, hundreds of thousands of years, because the quantum entanglement theory and the quantum, the way the qubit. A problem that even a supercomputer to this day cannot solve can be solved by a computer in less than a second.
Exactly. It's really
it's insane the theoretical possibilities of a quantum computer. Like it could develop chemical equations and chemical formulas that could solve pretty much any disease known to man and unknown to man, and theoretically project us into a point, and especially if it has the AI capability that most modern day computers have, Google, Apple, ChatGPT, and all that. If that was applied to quantum mechanics or quantum computer, the elevation that the human race would be at would be probably a type 2 civilization.
On the Kardashev scale? Yeah, just one moment.
We'd probably be a type 2 just off of the sheer fact that if we developed a quantum computer, it could help solve many of the world issues.
You're 100%.
The problem that it could lead to is a rogue AI. I mean, that's kind of like every world's there since the 1970s, 1980s, with the Japanese series and shit.
Right.
That's kind of been a big thing about like the fear of humanity falling apart and falling into a dismay because of it.
Right. Apologies. One of my devices just shut off. And I'm trying to get it back going again. So yeah, I'm into all of that stuff. I basically watch podcasts all day.
I always took the term. I took a term. Knowledge is power.
That's absolutely true. 100% agree.
That was one of my father's saying that or you read. I don't care if you go to college. I don't care if you want you to succeed in life and be something of yourself. But most importantly, I want you to be average.
Yeah, I mean that's
There's a big World War II, big war nut about pretty much the Civil War, any kind of historical war. Keep up in those from big reads every day.
very cool. Well, that's
Articles, watch YouTube videos about it, take notes, and write down the books that in the YouTube video said that they read and go to mindset.
very cool.
Let that happen.
How did he get so into war?
My grandfather, his grandfather, my great grandfather, was in World War II.
Oh, okay.
Daughter, which is my grandmother, and his mother was doing that, and she's too nut. She has an entire closet full of old war documentations, old war, not manifestos, but like on-ground, in-person writings of like these soldiers and airmen and the personnel that have written what war was like. He has covered
Like diaries and journals.
on both sides of the war. He has writings of it, yes.
Very cool.
It's awesome as shit, and that's what got me into history. It's learning my grandparents and both of my great grandparents were, and my granddad fought. He was a missile technician.
Very cool.
So learning from the war, learning from those deals and the emotion, the experiences, and the thoughts behind them kind of sheds light on like what war is like and how, again, we see in it. But the problem that would arise is human nature and everything.
100%.
I agree with the world peace and want world peace, but it's not impossible to achieve. It's very, very hard because of human nature, human culturalism, culture. I mean, we see that over in the current wars that we see today in Ukraine, at least. That's because of difference in culture and beliefs. That's never going to fade.
That's true.
In terms of the human nature, they always want to either be superior in terms of any factor, knowledge, strength, looks, or any kind of social status.
I'm in agreement with you. Everything that you
At least
said.
that's what I've seen through reading.
Well, I think you're wise beyond your years, and I'm in agreement with what you just said. So,
I mean, I'm only 25.
there you go.
I've done a lot of reading.
Well, it seems that way. Do you like documentaries?
Oh, that's what I eat up. My fiance absolutely can't stand. Not necessarily she can't get into documentaries. She's not a big history nut like I am.
That's okay. Do you like podcasts?
Oh no, it's she if she has a question, she'll ask me like, hey, what happened this time? It's like, oh, that.
Sure. Do you like podcasts?
Oh yeah, no, I've watched many podcasts. I watched the George Rogan Experience. I watched the Unsubscribed podcast. I watched a lot of scientific discovery podcasts. Just anything that kind of interests me. That I'm like, hey, that's new information I can dig into, I can learn about.
That's sweet. Do you have a favorite?
Because I always had that.
Go ahead. Because you always
Those
had
that can entertain me, can kind of make me laugh. That can also inform me about history of the past and how we can better the future ahead.
Right.
Definitely the Joe Rogan Experience because he has a very big variety of guests that happen. They just talk about anything.
Right. No, I'm all about that.
I like the one where he was with Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think 3 times.
Okay.
And, the Unsubscribed podcast was a good one because they talk a lot about history, just life in general. And then some other podcasts that I watched. And what's the other one? Spectacular Science podcast. That's the one.
You like that one?
Yeah, and then the Strength in Numbers for Virtual Science podcast. That's a good one as well. Best of Science Culture podcast, which is just kind of a compilation of scientists. With Chomsky, Grievous, and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Excellent. Do you like Lex Friedman podcast?
Say that again?
Do you like the Lex Friedman podcast? It's okay if you don't know who that is.
Yeah, no, I didn't know.
That's okay. He's an MIT researcher. He's based out of Austin now. He's part of that Joe Rogan crew.
Okay, I haven't read it.
And that's what I was watching right before you came in. He talks about AI a lot. Right now, he talks about martial arts a lot too because he's into all that Joe Rogan stuff, which I find to be quite cool. It's just interesting, and so basically, that's what I do. Have interesting conversations with people like you, and I watch a lot of documentaries, a lot of AI documentaries and podcasts. That's fascinating to me. I'm a futurist, so anything that either is going to happen or could happen, all that kind of stuff is really interesting to me, and I do my best to just be as knowledgeable as possible on the future of humanity. And I know that with enough time, more and more people will find out about what I do, and they'll be fascinated by it. I mean, I think about when I first started.
Three and a half. You said 3.5 years of streaming.
24/7. Yep. From multiple angles. It's more.
I'm telling my fiance about you. This guy has been streaming for 3.5 years, every day, 24/7 for the past 3.5 years for world peace and would you say world hunger, world thirst, and
That's it, really.
What else did you say?
That's it, really. I mean, that's good enough. I'll take that.
Hear that? Baby.
It's more data than any single individual has ever archived in the history of mankind.
Man that I'm talking to right now, even for the past 3.5 years, 24/7, 360. World peace, ending world thirst, and ending world famine. It is archived more data than anything.
That's cool.
It's mind-boggling how can you do that? He just did it.
Yeah, I mean, it like once you start doing it, it's really you just live your life as you normally would live it. And so, what would I be doing if I weren't live streaming? I would be maybe listening to the radio, watching podcasts, and watching YouTube. I mean, it's like that's what I do generally, and that's what.
He really strives his life. The purpose. I think that's foolish.
That's correct. All right.
don't know why I disconnected.
I don't either. Sometimes Discord is finicky like that. It just
Yeah, she said it's bullshit. That's some dedication. You couldn't get behind.
well, thank you. And hopefully, I'm able to help every person who's helped me along the way. So there's financial incentive for people as well. I know that eventually I'll be able to monetize all the data and be able to give it away, very much like a Robin Hood like figure.
You said you're based out of California.
Correct.
Many of the current world events I'm missing because of world peace, but goes down to the human nature of it. Even that your nation is in any way superior, more sophisticated, more complicated. And that's kind of why I don't necessarily believe that the America is great because of its melting pot, such as yourself, of cultural beliefs. That's what makes one America, because of its difference, all intermingled in society. Versus, you look at Russia, you look at China, it's a singular cultural, it's finite, is what I'm saying. There's not a possibility of growth. Like, it's like planting a tree in the desert and hoping it rains by holding a log or can attempt. While the influx of immigration to America is what's growing the nation.
That's true.
That's where we get all these innovations of technology, of technology, of robotics, of microbionics. That's where we get it here. Because of the cultural density and the cultural variety that urges for the growth of the human.
I'm in agreement with you. We get a lot
I
of it
think
from that.
America is the best nation on earth because of that. It doesn't make it sets us apart as like the forefront of like human innovation. That because of all these people come together and work towards the dream of united states, that's a good sentiment. And I see that you take that dream to home. You take that dream as well.
Certainly.
So,
That's correct. That's what.
what else do you think if we were to establish, like, with not necessarily lowering the regulations for nuclear, but allowing more grants to be had to, like, because if you talk about you have to apply for it to be built,
Right.
and it has to be approved.
Right.
That was kind of more accepted. How do you think that would play in the sense of terms of how well established big oil, ExxonMobil, and any kind of petroleum-based companies are entrenched in?
Right. So there's going to be pushback from all of those companies: ExxonMobil, Chevron, right, Shell, British Petroleum, and so that's why they kill any kind of development in this realm. If I were doing it, I would create 2 giant nuclear power plants in the middle of the desert or in the middle of Alaska, and one of them would generate all of the electricity needed for the United States, and the other would just be a backup. And if you ever needed it, you could utilize it. And that basically would get rid of our energy problem.
Yes, and the political problem would stem from, and definitely stem from the oligarchical regimes that control like the big umbrella monopoly companies. They're monopolies, but they're under like this company owns shares in this company, therefore they can say what the company does, even though this company is the big one. Yeah.
Right, like hedge funds.
Yeah, big one. I think that'll be an issue, especially when not necessarily oil. Oil is a pseudo renewable resource, but it's because I mean you can grow vegetable oil, you can recycle the oil you cook with, the oil you have in your cars and used to burn on fire. The residue can be also processed into more oil.
That's correct.
But because of this carcinogenic properties, begs that and because of the byproducts, which make plastics today, screen, water bottles, silicone, many other like PVC plastics and all that. But the amount of infrastructure that is based around oil is insane. People who buy EV cars, they have plastic in them. Made for they're not recyclable. There's only two types of recycling.
I mean, one way you can motivate these companies is to say that you're at your heart energy companies, you're not necessarily petroleum companies. So basically, you can flex your approach or pivot becoming nuclear companies. Certainly, petroleum has had a lifespan of 100 years or so, more than that, maybe 160 years. But that doesn't mean it has to be 1,600 years. There's a much better opportunity at long-term growth with nuclear energy. I mean, at one point, whaling was a major industry globally.
But you also see that maybe like if you look back, say you take old 1990 car,
okay,
take a regular Ford pickup truck. Most people who ran these days in '89 over 500,000 miles or so. That's perfect. Nowadays, you have cars that have sold it turns out.
Right.
But also break down more so.
Right. That really is planned obsolescence. That's the principle of planned obsolescence.
That's what I was getting to, is the planned obsolescence of these companies. They don't plan for a long-term goal. They plan for the instant growth within a short time frame.
Right.
They also plan for immediate profit rather than profit. They plan for $8 million. They're going to get that $8 million. Their subjects like it or not. You know?
Right.
That would definitely be a problem in the future for any kind of advancement in nuclear, any kind of resource of any kind. What was that guy who was able to make saline out of plastics, out of any plastic that was water bottles, it was PVC. All of that was used to make gasoline.
Yeah, I saw that recently. There's a.
Was that one black man who was doing it?
He was out of Chicago.
I think so. He really so. release them. Anyways, and I'm like, I couldn't do that. But just to come up with that, that's really cool. Like, I also saw another guy who's using one motor oil because he gets from like Take 5 or like any kind of oil change shop. He gets those, uses it to make his own diesel. He's recycling in terms of that. Because in all honesty, I believe recycling in this big scheme is a scam. Because this other waste companies can go past regulations and say, hey, it's more psychological. They
Right.
want you to feel good about you putting a plastic bottle in a recycling bin, but down there it could be a contamination of plastic bin that they're then going to throw in the landfill. But you, since you put it in a recycling bin, you're going to feel good about it. So it's going to be out of mind.
That's right.
Even though we outsource waste disposal to China and India.
That's correct. And it's gotten to the point where they don't even want plastic and waste anymore.
Yeah. China said no more waste. You can use as a garbage can.
Exactly.
And the only way to completely remove not single the burning them. They're recycling. Those are again type 5. Show it with a recycling the 5 in the center of the recycling triangle.
Right.
But dude, it was amazing talking to you.
Excellent, my friend.
What you're doing.
Excellent. You're welcome whenever. Just spread the good vibes to everybody, okay?
Yeah, I got you, man. I'll definitely do that. I'll definitely probably check you out again.
Please do. I'm always here, so feel free to join whenever you have time.
Yeah, have a good one. God bless you, man.
Take care. You as well. Peace.
Businesses looted. Is that an Adidas store? What do you guys think? Looks like an Adidas. shuttles and tracks. No, everybody says no meeting. That looks to me like a penis. I'm standing there, right? Is that LA Times, guys? Or is that the LAPD? That's the LAPD building with all the windows busted out of it. LA Times. LA Times.
But this side, something else.
But anyway, it was one-sided.
He was one-sided, but he could switch it. So he had a Cianagi as well on the other side. So he could switch it if he wanted. Yeah.
And by the way, your opponent in 84, was he righty or lefty?
He was a righty.
So that drop left.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Well, I mean, again, it was, he could have probably, in other contests, he'd hit me with it several times and I just stopped it, and just at the wrong place at the right time for him. Right place at the wrong time for me. Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's watch some Kenny.
This is final of Paris tournament. And this is against the Korean. The Korean had a great day, actually.
Shorter.
Again, shorter, so he does find that difficult. Have a look at Teddy Renier. Teddy Renier will try and catch the sleeve. He's after the sleeve and then the right arm over the top. That's the key point for Teddy Renier. And of course, what he has done, if he can't always catch the big sort of Gary over his right hand side, he's been doing something to the opposite side.
And the Korean just went for a drop sale. And the Teddy Renier blocked the hips.
Like I say, he has difficulty always against somebody smaller, dropping with the Cianagis.
Has Teddy Renier ever been thrown to a weak one?
Never seen him thrown for it, but he was thrown last week for a nice technique. And he's being caught more and more.
So he's getting close.
Yeah, and to say in the final of the World Championships, they had a strange situation there where Tisayev was a technique down and then pulled off a counter. And they didn't count it, but then they overruled it. Unfortunately, I was commentating at the time, and I went for a score for Tisayev. And anyway, they overruled it, and then they awarded a second gold medal to Tisayev.
What can you say about Tamerlan Bashayev, who also gave him trouble?
Yeah, Basheyev and Tsayev are the two that could possibly go to the Olympics. So that was a close one there from Rene. That was the closest that he'd actually been.
Oh, wow.
So didn't have the sleeve, and he relies on the sleeve greatly. Good support there from the French in the crowd.
And also, maybe can you explain the penalties for stalling?
Yeah, so if they don't attack, if they've got a grip, and they've got sleeve lapel, or they've got two hands on, if they're too passive and they don't attack, they've got dominant sleeve grip, they don't attack. That was quite close as well from the Korean. So the Korean here, you can see, is having a real go. You know, the penalties will come if they don't attack at the right time. Step outside the yellow area, they'll get penalised as well. That
That's dedication for.
absolutely. I mean, it was really close, wasn't it? A nice little koichigari there from the Korean. And if they touch below the belt line with the arms, so if they're not allowed to grab the legs. They've stopped grabbing the legs.
Wow, the Koreans really going.
Koreans having a real good go at it.
I guess every single person in that division is probably training for Teddy, right?
Teddy Rene's been there a long time. You know, he's got another guy here in the final of the Paris tournament. He's got 18,000 people watching it. They're all on Teddy Rene's side. They want him to win. And the Korean's out there on his own with his coach.
But also the pressure on Teddy Rene.
Amazing pressure. You know, we interviewed him after this. And he said, I've got pressure. You know, people go, well, is he going to do it at the Olympic Games? Can I do it in Paris? He wanted to go to Paris. I mean, really, the last Olympic Games should have been it, shouldn't it? The last should have been the final one. But he's gone, no, I've got to do another 4 years. 2 penalties are on the board already for the Korean. That Korean is really having a great go at Teddy Rene.
A bit of a lift on him. He's going after it.
He's really going after it. You know, it's an amazing effort there from the Korean. And he's getting some last-minute information. I don't know if you've ever seen his coach stood next to him like that, but it's amazing. He's 6'6", and he's about 4'6". He's a real kid.
Well, full of passion. I love it.
Yeah.
He's like screaming.
So golden score.
How does golden score work?
So the golden score. So if it goes without any point on the board from a throw or a hold down or arm or strangle, then it goes into golden score. So 2 Shidos on the board apiece. One more mistake now, and it's going to be all over.
Oh, wow.
And that's it. Teddy Rene just manages to turn it on the Korean, and that went really against the run of play, didn't it? Because the Korean did better, you know. But you know, Teddy Rene is a winner.
Yeah.
And he says, right, okay, let's have more cheering.
Finds a way to score.
And I have to say, you know, that even when he loses, you know, he's always graceful. He doesn't like it, but he's graceful.
Yeah, there's so much love there. It's great. It's great to see. It's great that he's doing it again, going after it. Chasing the gold medal.
Well, he's chasing the gold medal. It's going to be in Paris, which is going to be even, you know, more fantastic. You know, he's already the greatest. You said, you know, what has he got to do to be the greatest? He's already the greatest competitor judo's ever known. And that was even, you know, with the great Tani, you know. So Tani was amazing as well.
Are you part of the commentating team?
I'm part of the commentating team, but it won't be for IJF because it's independent broadcast.
Have you ever had an athlete sort of come up to you and ask, like, why'd you say that? Or, like, disagree with your commentary?
Do you know, I've got to say that 99.9% of everybody is so grateful that I've commentated their fights all the way through. They know if they've messed up. So if I say something, and I'm never really disparaging, you know, but what I will say is, you know, it was a great throw by the other guy, or it was a great match. And if they made a mistake, so if they walk out, they know that I will say something that will, you know, mean something. So nobody really moans about it. I try and talk the truth, if I can.
So who else would you consider as some of the mates? So I personally, just because I love the standing Sandagi, Koga. So there's, like, you know, the number of times you won the World Championships and the Olympic Games. But there's also, like, how you won it, how you wanted to fight and what you did. You know, it's not necessarily about you getting gold medals. It's about how you fought and how you represent the sport. And there's certain athletes like Inoue and Iliadis that are going after the big throws.
Only after they didn't want to win by hip hop. And I think that is the difference. Is they're the ones that come out there, and it's a bit like, you know, when Tyson stepped out there, you knew what you were going to get, you know, and if they went toe to toe, if Tyson had somebody going toe to toe, somebody was going to get knocked out. And you know, we got the same in judo when people go head to head, and it's an open match. And I often talk about an open match. I say it's an open match. They're both trying to score. Somebody is going to get scored on. Somebody's going to go. You know, and that makes it exciting. And it's when they come out and they close up, you know, then it's not exciting.
Is there a case for Ono? Shohei Ono, 3-time world champ, 2-time gold medalist.
I think that, you know, judo-wise, he's got to be one of the greatest because he had such versatility. He could go right and he could go left. He could pick up. He could go to the ground as well. He won a lot of his earlier matches on the ground. I think his empathy, you know, and how he presents himself sometimes falls down. And I think that hopefully that should come with tutoring and, you know, how to be a great champion after, you know, it's not just about what you do on the mat, but what you do off the mat as well.
Just as you're a great champion is the whole package of how you present yourself when you lose, represent yourself.
I think it's how you present yourself afterwards, how you are with people, how much you can help people. I mean, kids, and you know, they look up to these great champions because they want to be like them. So the worst thing is when you get somebody that's a bit of an ass and they're not presenting themselves in the right way. So I like to see somebody presenting themselves in the right way. And I think that it's something that can be taught. It's something that normally comes with a little bit of experience, a little bit of age, you know. And I like to think that I'm a little bit different now than I was when I was 19. Not that it was bad, you know. I just think I was just, you know, I see it often now, you know, just full of beans.
You're a beautiful work in progress. What about Nomura? That I hear Nomura was 3-time gold medalist.
Never lost an Olympic fight. So there's
there,
nobody,
right?
Nobody ever done that. You know what I mean? So that's got to be. There has to stand. He took 2 years off in between every Olympic Games, and came back, did the right amount of events to qualify for. Not only did he having to qualify, he had to qualify through Japan. Now Japan, remember, have got the greatest depth, so they got people coming through all the time. You know, and then he had to win the Japanese trials. I mean, we had a 4-time world champion from Japan. This is when World Championships was every other year, and this is Shozo Fuji, and he was the greatest middleweight of all time, and never got to participate in the Olympics because he lost the Japanese trials twice in 2 Olympic, possibilities. So, you know, he had to qualify for Japan and then go to the Olympic Games and then do it there. You know, so sometimes some of the best people in Japan can't get outside of Japan. Look at the situation they had with Abe, and then they had Mariyama. Mariyama was, and Abe were both the best by far in the under 66 kilos category. This is for the last Olympic Games. And they sent one to the World Championships, one to the Olympic Games, and they both won gold medals.
Yeah. I mean, that's why the All Japan Championships is like legendary. There's these battles in Mashita and all of them.
Well, Abe and Mariyama, they had a trials in the Kodokan. It was 26 minutes. I think it was 26 minutes. It went. They were battling it out for 26 minutes.
That's great. If we can just go to, you've trained in Japan. What are those randouras like? What's that like?
I touched on the danger, that danger of being thrown when you get hold of somebody or somebody gets hold of you. And I often reflect, I often talk about it when I'm commentating, because I can see immediately. It's easy, isn't it? We're in the commentary chair, or if you're in the coach's chair, and you don't really understand totally, absolutely what's going on when somebody's being outwit, and when they're in danger of being thrown. I mean, if you're in danger of being thrown, the first thing you do is stick your backside out and defend by not being in the position they want you to be in. All right, and so that's danger. You feel the danger, and so in Japan, that was the place I used to go to train because I felt the danger, and so my defenses would be heightened. And so I went two years, one Olympic cycle, I went 2 years, 2 months without having a score on me in any competition. And then I went to one competition in the European Championships, which I won, and I was struggling all the way through it and got scored on 3 times in my pool of, my first pool of size. And I was devastated. And actually nearly lost the whole competition because I was more mortified about being scored on 3 times when I hadn't been scored on for 2.5 years. I had this thing in my head about 2.5 years. And then all of a sudden, right, I'm not unbeatable. And then you go, and I was almost lost it, completely lost it. Just so fortunate. A couple of things went my way and just came out. And I scraped and scratched my way to the final and won the final well. All right, but that was my best match. But I almost lost it.
Well, what do you do with the fact that if you go to Japan and you're saying danger, like you're probably getting thrown? Get thrown.
Yeah.
In Japan. What does that do to your ego?
Well, again, it's my, that was a winning ego that had to adapt. I remember we went to the Keisho, which police dojo, one time, and they wanted to see they created this groundwork competition because they wanted to see me do the juji, like how I went in and how the arm. Right? They wanted to see how I did it from underneath or over the top, and so they created this event. They started it. So and then winner stays on competition was happening at the Keisho. So I did about 7, I think, or 7 in, and then my coach came in and said, "No, it's finished. It's finished." Suddenly we realised what was going on, and I was going, "No, don't stop me like that," and it was one of those moments where the boot was on my foot, you could say, rather than the other side, the other way, because I had been to Japan in situations. I remember as a 16-year-old. I got such a drumming from one of the Japanese guys, older students, and he had a gold tooth, and so he was gold toothed to me, and he was my nightmare. And I remember kept coming out fighting because he kept throwing me, and I was crying and I was upset, and I was like, and then that was another occasion where I got dragged away, and so I wanted to go back and fight him. And I went back to the same dojo every year to fight him. He was on my mind. Morning, noon, night, he was on my mind. Gold tooth was on my mind, And
you ever get him?
2 years later, I was 2 years to me from 16 to 18 was totally different. 18 years of age, I was pretty competitive with him, and it was like, I was standing up with him. 19, he was in the groundwork competition.
And that's
Switch, because because I remember getting the arm lock and didn't put it on immediately. I needed it to last. It had to last. So I spread it. The whole thing lasted as long as I could possibly get it. And it was a long memory as I was looking down at him.
And now he has nightmares about you. I wonder what nickname he has for you.
I'm hoping that he remembers me as
a photo.
He probably doesn't say, just back an island, doesn't say a thing about it.
Well, I mean, can you just speak to that training with those folks? you know, you said crying, just the frustration of being thrown. I mean, how do you? It's such a beautiful part of the process of becoming great.
Yeah, I think it is just something that that doesn't happen at this level. We were talking about levels, and then at this level, it never happened. And then I went out in my first European cadet, and all of a sudden, I wasn't this top guy. I was in the mix, and then I had to work myself to the top of that mix, and then to the top of the next one. Because I went to the European Senior Championships, and again, you're not the top, and you work your way to the top of that, and I think it is a frustration, but I think it's that kind of hatred of losing, and also being out of control. I think that the first senior European championships I fought Nevzorov, but he was only one of my contests. Then I had to fight a Frenchman for third place, but he totally outgripped me. And I remember I was more upset, though I won the contest, I was more upset that he totally did outgrip me, and I was more upset, and I fought him a year later and outgripped him. Right, so it was one of those, it was a learning process all the way through.
Yeah, that like frustration is like whatever that does to your soul. The building up afterwards is what actually makes you better. It's fascinating. And do you think there's in Japan just killers there that are like just the world doesn't know about? They just
there's world champions in the dojo. There's people that never make it out.
Yeah.
I remember we were training, and everybody that goes to Japan, all my friends that have been world Olympic champions, right? They all know what I'm talking about. They know exactly what I'm saying is that when we go to the dojos there, we all get thrown by people that never come out to be world champions. They're just in the mix, or they're going through 3 years of university. And then they go. We had a guy. We had a guy that came in. He was a business guy. He came in with his suitcase and his briefcase like that. And so he decides he's going to come in, and he gets changed, and he's in his lunch hour. He's in his lunch hour. So be quick.
Yeah.
So he comes in and he goes through. He's working his way through the whole of the British team. And we're all lined up, right?
Yeah.
So he's just working his way through the whole of the British team, and I knew it's my turn next. So I get hold of him and I throw him immediately. And then it was what we were talking about when it happens in the first few seconds of the practice. But I had 4 minutes of him coming at me, and I was going up in the air, and I'm twisting off, and I'm going like that. And then, everybody's laughing at the side of the mat. Or the whole British team, he's gone through the whole British team, and then 10 minutes later, he's just tying his tie up like that, and back to work. Imagine sitting behind his desk in his computer.
Yeah.
I'm glad he didn't get out.
Hopefully he listens to this.
Hopefully.
Anybody else I didn't mention as part of the greats that just kind of jumped?
Kashiwazaki Sensei is my favorite of all favorites. He is what I would call a judo genius. I don't know if you can get him up here. Can we get him up?
Yeah.
So going to 1981 World Championships, and I'll talk you through the great Kashiwazaki. He was 1 year in Great Britain, and he was a guy that was so much a genius. All right, so you want the final of the under 60, 65 there, the one at the top. This is him. He is 2 weight categories below my weight category that I won the World Championships. Same year, I won it. So it's not, I'm not sure if this show is final. Oh yeah, so watch this. This he did in the final, of the world.
For people just listening, he did an incredible sacrifice throw.
Right, and then he was on top for the Newaze, and renowned for his groundwork. and he was on top of against a really strong Romanian guy. All right, so his transition was just phenomenal.
Yeah, let me go back and look at that. What just happened?
So he's just showing you. So he does this coachy thing just to create space, and it's his follow through into groundwork that is best of all. And then the Romanian really strong, like I say, he'd gone all the way through to the final of the World Championships, winning most by Ippon, I think, the Romanian. And he's defending really, really well here. And you can see that how persistent he knows exactly what he wants. He's just got to get his leg out. Now watch, he's tied the arm up, and then he'll pull the top leg towards him. And then he'll push the bottom one off.
Always working.
With both feet. Always working, always working. Readjust the balance. Still one leg trapped. Final of the World Championships. Good referee because he's refereeing something here that's happening, that's going to decide as to whether. So he doesn't call. Done. All finished. This is him again. Watch this. This is another technique. And then just saying sacrifice directly into the new waza.
Transition is everything, isn't it?
In judo.
Yeah. Well, in anything really, but judo especially pays off.
Yeah, I mean, because we haven't got that long. I mean, we had more time here. They've just brought more time back, so we've got more time to transition in and to get the situation that we want and to get the attacking situation that we want. Because, I remember I was teaching in America to some jiu-jitsu guys, and they were saying, "Oh, we'll never give you our back." And I said, with judo rules, certain situations, it happens that, when we try and do throws where we're facing away from our opponent, so like, for example, Sienagis, if they fail, then the back is there, and that's how we get the back. And it's a different situation, than going on your back in the guard situation.
Well, there, Travis Stevens, I don't know how familiar with his judo, but he's a really interesting example because he competed at the highest level in jiu-jitsu as well. And his idea, he's a big Sainagi guy, and he basically threw all of that away.
In the jiu-jitsu.
Like, he took the sport from scratch for what it is. So he almost never did a standing Sainagis at all in jiu-jitsu.
No, because he would leave his back all the time, if it failed.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't have the same kind of grip on the judogi or the karate, the jiu-jitsu gi.
Yeah. Right. Like, so you have to kind of consider the sport, the art of it, and also the competitors, the styles, and the culture of the sport, if you want to win. If winning is the most important thing, then like, all right, well,
no, but you learn the game, don't you? And that's what he did. He learned the game, and I think that is credit to him, and that's why I'm saying about wrestling. The wrestlers, I mean, good to learn the judo and for what it is and the mechanics and how it works, and then learn the wrestling. I mean, I do the commentary as well for the freestyle, and I will be at the Olympics for the freestyle and the Greco-Roman. So, and I love the freestyle, absolutely love it. And freestyle is freestyle, judo is judo. I like to see people doing judo.
Yeah, but there's a rhyme to the whole combat thing. They're all, I mean, there's the body mechanics. It's all like fascinating echoes of each other in interesting ways. The details are different, but there's still two humans clashing.
Yeah, we've got some amazing crossovers with people like the Mongolians that have come in with Georgians, and the Georgians do massive pickups and different techniques. And if you ask the fighters whether grabbing the legs, a lot of them would say some of the wrestling styles, the Georgians and the Mongolians might say, yeah, I'd like to be able to take the legs, but a lot of them just adapted. You get Iliadis, for example, he just adapted. So he thought, well, I'll take my arm over the top and I'll just rip him out the floor that way. You know what I mean?
They're still doing the big lifts. They're still doing the big ripping, but they just don't grab the long legs.
Yeah.
It's weird. They figured it out.
And they figured it out like that.
Yeah. You would think it'd take a long time. No. It was like a month.
Yeah. No, exactly.
The highest level, which is crazy. So you mentioned jiu-jitsu a little bit. What do you is an interesting difference between jiu-jitsu and judo that you've observed? Because you're one of the greatest ever on the ground in judo, and so jiu-jitsu is primarily focused on similar type of stuff on the ground. What do you use an interesting difference there?
They have a different approach, different time scale to them, and they have a different way in. So, like ours comes from a standing position directly in. We've got a time scale on it, so we have to, like the catch. What I always talk about the catch, because in judo terms, if you don't get the catch immediately, then the referee won't see the transition in, and also the continuation from plan A, B, C, D. If something builds, so we have to build it. And we have to build it quickly. And I think in jiu-jitsu terms, you have more time to build.
Yeah, there's a kind of patience, like, oh, if this doesn't work out, you try a different thing.
Yeah, just
with judo, there's an urgency.
there's an urgency.
And there's a ref watching skeptically, so you better show that you're making progress.
You've got to show the progression, and that's why I always had a plan A, B, C. You see there with that was 1981 there. The great Kashmazaki had a progression. Everything was, he knew exactly where he had to be. It was feel. That wasn't by accident. It was training. And I think that transition there of taking control of somebody's mistakes. So somebody might have made a mistake or not hit properly, or your defense has caused them to make a mistake, and then you take advantage of it, and that is the difference.
So one of the side effects of that, I don't know, with the chicken or the egg, but judo people on the ground are much more aggressive. So probably because of the urgency, but just like there's an intention behind the progress you're making. I think jiu-jitsu is more relaxed. There's more a culture of just finding places to relax and think of different control positions and take your time. And as a result, it's much less exhausting. You can go for much longer. It feels like judo is exhausting.
It's like 10-second blast, isn't it? It's like doing sprints all the time. And that is really hard, and that's a special kind of condition you need, and you need to be able to catch it and know when to go and when not to go. And I think also, I was going to ask you, do you think it'd make a difference? I mean, certain jitsu, you can't just throw yourself on your back, into the guard. You have to throw into the situation, So you have got. I mean, I know Roger Gracie. He decided that he was going to learn judo. He saw the importance of being able to throw for the transition in, and so he came to Budokai and he was learning off Ray Stevens, and they were doing really a lot.
Yeah, well, he's a fascinating study because he does the most basic stuff, and he does it well. Like we did, another level of well. It's like Yamasha. Everyone knows what's coming. Roger Gracie, but he just does it anyway. Against the best people in the world. It's crazy. He's like everybody in jiu-jitsu at white belt learns the techniques he's using, and he just does it.
Amazing, yeah. But he has about 1,000 ways in.
Yeah. I mean, and in the 1,000 ways is in the details, so it kind of might even look the same to people. But he finds a way to choke people, so he's on top of them, mounted in a sort of judo pin position, and everyone knows what's coming next against the best people in the world, and you should be able to defend it, but nobody can. It's crazy.
I think there's the power element as well, that you don't realize how, when somebody's directed in a particular way, then you have that kind of element of absolute power. You can only feel like when Roger's doing a technique, I think that you would only feel it if he did it on you. Then you can feel it. It's not something that happens. Like so tricks is one thing, but actually being able to do something really well from a power point of view, it's like you say, he's only does those few things, but he does them really, really, really well.
Yeah, I don't know what that is about. Actually, judo pins is a very interesting case study as well, because people are able to feel so heavy. One of the things judoka are able to do is pin extremely well.
Yeah.
And it makes you realize that it's not about the weight; it's about some kind of technique that makes people feel like they weigh 1,000 pounds.
It's about weight distribution and change of balance. A lot of people don't realize that there's huge changes of balance on the ground. Massive. You know what it's like. You're a jiu-jitsu man, and the detail of the techniques is what really interests me. I'm always looking at small ideas. I'm always looking at the jiu-jitsu, and it fascinates me. I would have done jiu-jitsu for sure, but I wouldn't have forgotten the judo way in to the techniques. I mean, you've got to differentiate the two. But I would have loved the jiu-jitsu. I would have absolutely loved it. But it wasn't as prominent then. Where the Newaza came from, it came from a mistake, me getting beaten in a particular contest, and I went, I'm not going to be beaten again. That's how it happened.
The story of your life is like a loss creates the phoenix rises.
Well, it was 1978, and it wasn't a mistake. It was a particular movement, and I was fighting weight up from my normal weight, but I stayed in the same position for 1 second too long, got caught, and Sangaku, triangle. And I said, I literally, just the same as I said to you when I said, I'm not going to drink anymore. I came off and I said, I'm never going to get caught on the ground again.
On the ground,
and I never lost in my whole competitive career.
Wow, but I should mention that there's nothing like a pin from a judo person. I don't actually know if people in jiu-jitsu made sense of that, like loaded that in.
But it's not part of the game, is it? The pin, it's submission.
Yeah, but control is part of the game,
right?
And nobody controls a human body the way judo on the ground. Like they have understood the science of control, and I think that's control is extremely useful in jiu-jitsu as well. Just that people don't, because there's so many other domains of exploration. But and especially when you apply jiu-jitsu to the fighting setting, so mixed martial arts, that control, that side control, that pin control is really, really, really important. So, but then you add punching to the thing, and it becomes
that puts a whole different thing on it, doesn't it?
I mean, there's an alternate history where you would have been part of the early UFCs. If time was a little different, maybe a few years later, because your style of judo and jiu-jitsu and the transitions and the aggression and all of that would work really well in the UFCs.
I'm sure I was being set up at one stage by one of the Gracies, and that was when he was winning all the matches.
Yeah.
He came in with a couple of the cousins to one of my seminars.
Nice.
And he was one of the first ones, wasn't he? That's how I love to see the kind of UFC, because it was different martial arts, different skills, and he'd get close and he'd just choke them out or arm lock them or arm bar them, and that was brilliant. That was, for me, that was a revelation. That was how I saw it.
Yeah,
and
it's a fascinating science experiment. Which aspects of different martial arts work well and not when they clash together. It did turn out that Newaza worked well.
The key. Yeah, it was the key, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a big missing link in our conception of fighting. It's the neutralizer of size and a lot of other components, and it just blew people's mind. Like, okay, It's not just about size. It's not just about big guys swinging hands. It's a lot of other components, and the ground work is really, really important. And of course, there's a few judoka that succeeded in the UFC since then, which is always interesting how they adapt. You know, when you take off the gi, how can you still throw people? How can you still do control? How can you still take advantage of the transition on the ground? Ronda Rousey is a good example of somebody that took advantage of that.
I think one of the biggest things for the judoka is we've never, there's no strikes. And I think that's the biggest shock, if you wish. You know, when you get
punched in the face.
You get punched in the face, and you're not used to that. You know, that's not what we're used to.
Some people are able to get punched in the face better than others. Yeah, for sure. Then again, there's Ronda Rousey who doesn't need to get punched in the face. She just gets in close, throws a person, armbar right there.
Yeah. And
Kayla Harrison, wow. That's another incredible person. She could have probably been winning Olympic gold medal after Olympic gold medal, but chose to.
Whatever, she decides. I mean, Ronda as well, whatever they decided to do, they're great athletes. They hate losing. I don't know anybody that hates losing more than those two.
Yeah. And Kayla Harrison, I don't know anybody that works as hard as her. That's a crazy. Well, let me ask you about training. Again, Jimmy Pedro said he learned a lot. He learned how to do Tai Toshin, the armbar Jujikatami, but he also learned from you training methodology. So, what's he talking about? He told me about this. What's your approach to training throughout your career and as it developed?
I always wanted to train harder than anybody else. I still train now every day. If I don't train, do something, I do an hour of my physical work, and I still go on the mat a little bit. I'm 65 now, so I'm not doing really heavy stuff on the mat, but I still like to train. And when I was 21, 20, up to 30, I was one of the best trainers. But Jimmy Pedro was one of the best trainers as well. He was one of the, he's one of your dream athletes. When Jimmy Pedro stepped through the door, and he was just a kid, he was just young when he stepped through my door. And I had a lot of full-time trainers. So I had up to 20 really good athletes that were training hard. And I only wanted hard trainers. Give me 10 that train hard, rather than your one prima donna that you're skillful, one that could do it. I wanted 10 or 20 really hard trainers, because you can do so much with them. You can make champions, you can make them world champions. If you got somebody that was a special talent and they wanted to work hard, then you had a special athlete.
Well, when you say hard trainers, what do you mean? Are these people that just every single day are able to just grind it out, do randori, do the training, do the boring things, just keep coming back?
Yeah, when the going gets tough, and I think that was him. He had a special mentality, and and the thing is, you see, when you got him in your dojo, all right, even when you're tired, when somebody's tired, and when what an example to the others. So he pulled the other ones in as well, So I had somebody that when everybody was tired and everybody was sick of it and everybody just wanted to, and he'd still be there, so they had to do it. So that was for me a win-win, So I had all the Americans actually. I had Bobby Berland, and I had Michael Swain, and I had Ed Liddy, and I had them all coming to visit me at different times. Jimmy was there. They wanted to be the best. In the end, we had such a great club atmosphere. They wanted to come for the hard work. And they knew that if they came, they were going to be dragged out, and we were going to do physical training, and it was physical training like they hadn't done before. But it wasn't just physical training, the judo and the skill side of it as well. And so I always had a great empathy with the U.S. team, Olympic team. So a lot of your Olympic medalists have been through with me, and so I'm proud of that, because we had, some great times, and they're still great mates now. And so in New York, in a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to have everybody He's going to be there. They're all coming in.
All
Right.
old friends
All old friends.
and new friends. So, what's the tough week look like at your peak? Physical training, randori. Is there days off? Are you training like twice a day?
Twice a day. So we do the preparation training, we do the running, we do the weight training, we do the skills in the morning as well. The skills is, for me, one of the biggest advantages that any full-time trainers can have. Because what happens is that with most clubs, you're trying to fit everything into that hour and a half or 2 hours. You know, you fit your skills, you fit your physical training and your sparring and your everything's in there, all grouped in. So the biggest advantages of having a full-time group is that you can split the skills, and your skills lay your foundation. So the biggest advantage is being able to work specifically on things without having to worry about getting to do your randori or your sparring, or then you got to go up for, you just do the skills.
Well, when you talk about skills, like what is, say your specialty is a kaitoshi, what are we talking about? Uchikomi doing a bunch of fists, are you working with bands, are you doing throws, are you actually just having conversations about like specific like tiny details of throws, like what does skills mean?
All those things about doing your repetition practice, making sure the repetition is correct. There's good repetition.
So when we say good repetition, is it Uchikomi when you're just fitting the throw versus doing the throw? Where do you land on the value?
And getting it moving, so one of the biggest, most important things is getting it moving. If we do something static, again, it's that static target. You need to get it moving. So you need to do a repetition, and also you need to do a correct repetition, because if you're doing 100 repetitions that are not correct, and repetitions under pressure, too much pressure, without somebody overseeing those skills to make sure that you correct the skills. Because if you're doing a skill, if you're doing it 99 times incorrectly, right, then repetition doesn't make perfect. Repetition makes permanent. So you've got to make it as perfect as you possibly can. So actually, that skills group there is the most important thing. And what I used to do is oversee it. So I'd oversee it to make sure that it was done properly.
So you're watching the footwork, you're watching the gripping, and then just constantly adjusting.
I'll give you an example. Jimmy Pedro. Jimmy was one of the hardest when he was 19 years of age, right? So he always asking me to practice, always. So he's always on me all the time. So I do groundwork with him. Could I put him on his back? No. It was all on him, and he'll tell you, but he was just, wouldn't go. He was going to be great, without a doubt, right? So I wanted everybody on with him. Everybody. So everybody went on with him, and so it only improved their game, and it improved him. And then we, small technical things that have stayed with him that we were doing with the Jujigatami that was passed on to Kayla, and then gone on, to Rhonda. And it's all small things that I can see sometimes that, it's passed on.
What about the Taitoshi? He said he learned a lot from you from that.
Yeah, and he does it differently.
And so I should mention that's one of the trickier. I still don't understand.
It is a tricky throw.
I don't understand. So when people don't know, boy, how would you even explain it? It doesn't make any sense. It's when you just look solo, the movement you make is quite simple, but how you get the person to be off balance, how you actually get them to be thrown, and when you do throw it successfully, it looks like a whipping motion that's effortless. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. Other than every technique starts with the hands. So it's what we call kazushi, and you're pulling somebody off balance, getting them moving, pulling them off balance. Taitoshi means body drop. So it's basically 2 legs across your partner's body. I've got my back to you, all right, and I've already pulled you off balance with my hands, and then I'm going to just flex my legs up just as you're coming onto my back, and then you're going to go over. If I coordinate it all right, if it doesn't get coordinated right, then you're going to come right on my back and try to rip my arm off. So yeah.
What was if you can convert it to words? some secret ingredients that allows you to pull it off at the highest levels? The taitoshi.
The hands start every technique. So getting the repetition right, first of all. So you need, to get the repetition right, you need a good partner. So actually training your partner to react in the right way is just as important as learning the throw. So actually what happens is, we could get a lesson of beginners. We teach the throw and then go, right, off you go. And 90% of them will get it wrong because their partner's not reacting in the right way. So half of it is to get the person to react as they should. So if I was doing it with you and I, first thing I teach you to do is to react the way I want you to react. And then I'd react the way that you want me to react. Right? So then we'd have success with it, rather than you leaning back in the wrong way or resisting or frightened you going over. So, so actually that's why 9 times out of 10 people get the technique wrong.
It's actually fascinating to me because in the United States, where I came up, judo, the level of judo is not comparable to the level of judo in the rest of the world. Of course, the Pedro Center is an exception to that.
Certain athletes, yeah.
It's a certain athletes, like when I trained recently with Jimmy Pedro, it's like even like 16-year-old kids are just all deadly. So it was terrifying. But I remember the Russian national team came through Philadelphia, and one of the things that really impressed me is just how much easier judo was, training judo with them. They moved correctly as the people getting thrown. Every aspect of their body movement was correct. In terms of it felt right to be throwing them, to be training with them, everything about the gripping, about the position of their hips, about the shoulder, everything. It was fun. It was easy, and I always felt like I was learning. I think all of that is loaded in, I guess, into proper training. So you're developing through the throws, you're developing the right technique.
Yeah, you have to develop between. I always have training partners that I trained with up to each Olympic Games, and we worked together. We did the skills together, and then we worked together in order to make techniques work, and we got it moving as quickly as we could. And one of the worst things that I see is that I see a lot of YouTube stuff with coaches.
Here we go.
Don't even start me on that. Don't even start me on that. But,
what
you're laughing because you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I'm actually laughing because I'm enjoying you talking trash. But you're talking about technique.
Just the coaches and the clipboard guys, with the clipboards and the stopwatches, and they got these kids running up and down the mat and then doing uchikomi of something that technically incorrect, 10 times, and then running up and doing another 10 at the other side, and actually mixing everything together, and it's just a mess.
Yeah,
just a technical mess.
That said, some of it is conditioning type stuff that you were doing. So what is like the hardest type of physical conditioning?
Probably ran too much. When I was a kid, if I could go back now, I wouldn't run as much. And I ran hard and I ran strong. And I remember doing London Marathon one time, and I said I'm never going to do it again. I never. But I ran, and I was trying to. The problem was when I did the London Marathon is I was trying to beat 3 hours.
That desire
it's totally insane. It was insane.
Yeah.
And I went out through half marathon in what I thought was a good time. Anyway, I got to 16, 17 miles and totally blew. And
so you went out too fast.
Yeah, I went out too fast.
And then you just.
I died. Absolutely.
Just.
I died. I got in. I crossed the line. I remember seeing this bridge over there, right? And the bridge, it was the finishing line over the bridge. And I had to get there. It was the longest bridge I've ever walked over. Because I walk, run. So I got over the bridge, and I took one step over the line like that. And there was a guy over there, and he was trying to rush everybody through, and he was going, come on. There was people behind you. Get your hands off me. I said, get your hands off me now. Like that. we're gonna fall out, and and I couldn't move. I couldn't move. I was white, and
It's amazing that you made it to the
yeah,
finish line.
I did. I got over there, and yeah, Donald Duck passing me was a tell.
Oh, there's a person what dressed as Donald Duck.
Donald Duck, yeah. Yeah, but the thing was, I still crossed over 3:38. I crossed over 3:38, but I lost 38 minutes in the last 4 miles.
That bridge. Longest bridge ever. You see, you regret the run.
So anyway, I would do the running a little bit differently, but we ran hard. We did the weight training. We did good weight training. It was all conditioned. So I mean, it was never the same training all the time. So it was always we have certain phases building up. It was scientifically done. It wasn't just out there run weight training, judo, same judo all the time. It was always pretty scientific.
Good variety.
There was a good variety, and it had build up, and it had a speed phase, and it had a power phase, and it had like a base condition.
What about the randori? Is there a method to the madness there? How much randori did you do?
A lot. So the most important thing for me, I see now that there's a lot of people out there that are not getting enough randori. They're not rendering enough. And there's a lot of sports science people, and they're running and they're weight training, and they're doing it all to death. And there's not enough judo. And the only ones, like you have a look at some of the Eastern Bloc countries that are getting together. They're having these mass camps, and the Japanese, they have, just massive people that they can do there. They're doing probably 50, 60 randoris a week.
Wait, what?
50 or 60 a week.
Wow.
The average person is getting together. I mean, when I was doing randoris, when I went to Japan, it was just purely for 60 randoris a week.
How much is each one? How long is it?
So they were 5 minutes then, they're 4 minutes now. But
that's a lot, especially given the level of the competition.
But you can do it in Japan because it's fairly light. They throw you, you throw them.
So there's like a level of, like, you're moving at a close to 100%, but the actual power and the force is not quite
different in Korea. Korea was harder. It was more physical. So you couldn't do 50 randoris in Korea. You'd die. Yeah. So you do 30. Yeah. But you need the randori, and so I chase the randoris. So I chased them into training camps. I traced them all over my country. So I was getting 40 to 50 a week in my club, and then I would go to training camps and had more. And I honestly don't think that they do enough now. A lot of countries.
Somebody who doesn't know randori is live training, so
yeah, it's far.
Was there a few people you remember that were just really tough to go against? You mentioned Goldfish. Is there others like it?
It was pretty horrific.
Yeah.
He was.
Oh, you got him in the end.
All right, I got him in the end, and yeah.
Is there I suppose I should say not just tough, but just good training partners that you like?
Great training partners. I remember with Nishida, and Nishida was, I mentioned him earlier, said he was one of the best. I mean, he was just such a great technician. So I would go there to his dojo, and he'd ask me to practice. And he'd finish the practice, and you know that he would always say, another one, we'll do another one, right? So you'd go, oh, yeah, because you had to make out that you weren't that bothered that you had to do another one. So you do another one back to back, and then he'd go sometimes, let's do another one. So you'd end up doing 15 minutes with the same guy who could possibly throw you at any time, and that was hard, So, but I remember those particular guys, and there were plenty of those.
What do you do with the exhaustion that you're feeling in those? Like, how deep did you go in terms
You
of?
had to dig deep, and I think that was the great thing about having certain European training camps were more physical. I remember, that we would have European training camps where you'd fight Germans, and then the Dutch, and then the French, and then the Russian, or you'd have all sorts different styles and people there to fight, and that was something. Then you'd have to dig in at a different place. Come to the
Well, where do you go mentally when you how many times have you gone there where you were really in deep waters exhaustion wise, in competition, actually?
Competition, it's happened. So sometimes you go past where your forearms are absolutely blown. I remember the final of Czech tournament that we had, and fought a Frenchman in the final, and my forearms were so blown I couldn't shake his hand. And then I remember they were solid, absolutely solid, and they had lactic acid in them. And I remember I stood on the rostrum and they were giving me things, and I couldn't grip them properly. So I was saying, put it under my armpit, or chin like that. So I was trying to hold this, and I couldn't hold anything. So there are times when I really had to go really deep. I remember fighting two East Germans the same day, one of the competitions, and the number one and the number two East Germans, and that was another day where I had to do really deep.
That's the fascinating thing about some of these tournaments is that if you go full distance and several matches in a row, but what you're seeing in the finals are two people that have fought a lot that day.
Yeah. And we have golden score now, so we see a lot of guys, that go into golden score, and they've done one contest 4 minutes, and then they go another 4 minutes, and then we've had some go into a third 4 minutes. This is all back to back. It might be in the first round, it might be in the final, and we've got some now that are coming out, and you can see the stats, and the ones that winning golden score. So we got Japanese Hashimoto. He's the Japanese representative now, instead of Ono, because Ono's finished. So Hashimoto's coming out. He was in the tournament last week, and he went.
To look up?
Yeah, just have a look at him. So Hashimoto's in white here, all right, and there's a great example there. Well, I'm glad we got onto that, So he has got great technique, Hashimoto.
Effortless.
There's the Tai Toshi, all right.
Wow.
So you can see exactly what we're talking about. That great timing. And again, sometimes he backs them up to the edge, and then he'll wait for them to come back in towards. They don't want to step out to get a penalty.
I guess that's a cross grip type of thing.
Yeah, cross grip, different grips. Oh, great examples there. Just what we were talking about.
Making it look so easy. Wow.
So he's going to be their representative at 73 kilograms. Look at him, back him up again, and again, just catch him as he pushes back.
So push, and then.
Yeah, action reaction at his best there. And slight change of direction. He sometimes goes down onto his knee there, which is Siatoshi. It turns from Taitoshi, which is springing up, to Siatoshi that's going down.
Oh, the title of the video is his Taitoshi is a work of art.
Yeah, this is him at his best, showing him doing what he does best. But he had to go 3 times into golden score last week. And deep. And lost one of them, I think.
But you're still going at it. You talk about all those training sessions. Nikki, your wonderful wife, told me that you were going all over, from target to target, looking for workout clothes because your luggage got lost. Because you had to get a workout in.
Yeah, you know what? I realized that if I'm a miserable girl, right, then she'll get me into the gym, So and the thing is that I'm better if I get in there for an hour and I just get at least 35 to 40 minutes cardio, and then I do some weights and more high repetitions. It's not so much heavy weights now, but more functional stuff.
You travel all over the world for the commentary of the competitions. So is it sometimes a challenge to figure out how?
Well, we're during COVID, then they closed all the gyms, but we were still going out. We were one of the first ones out. The judo was some of the first out. The competitions were behind closed doors. So we were in the hotel. The gym was closed, so we couldn't use the gyms. So we had to look for other ways that we could work out. So most of the hotels that we were in were high-rise hotels. So we were in the steps. We were doing the steps right the way up, So I started it, and so I started off with me going up, and then one or two of the others, and the referees started to go up with me. And so in the end, we'd have this trail of people going up the steps and down, and every place we went to, we had the steps. So that was an interesting situation. So we were sick as steps.
What advice would you give to beginners, people starting out in judo, how to develop their game, how to find the beauty in the sport and the art of judo?
If you put 10 people in a room and said, right, get on with it,
Yeah.
you'd have mayhem. And I think that whatever sport you're doing, you need good instruction, good teaching, and a good club atmosphere. Somewhere that's not so intense that winning is the only thing. And I think that if you look at 90% of the people that practice martial arts are doing it for pleasure. So they want to get pleasure. So you need a club that's got a bit of a mixture. They've got a direction to go into competition if they want. And then the rest, it's for fun and to enjoy it, but with really good instruction. Because with really good instruction and a good foundation and a good base, you get more enjoyment because you have more success. And let's be honest, the more success we have with something, the more we like it.
Yeah, and great technique is a way to really discover the beauty of the art. And so great teaching is really important there.
Great teaching is so important.
What about what does it take to get from the early days when you start judo to world class?
I think that with most, you do hear, don't you? Somebody's been doing judo for 8 years and then they're in, and I think it happened, one of the French, Chimeo, she went to the Olympic Games in 2012 and she'd been doing judo for 8 years. But then she started to lose, so she had a relative success early on. And the Olympics was one of them. She got a silver medal. But then she went off the boil and then she came back and now she's been there she's still competing. And she's been there for well over 13 years at the very top. So I think that, any foundation is like anything. If you lay a really solid foundation, generally lasts longer.
Yeah, but that foundation again, is that technique or is there what does it take to build that foundation?
I think technique, you get away with murder. With technique you can get away with having bad condition. But you get found out in the end. But you can go out and you can win certain things by doing really nice technique. But I think if you've got the mixture, if you've got the whole package, then you can go the whole way.
So for people who somehow don't know, you've commentated some of the greatest judo matches ever. You've done Grand Prix, you've done all these events, Olympics, championships, everything. What just looking at the history of judo, what stands out to you? What events stand out to you? What are some good memories that pop to your head?
I think some of the practice tournaments are amazing because the crowd, they're there, they're on the mat, they're all judoka, they're well educated to the sport. Every time somebody twitches, they're very biased towards their own, which is kind of you expect. But sometimes I haven't been able to hear myself speak, and that's very unusual. You've got the headphones on and you're blocked out. Sometimes Teddy Renee's been walking out there and the crowd are going crazy and they're on their feet. When somebody twitches and then you get the crowd silences. We had one of those last week. Everybody's cheering their man, and then bang, their man goes over. Silence, nothing like that. And of course, we were commentating. We were going, that was a bit of a crowd silence, But that happens.
Yeah, that is the surprising thing that at least was to me, that Paris and France is really big on judo.
And there's always surprises. It's like Paris is great. In Japan for the Olympic Games, the biggest surprise was Ono getting beaten in the team event. Now Ono's the greatest judo man, pound for pound, probably one of the best, and he won the Olympic title. And then they went into the team event against France, and Ono lost to he's not run-of-the-mill German, but the German, it wasn't certainly Olympic title, and beat Ono.
Yeah, well, the
Managed
team,
to
the,
throw
the,
them.
the team stuff is fascinating,
Yeah,
right?
it's fascinating.
It changes the dynamics of the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's funny you say Paris. It really makes it a really big deal that this Olympics is becoming Paris.
And they'll be the team to beat, the French team, because they have the best balance of the weight categories. They have the best balance with their people that are world and Olympic champions and qualified men and women. So three men, 3 women. They have the best balance out of anyone.
And an educated audience.
Educated audience, home ground.
It's gonna
It's
be
gonna
awesome.
be,
It's gonna be super fun.
Well,
You nervous?
yeah.
All right.
Do you get nervous?
I get nervous. I get
do.
nervous.
Wow, I get
I'm nervous right now. But given especially because it's the Olympics, and you don't want to you want to celebrate people properly, right? And it's like it's everything for them.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, especially like the finals matches, it'll be watched millions of times, the highest of stakes, all of this.
Played over and over.
Yeah.
And I find that, with mine, I'm now a little bit more careful, so I'll celebrate a massive throw and then have empathy to the one that's been thrown, because it's not the best feeling in the world. Especially in Olympic finals. Can you imagine that? It must be terrible.
Yeah.
Just reflecting. So I have a bit of empathy there, and I try and say the right things because they always do come up to me and say, "You commented in my fights."
Yeah, you're the biggest triumphs for these athletes, for the world that was admires these athletes.
No pressure.
You're the voice. Don't screw it up, man.
Don't screw it up.
Your voice is in my head when I watch these. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. But you're a master. It's a huge honor that you would talk with me. Thank you for everything you've done for the sport of judo, for the Olympics, for just sports in general, just celebrating greatness in all of its forms. Thank you for talking today. Keep going. I can't wait to listen to you in Paris.
Thank you for having me, and it's just been an honor to be here with you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Neil Adams. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. There's nothing outside of yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Naively, I certainly thought that all humans would have words for exact counting. And the piano don't. Okay, so they don't have any words for even one. There's not a word for one in their language. So there's certainly no word for 2, 3, or 4. So that kind of blows people's minds off.
Yeah,
so,
that's blowing my mind.
That's pretty weird.
How are you going to ask? I want 2 of those.
You just don't. And so that's just not a thing you could possibly ask in the Kyoto. It's not possible. There's no word for that.
The following is a conversation with Edward Gibson, or Ted, as everybody calls him. He is a psycholinguistics professor at MIT. He heads the MIT Language Lab that investigates why human languages look the way they do, the relationship between culture and language, and how people represent, process, and learn language. Also, you should have a book titled Syntax, A Cognitive Approach, published by MIT Press, coming out this fall. So look out for that. This is the Let's Dream It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Edward Gibson. When did you first become fascinated with human language?
As a kid in school, when we had to structure sentences in English grammar, I found that process interesting. I found it confusing as to what it was I was told to do. I didn't understand what the theory was behind it, but I found it very interesting.
When you look at grammar, you're almost thinking about like a puzzle, like almost like a mathematical puzzle.
Yeah, I think that's right. I didn't know I was going to work on this at all at that point. I was kind of a math geek person, computer scientist. I really liked computer science. And then I found language as a neat puzzle to work on from an engineering perspective, actually. And so I sort of accidentally, I decided after I finished my undergraduate degree, which was computer science and math in Canada and Queen's University, I decided to go to grad school as I always thought I would do. And I went to Cambridge, where they had a master's program in computational linguistics. And I hadn't taken a single language class before. All I'd taken was CS, computer science, math classes, mostly as an undergrad. And I just thought this was an interesting thing to do for a year, because it was a single year program. And then I ended up spending my whole life doing it.
So fundamentally, your journey through life was one of a mathematician or computer scientist, and then you kind of discovered the puzzle, the problem of language, and approached it from that angle, to try to understand it from that angle, almost like a mathematician or maybe even an engineer.
As an engineer, I'd say, I mean, to be frank, I had taken an AI class, I guess it was 83 or 845, somewhere 84 in there a long time ago. And there was a natural language section in there, and it didn't impress me. I thought there must be more interesting things we can do. It didn't seem it seemed just a bunch of hacks to me. It didn't seem like a real theory of things in any way. And so I just thought this seemed like an interesting area where there wasn't enough good work.
Did you ever come across like the philosophy angle of logic? So if you think about the 80s with AI, the expert systems where you try to kind of maybe sidestep the poetry of language and some of the syntax and the grammar and all that kind of stuff, and go to the underlying meaning that language is trying to communicate and try to somehow compress that in a computer representable way. Did you ever come across that in your studies?
I mean, I probably did, but I wasn't as interested in it. I was trying to do the easier problems first, the ones I thought maybe were handleable, seems like the syntax is easier, which is just the forms as opposed to the meaning. Like you're talking about, when you start talking about the meaning, that's a very hard problem, and it still is a really, really hard problem. But the forms is easier, and so I thought at least figuring out the forms of human language, which sounds really hard, but is actually maybe more tractable.
So it's interesting. You think there's a big divide, there's a gap, there's a distance between form and meaning? Because that's a question you discuss a lot with LLMs, because they're damn good at form.
Yeah, I think it's a good form. Yeah. Exactly. That's why they're good, because they can do meanings hard.
Do you think they should? Oh wow! I mean, it's an open question. Right?
Yeah.
How close form and meaning are? We'll discuss it, but to me, studying form, I think it's a romantic notion. It gives you form is like the shadow of the bigger meaning thing underlying language. It's like form is language is how we communicate ideas. We communicate with each other using language. So in understanding the structure of that communication, I think you start to understand the structure of thought and the structure of meaning behind those thoughts and communication. To me, but to you, big gap. What do you find most beautiful about human language? Maybe the form of human language, the expression of human language.
What I find beautiful about human language is some of the generalizations that happen across languages, within and across a language. So let me give you an example of something which I find kind of remarkable. That is, if like a language, if it has a word order such that the verbs tend to come before their objects, and so that's like English does that. So we have the subject comes first in a simple sentence. So I say, the dog chased the cat, or Mary kicked the ball. So the subject is first, and then after the subject, there's the verb, and then we have objects. All these things come after in English. So it's generally a verb, and most of the stuff that we want to say comes after the subject. It's the objects. There's a lot of things we want to say come after it. And there's a lot of languages like that. About 40% of the languages of the world look like that. They're subject, verb, object languages. And then these languages tend to have prepositions. these little markers on the nouns that connect nouns to other nouns or nouns to verbs. So I
Throwing up the gangster side of
like
the left
in
side,
or
money
on
crowd
or
bitches
of
like
or
it's
about. I say
like he's
I talk
running
about something. The something is the object of that preposition. That we have these little markers come also just like verbs. They come before their nouns. Okay, and then we look at other languages like Japanese or Hindi or some. These are so-called verb final languages. Those is about maybe a little more than 40%, maybe 45% of the world's languages, or more than 50% of the world's languages are verb final. Those tend to be postpositions. Those markers, they have the same kinds of markers as we do in English, but they put them after. So, they put them first. The markers come first. So you say, instead of talk about a book, you say a book about, the opposite order there in Japanese or in Hindi. You do the opposite, and the talk comes at the end. So the verb will come at the end as well. So instead of Mary kicked the ball, it's Mary ball kicked. And then since Mary kicked the ball to John, it's John to. The marker there, the preposition, it's a postposition in these languages. And so the fascinating thing to me is that within a language, this order aligns, it's harmonic. And so if one or the other, it's either verb initial or verb final, but then you then have prepositions, prepositions, or postpositions. And so that's across the languages that we can look at. We've got around 1,000 languages. There's around 7,000 languages around on the earth right now. But we have information about, say, word order on around 1,000 of those. Decent amount of information. And for those 1,000 which we know about 95% fit that pattern. So they will have either verb, it's about half and half of verb initial, like English, and half of verb final, like Japanese.
So just to clarify, verb initial is subject, verb, object.
That's correct.
Verb final is still subject, object, verb.
That's correct. Yeah, the subject is generally first.
That's what's fascinating. I ate an apple, or I apple ate. Okay, and it's fascinating that there's a pretty even division in the world amongst those 45%.
Yeah, it's pretty even. And those two are the most common by far. Those two word orders, the subject tends to be first. There's so many interesting things, but these things are, the thing I find so fascinating is there are these generalizations within and across the language. And not only those are and there's actually a simple explanation, I think, for a lot of that, and that is you're trying to minimize dependencies between words. That's basically the story, I think, behind a lot of why word order looks the way it is you're always connecting. I mean, what is the thing I'm telling you? I'm talking to you in sentences. You're talking to me in sentences. These are sequences of words which are connected, and the connections are dependencies between the words. And it turns out that what we're trying to do in a language is actually minimize those dependency links. It's easier for me to say things if the words that are connecting for their meaning are close together. It's easier for you in understanding if that's also true. If they're far away, it's hard to produce that. It's hard for you to understand. And the languages of the world, within a language and across languages, fit that generalization. Which is so it turns out that having verbs initial and then having prepositions ends up making dependencies shorter, and having verbs final and having postpositions ends up making dependencies shorter than if you cross them. You just end up. It's possible. You can do it.
Within a language.
Within a language, you can do it. It just ends up with longer dependencies than if you didn't. And so languages tend to go that way. They tend to manipulate. They call it harmonic. So it was observed a long time ago by without the explanation by a guy called Joseph Greenberg, who's a famous typologist from Stanford. He observed a lot of generalizations about how word order works, and these are some of the harmonic generalizations that he observed.
Harmonic generalizations about word order. There's so many things I want to ask you. Okay, let me just some kind of basics. You mentioned dependencies a few times.
Yeah.
What do you mean by dependencies?
Well, what I mean is in language, there's kind of three components to the structure of language. One is the sounds. So cat is k, at, and t in English. I'm not talking about that part. Then there's two meaning parts, and those are the words And you're talking about meaning earlier. So words have a form and they have a meaning associated with them. And so cat is a full form in English and it has a meaning associated with whatever a cat is. And then they're combinations of words. That's what I'll call grammar or syntax. And that's like when I have a combination like the cat or two cats. Okay, so where I take two different words that are put together and I get a compositional meaning from putting those two different words together. And so that's the syntax. And in any sentence or utterance, whatever I'm talking to you, you're talking to me, we have a bunch of words and we're putting together in a sequence. It turns out they are connected so that every word is connected to just one other word in that sentence. And so you end up with what's called technically a tree. It's a tree structure. So there's a root of that utterance, of that sentence, and then there's a bunch of dependents, like branches from that root that go down to the words. The words are the leaves in this metaphor. Tree.
So a tree is also sort of a mathematical construct.
Yeah,
so
it's a graph theoretical thing.
Graph theory.
Yeah.
So it's fascinating that you can break down a sentence into a tree, and then every word is hanging on to another. It's depending on it.
That's right. And everyone agrees on that. So all linguists will agree with that.
No one. Controversial.
That is not controversial.
There's nobody sitting here mad at you.
No.
Okay. There's no linguist sitting there mad at this.
No, I think in every language, I think everyone agrees that all sentences are trees at some level.
Can I pause on that? Because to me, just as a layman, it's surprising that you can break down sentences in all languages into a tree.
I've never heard of anyone disagreeing with that. The details of the trees are what people disagree about.
Well, okay. So what's at the root of a tree? How do you construct? How hard is it? What is the process of constructing a tree?
Well, this is where, depending on what your theoretical notions, I'm going to say the simplest thing, dependency grammar. It's like a bunch of people invented this. Tenier was the first French guy back in, the paper was published in 1959, but he was working on the 30s and stuff. So, and it goes back to, philologist Panini was doing this in ancient India, okay? And so, doing something like this, the simplest thing we can think of is that there's just connections between the words to make the utterance. And so just say I have like two dogs entered a room. Okay, here's a sentence. And so we're connecting two and dogs together. That's like there's some dependency between those words to make some bigger meaning. And then we're connecting dogs now to entered, right? And we connect a room somehow to enter. And so I'm going to connect to room and then room back to enter. That's the tree. The root is entered. That's the thing is like an enter event. That's what we're saying here. And the subject, which is whatever that dog is two dogs. It was, and the connection goes back to dogs, which goes back to then that goes back to two. That's my tree. It starts at entered, goes to dogs down to two, and on the other side, after the verb, the object, it goes to room, and then that goes back to the determiner or article. We're going to call that word up. So there's a bunch of categories of words here we're noticing. So there are verbs. Those are these things that typically mark, they refer to events and states in the world. And they're nouns, which typically refer to people, places, and things, is what people say. But they can refer to they can refer to events themselves as well. They're marked by, how they use the category. The part of speech of a word is how it gets used in language. It's like that's how you decide what the category of word is, not by the meaning, but how it gets used.
How it's used. What's usually the root? Is it going to be the verb that defines the event?
Usually, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If I don't say a verb, then there won't be a verb until we say something else.
What if you're messing? Are we talking about language that's like correct language? What if you're doing poetry and messing with stuff? Is it then rules go out the window, right? And then it's
no.
You're still
no. You're constrained by whatever language you're dealing with. Probably you have other constraints in poetry, such that you're like usually in poetry there's multiple constraints that you want to usually convey multiple meanings is the idea, and maybe you have like a rhythm or a rhyming structure as well. And depending on but you usually are constrained by the rules of your language for the most part, so you don't violate those too much. You can violate them somewhat, but not too much. So it has to be recognizable as your language. Like in English, I can't say dogs to entered room off. I mean, I meant that, two dogs entered a room, and I can't mess with the order of the articles and the nouns. Just can't do that. In some languages, you can mess around with the order of words much more. I mean, you speak Russian. Russian has a much freer word order than English, and so in fact, you can move around words. I told you that English has the subject, verb, object, word order. So does Russian, but Russian is much freer than English, and so you can actually mess around with the word order. So probably Russian poetry is going to be quite different from English poetry because the word order is much less constrained.
Yeah, there's a much more extensive culture of poetry throughout the history of the last 100 years in Russia. And I always wondered why that is, but it seems that there's more flexibility in the way the language is used. There's more, you're morphing the language easier, but altering the words, altering the order of the words, messing with it.
Well, you can just mess with different things in each language. And so in Russian, you have case markers, right, on the end, which are these endings on the nouns, which tell you how it connects, each noun connects to the verb, right? We don't have that in English. And so when I say, Mary kissed John, I don't know who the agent or the patient is, except by the order of the words, right? In Russian, you actually have a marker on the end. If you're using a Russian name, each of those names, you'll also say, is it, agent, it'll be the nominative, which is marking the subject, or an accusative will mark the object. And you could put them in the reverse order. You could put accusative first, as you could put subject, you could put the patient first, and then the verb, and then the subject, and that would be a perfectly good Russian sentence. It would still mean Mary. I could say John kissed Mary, meaning Mary kissed John, as long as I use the case markers in the right way. You can't do that anymore. And so,
I love the terminology of agent and patient, and and the other ones you used. Those are sort of linguistic terms, correct?
Those are for like kind of meaning. Those are meaning, and subject and object are generally used for position. So subject is just like the thing that comes before the verb, and the object is the one that comes after the verb. The agent is kind of like the thing doing it. That's kind of what that means, right? The subject is often the person doing the action, right? The thing.
Okay, this is fascinating. So, how hard is it to form a tree in general? Is there a procedure to it? Like, if you look at different languages, is it supposed to be a very natural? Like, is it automatable, or is there some human genius involved?
I think it's pretty automatable at this point. People can figure out the words are. They can figure out the morphemes, which are technically morphemes are the minimal meaning units within a language. Okay, and so when you say eats or drinks, it actually has two morphemes in English. There's the root, which is the verb, and then there's some ending on it which tells you, that's the third person singular.
Say what morphemes are?
Morphemes are just the minimal meaning units within the language. And then a word is just kind of the things we put spaces between in English, and they've got a little bit more. They have the morphology as well. They have the endings, this inflectual morphology on the endings on the root.
They modify something about the word that adds additional meaning.
They tell you, and so we have a little bit of that in English, very little, much more in Russian, for instance, and but we have a little bit in English, and so we have a little on the nouns. You can say it's either singular or plural, and you can say same thing for verbs, like simple past tense, for example. So notice in English we say drinks, he drinks, but everyone else is I drink, you drink, we drink. It's unmarked in a way, and then but in the past tense it's just drank. For everyone, there's no morphology at all for past tense. If there is morphology, it's marked in past tense, but it's an irregular now. So we don't even, it drink to drank, it's not even a regular word. So in most verbs, many verbs, there's an ed we kind of add. So walk to walk, we add that, say it's the past tense. That I just happened to choose an irregular because it's a high frequency word. High frequency words tend to have irregulars in English. Or
what's an irregular?
Irregular is just stuff. There isn't a rule. So drink to drank is an irregular.
Drink, drank. Okay.
As opposed to walk, talk, talk.
And there's a lot of irregulars in English.
There's a lot of irregulars in English. The frequent ones, the common words, tend to be irregular. So there's many more low frequency words, and those tend to be those are regular ones.
The evolution of the irregulars is fascinating. It's essentially slang that's sticky. Because you're breaking the rules, and then everybody uses it, and it doesn't follow the rules.
Yeah.
And they say screw it to the rules. It's fascinating. So you said morphemes, lots of questions. So morphology is what, the study of morphemes?
Morphology is the connections between the morphemes onto the roots. So in English, we mostly have suffixes. We have endings on the words, not very much, but a little bit, and as opposed to prefixes. Some words, depending on your language, can have, mostly prefixes, mostly suffixes, or mostly or both. And then even languages, several languages have things called infixes, where you have some kind of a general form for the root, and you put stuff in the middle. You change the vowels.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. So wait, so in general, there's what, 2 morphemes per word? Usually 1 or 2 or 3?
Well, in English, it's 1 or 2. In English, it tends to be 1 or 2. There can be more. In other languages, language like Finnish, which has a very elaborate morphology, there may be 10 morphemes on the end of a word. Okay, and so there may be millions of forms of a given word.
Okay, so I will ask the same question over and over, but how does sometimes to understand things like morphemes, it's nice to just ask the question, how does these kinds of things evolve? So you have a great book studying sort of how the cognitive processing, how language is used for communication, to the mathematical notion of how effective language is for communication, what role that plays in the evolution of language. But just high level, like how does a language evolve with where English is 2 morphemes or 1 or 2 morphemes per word, and then Finnish has infinity per word? So how does that happen? Is it just people?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
That's a very good question. It's like, why do languages have more morphology versus less morphology? And I don't think we know the answer. I think there's just like a lot of good solutions to the problem of communication. So I believe, as you hinted, that language is an invented system by humans for communicating their ideas. And I think it comes down to, we label the things we want to talk about. Those are the morphemes and words. Those are the things we want to talk about in the world, and we invent those things, and then we put them together in ways that are easy for us to convey, to process. But that's like a naive view, and I think it's probably right. It's naive and probably right.
Well, I don't know if it's naive. I think it's simple.
Simple. Yeah.
I think naive is an indication that it's incorrect somehow. It's a trivial, too simple. I think it could very well be correct. But it's interesting how sticky it feels like 2 people got together. It just feels like once you figure out certain aspects of a language, that just becomes sticky, and the tribe forms around that language. Maybe the tribe forms first, then the language evolves, and then you just kind of agree and you just stick to whatever that is.
I mean, these are very interesting questions. We don't know really about how words get invented very much. We don't really. I mean, assuming they get invented, we don't really know how that process works and how these things evolve. What we have is kind of a current picture of a few thousand languages, a few thousand instances. We don't have any pictures of really how these things are evolving, really. And then the evolution is massively confused by contact, right? So as soon as one group runs into another, we are smart. Humans are smart, and they take on whatever is useful in the other group. And so any kind of contrast which you're talking about, which I find useful, I'm gonna start using as well. So I worked a little bit in specific areas of words, in number words and in color words. And color words, so we have, in English, we have around 11 words that everyone knows for colors. And many more if you happen to be interested in color for some reason or other. If you're a fashion designer or an artist or something, you may have many, many more words. But we can see millions. Like if you have normal color vision, normal trichromatic color vision, you can see millions of distinctions in colors. We don't have millions of words. There's the most efficient, the most detailed color vocabulary would have over 1 million terms to distinguish all the different colors that we can see. But of course, we don't have that. So it's kind of useful for English to have evolved in some way to, such as 11 terms that people find useful to talk about, black, white, red, blue, green, yellow, purple, gray, pink, and I probably missed something there. Anyway, there's 11 that everyone knows.
Yeah.
And depending on but you go to different cultures, especially the non-industrialized cultures, and there'll be many fewer. So some cultures will have only 2. Believe it or not, that the Danai in Papua New Guinea have only two labels that the group uses for color. Those are roughly black and white. They are very, very dark and very, very light, which are roughly black and white. And you might think, oh, they're dividing the whole color space into light and dark or something. That's not really true. They mostly just only label the black and the white things. They just don't talk about the colors for the other ones. And so, and then there's other groups. I've worked with a group called the Chimani down in Bolivia in South America, and they have 3 words that everyone knows, but there's a few others that several people, that many people know, and so they have it's kind of depending on how you count, between 3 and 7 words that the group knows. Okay, and again, they're black and white. Everyone knows those, and red. Bring in if there's a word, it's always red. The third one, and then after that, it's kind of all bets are off about what they bring in, and so after that they bring in a sort of a big blue-green group. They have one for that, and then they have different people have different words that they'll use for other parts of the space. So anyway, it's probably related to what they want to talk, not what they see, because they see the same colors as we see. So it's not like they have a weak a low color palette in the things they're looking at. They're looking at a lot of beautiful scenery, okay? A lot of different colored flowers and berries and things, and so there's lots of things of very bright colors, but they just don't label the color in those cases. And the reason, probably, we don't know this, but we think probably what's going on here is that what you do, why you label something, is you need to talk to someone else about it. And why do I need to talk about a color? Well, if I have 2 things which are identical, and I want you to give me the one that's different, and the only way it varies is color, then I invent a word which tells you, this is the one I want. So I want the red sweater off the rack, not the green sweater. Right? There's 2, and so those things will be identical because these are things we made and they're dyed, and there's nothing different about them. And so in industrialized society, we have, everything we've got is pretty much arbitrarily colored. But if you go to a non-industrialized group, that's not true. And so they don't, it's not only they're not interested in color, you bring bright colored things to them. They like them just like we like them. Bright colors are great. They're beautiful. But they just don't need to talk about them. They don't have.
So probably color words is a good example of how language evolves from sort of function. When you need to communicate the use of something,
I think so.
Then you kind of invent different variations. And basically, you can imagine that the evolution of a language has to do with what the early tribes are doing, like what they wanted, what kind of problems are facing them, and they're quickly figuring out how to efficiently communicate the solution to those problems, whether it's aesthetic or functional, all that kind of stuff, running away from a mammoth or whatever. But it's so I think what you're pointing to is that we don't have data on the evolution of language because many languages were formed a long time ago, so you don't get the chatter.
We have a little bit of like Old English to modern English because there was a writing system, and we can see how Old English was. So the word order changed, for instance, in Old English to Middle English to modern English, and so we could see things like that. But most languages don't even have a writing system. So of the 7,000, only a small subset of those have a writing system, and even if they have a writing system, it's not a very modern writing system, so you don't have it. So we just basically have for Mandarin, for Chinese, we have a lot of evidence from for a long time, and for English, not for much else, not for German language, but not for a whole lot of like long-term language evolution. We don't have a lot. We have snapshots that we've got of current language.
Yeah, you get an inkling of that from the rapid communication of certain platforms like on Reddit, different communities, and then come up with different slang. Usually, from my perspective, driven by a little bit of humor, and maybe mockery or whatever. Just talking shit in different kinds of ways, and you could see the evolution of language there, because I think a lot of things on the internet, you don't want to be the boring mainstream. So you want to deviate from the proper way of talking. And so you get a lot of deviation, there's rapid deviation, and when communities collide, you get like, just as you said, humans adapt to it. You can see if you want the human. I mean, it's a very difficult study, but you can imagine in 100 years from now, well, if there's a new language born, for example, we'll get through how to use the data.
I mean, English changes. English changes.
All
All languages
you don't
change.
say.
So, it's a famous result for the Queen's English. So if you look at the Queen's vowels, the Queen's English is supposed to be, originally the proper way for the talk was sort of defined by whoever the king was, or the king, whoever was in charge. And so if you look at how her vowels changed from when she first became queen in 1953 when she was starting the first, that's Queen Elizabeth's daughter, who died recently, until 50 years later, her vowels changed, her vowels shifted a lot. And so that, even in the sound of British English, in her, the way she was talking was changing. The vowels were changing slightly. So that's just in the sounds there's change. I don't know what, I'm interested relatively in what's driving any of these changes. So the word order of English changed a lot over 1,000 years, right? So it used to look like German. It used to be a final language, and it shifted to a remedial language. A lot of contact, so a lot of contact in French, and it became a remedial language with no case marking. And so it became this verb initial thing. So that's evolved. It totally evolved. It may very. It doesn't evolve maybe very much in 20 years, is maybe what you're talking about. But over 50 and 100 years, things change a lot.
We'll now have 50 now.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Can you talk to what is syntax and what is grammar?
I did. Like you were asking before about how do I figure out what it is? I'd say the dependency structures aren't that hard. Generally, I think there's a lot of agreement of what they are for almost any sentence in most languages. I think people will agree on a lot of that. There are other parameters in the mix, such that some people think there's a more complicated grammar than just the dependency structures. So, like Chomsky, he's the most famous linguist ever, and he is famous for proposing a slightly more complicated syntax. So he invented phrase structure grammar. So he's well known for many things, but in the 50s and early 50s, like the late 50s, he was basically figuring out what's called formal language theory. So and he figured out a framework for figuring out how complicated language, a certain type of language might be, so-called phrase structure grammars of language might be. And so his idea was that maybe we can think about the complexity of a language by how complicated the rules are. Okay, and the rules will look like this. They will have a left-hand side and they'll have a right-hand side. Well, something will on the left-hand side will expand on the right-hand side. So we'll start with a sentence, which is like the root, which is a sentence. Okay, and then we're going to expand the things like a noun phrase and a verb phrase is what you would say, for instance. Okay, an S goes to an NP and a VP is a kind of a phrase structure rule. And we figure out what an NP is. An NP is a determiner and a noun, for instance. And the verb phrase is something else. It's a verb and another noun phrase or another NP. For instance. Those are the rules of a very simple phrase structure. Okay, and so he proposed phrase structure grammar as a way to sort of cover human languages. And then he actually figured out that, well, depending on the formalization of those grammars, you might get more complicated or less complicated languages. So you could say, well, these are things called context-free languages. That rule that he got, human languages tend to be what he calls context-free languages, but they're simpler languages, which are so-called regular languages, and they have a more constrained form to the rules of the phrase structure of these particular rules. So he basically discovered and kind of invented ways to describe the language, and those are phrase structures of a human language. And he was mostly interested in English initially in his work in the 50s.
The quick questions are on always. So formal language theory is a big field of studying language.
Yes, and it doesn't have to be human language. It doesn't have to be computer languages. Any kind of system which is generating some set of expressions in a language, and those could be like the the statements in the computer language, for example. So formal. It could be that, or it could be human language.
So technically, you can study programming.
Yes, absolutely, and have been heavily studied using the formal language. There's a big scope of programming language which is within the formal language.
Okay. And then phrase structure, grammar is this idea that you can break down language into this SNVDP type of thing.
It's a particular formalism for describing language. Okay, so and Chomsky was the first one. He's one who figured that stuff out back in the 50s. But that's equivalent, actually. The context-free grammar is actually just kind of equivalent in the sense that it generates the same sentences as a dependency grammar would. As the dependency grammar is a little simpler in some way. You just have a root, and it goes like we don't have any of these. The rules are implicit, I guess. We just have connections between words. The free structured grammar is a kind of a different way to think about the dependency grammar. So it's slightly more complicated, but it's kind of the same.
So to clarify, dependency grammar is the framework under which you see language in this case. It's a good way to describe language. And no Johnson watching this is very upset right now. So it's what's the difference between where's the place of disagreement between phrase structure, grammar, and dependency grammar?
They're very close. So phrase structure grammar and dependency grammar aren't that far apart. I like dependency grammar because it's more conspicuous, it's more transparent about representing the connections between the words. It's just a little harder to see in phrase structure grammar. The place where Chomsky sort of evolved or went off from this is he also thought there was something called movement. Okay, and so that's where we disagree. Okay, that's the place where I would say we disagree. And I mean, maybe we'll get into that later. But the idea is, if you want me to explain that, or
I would love to explain movement.
Okay, so
you're saying so many interesting things.
Okay, so here's the movement is Chomsky basically sees English. And he said, okay, I said, listen, he had that sentence earlier, it was like two dogs enter the room, changed a little bit, say, two dogs will enter the room. And he notices that, hey, English, if I want to make a question, a yes-no question from that same sentence, I say, instead of two dogs will enter the room, I say, will two dogs enter the room? Okay, there's a different way to say the same idea, and it's like, well, the auxiliary verb, that will thing, it's at the front as opposed to in the middle, okay? And so, and he looks, if you look at English, you see that that's true for all those modal verbs and for other kinds of auxiliary verbs in English. You always do that. You always put an auxiliary verb at the front. And when he saw that, so if I say, I can win this bet, can I win this bet, right? So I move the can to the front. So I think that's a theory. I just gave you a theory here. He talks about it as movement. That word in the declarative is the root. This is their default way to think about the sentence, and you move the auxiliary verb to the front. That's a movement theory. Okay, and he just thought that was just so obvious that it must be true. That there's nothing more to say about that. That this is how auxiliary verbs work in English. There's a movement rule such that you're moving, like to get from the declarative to the interrogative, you're moving the auxiliary to the front. And it's a little more complicated as soon as you go to simple present and simple past, because if I say, John slept, you have to say, did John sleep, not slept John, right? And so you have to somehow get an auxiliary verb, and I guess underlying it's like slept. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's his idea. There's a movement, okay? And so a different way to think about that isn't, I mean, then he ended up showing later. So he proposed this theory of grammar, which has movement. There's other places where he thought there's movement, not just auxiliary verbs, but things like the passive in English and things like questions, WH questions, a bunch of places where he thought there's also movement going on. And each one of those, he thinks there's words or phrases and words are moving around from one structure to another, what we call deep structure to surface structure. I mean, there's like two different structures in his theory, okay? There's a different way to think about this, which is there's no movement at all. There's a lexical copying rule such that the word will or the word can is auxiliary verb. They just have two forms. And one of them is the declarative and one of them is the interrogative. And you basically have the declarative one and, I form the interrogative, or I can form one from the other, doesn't matter which direction you go. And I just have a new entry, which has the same meaning, which has a slightly different argument structure. Argument structure is a fancy word for the ordering of the words. So if I say it was the dog, two dogs can or will enter the room, there's two forms of will. One is will declarative, and then okay, I've got my subject to the left, it comes before me, and the verb comes after in that one. And then the will interrogative is like, oh, I go first. Interrogative will is first, and then I have the subject immediately after, and then the verb after that. And so you can just generate from one of those words another word with a slightly different argument structure, with different ordering.
And these are just lexical copies.
And they're
not necessarily moving from one. There's no magic notion that you have like one main way to use the word, and you can move it around.
Right.
Which is essentially what the movement is
Yeah,
applying.
but that's the lexical copying is similar. So that then we do lexical copying for that same idea that maybe the declarative is the source, and then we can copy it. And so an advantage, there's multiple advantages of the lexical copying story. It's not my story. This is like Ivan Staw, a bunch of linguists have been proposing these stories as well in tandem with the movement story. Ivan Staw died a while ago, but he's one of the proponents of the non-movement of lexical copying. And so that is that a great advantage is, well, Chomsky famously in 1971 showed that the movement story leads to learnability problems. It leads to problems for how language is learned. It's really, really hard to figure out what the underlying structure of language is if you have both phrase structure and movement. It's like really hard to figure out what came from what. There's like a lot of possibilities there. If you don't have that problem, the learning problem gets a lot easier.
Just say there's lexical copies.
Yeah.
When we say the learning problem, you mean like human learning in the language?
Yeah, just learning English. So baby is flying around, listening to me talk, and how are they learning English? Or maybe it's a 2-year-old who's learning, interrogatives and stuff. Or how are they doing that? Are they doing it from are they figuring out, or so Chomsky said it's impossible to figure it out. He said it's actually impossible, not hard, but impossible. And therefore, that's where universal grammar comes in, is that it has to be built in. And so what they're learning is there's some built-in movement is built in the story. It's absolutely part of your language module. And then you're just setting parameters. You're depending on English is just sort of a variant of your universal grammar, and you're figuring out which orders does English do. That's the non-movement story doesn't have this. It's like much more bottom up. You're learning rules. You're learning rules one by one, and this word is connected to that word. Another advantage is learnable. Another advantage of it is that it predicts that not all auxiliaries might move. Like it might depend on the word, depending on whether you and that turns out to be true. So there's words that don't really work as auxiliary. They work in declarative and not in interrogative. So I can say, I'll give you the opposite first. I can say, aren't I invited to the party? Okay, and that's an interrogative form, but it's not from I aren't invited to the party. There is no I aren't, right? So that's interrogative only. And then we also have forms like ought. I ought to do this. And I guess some old British people can say I. Exactly. It doesn't sound right, does it? For me, it sounds ridiculous. I don't even think ought is great, but I mean, I totally recognize I ought to. I can say I ought to do this. That sounds pretty good. Yeah.
If I'm trying to solve maybe.
I don't know. It just sounds completely ought. Anyway, so there are variants here, and a lot of these words just work in one versus the other, and that's like fine under the lexical copying story. It's like, well, you just learn the usage. Whatever the usage is what you do with this word. But it doesn't. It's a little bit harder in the movement story. The movement story, like that's an advantage I think of lexical copying in all these different places. There's all these usage variants which make the movement story a little bit harder to work.
So one of the main divisions here is the movement story versus the lexical copy story. That has to do about the really what and so on. But So why the phrase
There we go.
structure grammar
Yeah.
versus dependency grammar?
Those are equivalent in some sense, in that for any dependency grammar, I can generate a dependency phrase structure grammar which generates exactly the same sentences. I just like the dependency grammar formalism because it makes something really salient, which is the length of dependency between words, which isn't so obvious in the phrase structure. It's just kind of hard to see. It's in there. It's just very it's opaque.
Technically, I think phrase structure grammar is mappable into dependency grammar.
And vice versa.
Yeah, but there's like these like little labels there.
Yeah, so a particular dependency grammar, you can make a phrase structure grammar which generates exactly those same sentences and vice versa. But there are many phrase structure grammars which you can't really make a dependency grammar. I mean, you can do a lot more in the phrase structure grammar. You get many more of these extra nodes, basically. You can have more structure in there. And some people like that, and maybe there's value to that. I don't like it.
Well, for you, so we clarify. So dependency grammar is just one word depends on one other word, and you form these trees, and that makes it really puts priority on the dependencies. It's tree that you can then measure the distance of the dependency from one word to the other. It can then map to the cognitive processing of these sentences, how easy it is to understand, and all that kind of stuff. So it just puts the focus on just like the mathematical distance of dependence between words. So this is a different focus. Just continue on the thread of topic is really interesting. As you're discussing disagreement, to the degree that disagreement, you also tell the history of the study of language. Really awesome. So you mentioned context free versus regular. Does that distinction come into play for dependency grammar?
No, not at all. I mean, regular languages are they are it's a part of the hierarchy, but human languages are in the phrase structure world are definitely they're at least context free, maybe a little bit harder than that. But so there's something called context sensitive as well, where you can have like this is just a formal language description. In a context-free grammar, you have one. This is like a bunch of like formal language theory we're doing here.
I love it.
Okay, so you have a left-hand side category, and you're expanding to anything on the right. Is a that's a context-free. So like the idea is that category on the left expands independent of context to those things, whatever they are on the right. Doesn't matter what. And a context-sensitive says, okay. I actually have more than one thing on the left. I can take only in this context. Maybe you have like a left and a right context, or left context or a right context. I have two or more stuff on the left that tells you how to expand those things in that way. Okay, so it's context sensitive. A regular language is just more constrained, and so it doesn't allow anything on the right. It allows basically it's one very complicated rule. Is kind of what a regular language is. And so it doesn't have any. It doesn't allow recursion, for instance. There's no recursion. Yeah, recursion is where which is human languages have recursion. They have embedding, and you can't. Well, think about embedded recursion that human languages have.
Sentence embedded recursion. Within a sentence.
Yeah, within a sentence. So here we're going to get to that. But the formal language stuff is a little aside. And Chomsky wasn't proposing it for human languages. Even he was just pointing out that human languages are context-free, and then he was most for human, because that was kind of stuff he did for formal languages. And what he was most interested in was human language, and that's like the movement is where where he sort of set off on the, I would say, a very interesting but wrong foot. It's kind of interesting. I agree. It's a very interesting history. So there's he proposes multiple theories, 57 and then 65. They all have this framework though, with phrase structure plus movement. Different versions of the phrase structure and the movement in the 57. These are the most famous original bits of Chomsky's work. And then 71 is when he figured out that those lead to learning problems. That there are cases where a kid could never figure out which rule which set of rules was intended. And then he said, well, that means it's innate. It's kind of interesting. He just really got the movement was just so obviously true that he couldn't. He didn't even entertain giving it up. It's just obvious. That's obviously right. And it was later where people figured out that there's all these like subtle ways in which things which look like generalizations aren't generalizations, and they across the categories they're word specific, and they kind of work, but they don't work across various other words in the category. So it's easier to just think of these things as less than obvious. And I think he was very obsessed. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But he really wanted this story to be simple in some sense, and language is a little more complicated in some sense. He didn't like words. He never talks about words. He likes to remember about combinations of words. And words are, look up a dictionary, there's 50 senses for a common word, right? The word tape will have 30 or 40 senses in it. So there'll be many different senses for common words. And he just doesn't think about that. It doesn't think that's language. I think he doesn't think that's language. He thinks that words are distinct from combinations of words. I think they're the same. If you look at my brain in the scanner while I'm listening to a language I understand, and you compare, I can localize my language network in a few minutes, in like 15 minutes. And what you do is I listen to a language I know, I listen to, maybe some language I don't know, or I listen to muffled speech, or I read sentences, and I read non-words. Like I do anything like this, anything that's sort of really like English, and anything that's not very like English. So I've got something like it and not, and I got to control. And the voxels, which is just the 3D pixels in my brain that are responding most is a language area, and that's this left lateralized area in my head, and wherever I look in that network, if you look for the combinations versus the words, it's everything. It's the same. And so it's like hard to find. There are no areas that we know. I mean, it's a little overstated right now. At this point, the technology isn't great. It's not bad, but we have the best way to figure out what's going on in my brain when I'm listening to reading language is to use fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging, and that's a very good localization method. So I can figure out where exactly these signals are coming from. Pretty, down to millimeters, cubic millimeters or smaller. Okay, very small. We can figure those out very well. The problem is the when. Okay, it's measuring oxygen. Okay, and oxygen takes a little while to get to those cells. So it takes on the order of seconds. So I talk fast. I probably listen fast, and I can probably understand things really fast. So a lot of stuff happens in 2 seconds. And so to say that we know what's going on, that the words right now in that network, our best guess is that whole network is doing something similar, but maybe different parts of that network are doing different things. And that's probably the case. We just don't have very good methods to figure that out right at this moment. So,
since we're kind of talking about the history of the study of language, what other interesting disagreements in your book at MIT were for a long time? What kind of interesting disagreements there, tension of ideas are there between you and Noam Chomsky? We should say that Noam was in the linguistics department, and you were, I guess for a time were affiliated there, but primarily brain and cognitive science, which is another way of studying language. We've been talking about fMRI. So what, is there something else interesting to bring to the surface about the disagreement between the two, or other people?
Yeah, I mean, I've been at MIT for 31 years, since 1993, and Chomsky's been here much longer. So I met him, I knew him, I met when I first got there, I guess, and we would interact every now and then. I'd say our biggest difference is our method. So that's the biggest difference between me and Noam, is that I gather data from people. I do experiments with people, and I gather purpose data. Whatever purpose data is available, and we do quantitative methods to evaluate any kind of hypothesis we have. He just doesn't do that. So he has never once been associated with any experiment or purpose work ever, and so it's all thought experiment. It's his own intuition. So I just don't think that's the way to do things. That's a across the street, they're across the street from us kind of difference between brain and cognition and linguistics. I mean, not all linguistics, some of the linguistics, depending on what you do, more speech oriented, they do more quantitative stuff. But in the meaning, words and combinations of words, syntax, semantics, they tend not to do experiments and
so on the linguistic side, probably, the method is a symptom of a bigger approach, which is there's a psychology philosophy side on knowing it's more sort of data-driven, so almost mathematical approach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a psychologist, so I would say we're in psychology. I'm in brain and cognitive science is MIT's old psychology department. It was a psychology department up until 1985, and it became the brain and cognitive science department. And so I mean, my training isn't psychology. My training is math and science, but I'm a psychologist. I mean, I don't know what I am.
The data-driven psychologist.
Yeah.
You are.
I know what I am, but I'm happy to be called a linguist. I'm happy to be called a computer scientist. I'm happy to be called any of those things.
But in the actual, like how that manifests itself outside the methodology is like these differences, these subtle differences about the movement story versus the lexical copy story.
Yeah, those are theories, right? So the theories are, but I think the reason we differ in part is because of how we evaluate. So I evaluate theories quantitatively, and
got it. Okay, well let's explore the theories that you explore in your book. Let's return to this dependency grammar framework of looking at. And what's a good justification why the dependency grammar framework is a good way to explain language? What's your view?
So the reason I like dependency grammar, as I said before, is that it's very transparent about its representation of distance between words. So it's like all it is you've got a bunch of words that connected together to make a sentence. And a really neat insight, which turns out to be true, is that the further apart the pair of words are that you're connecting, the harder it is to do the production, the harder it is to do comprehension. It's harder to produce, harder to understand when the words are far apart. When they're close together, it's easy to produce and it's easy to comprehend. Let me give you an example, okay? So we have, in any language, we have mostly local connections between words, but they're abstract. The connections are abstract between categories of words. And so you can always make things further apart if you add modifications, for example, after a noun. So a noun in English comes before a verb, or the subject noun comes before a verb, and then there's an object after, for example. So I can say where I sit, for example, dog enters the room, like that. So I can modify that. If I say something more about dog after it, then what I'm doing is, indirectly, I'm lengthening the dependence between dogs and like adding more stuff to it. So I just make it explicit here. If I say the boy who the cat scratched cried. We're going to have a mini cat here. And so what I've done here is the boy cried, which is a very short, simple sentence, and I just told you something about the boy, and I told you it was the boy see the cat scratch. Okay?
So the cry is connected to the boy. The cry at the end, connected to the boy in the beginning.
Right, and so I can do that. I can say that. That's a perfectly fine English sentence. And I can say the cat which the dog chased went away or something. Okay, I can do that. But it's really, it's really hard now. I've got to never have that. The boy who the cat. Now let's say I try to modify cat. Okay, the boy who the cat which the dog chased scratched ran away. God, that's hard, right? I'm sort of working that through my head, how to produce and how to, and it's really very just horrendous to understand. It's not so bad. At least I've got intonation there to sort of mark the boundaries stuff, but that's really complicated. That's sort of English in a way. I mean, that follows the rules of English. But so what's interesting about that is that I'm doing is nesting tenses there. I'm putting one, I've got a subject connected to a verb there, and then I'm modifying that with a clause, another clause, which happens to have a subject and a verb relation. I'm trying to do that again on the second one. And what that does is it lengthens out the dependence, multiple dependents actually get lengthened out there. The dependencies get longer, on the outside ones get long, and even the ones in between get kind of long. And you can, so what's fascinating is that that's bad. That's really horrendous in English. but that's horrendous in any language. And so, in no matter what language you look at, if you do figure out some structure where I'm going to have some modification following some head, which is connected to some later head, and I do it again, it won't be good. It's guaranteed. Like 100%, that will be uninterpretable in that language in the same way that was uninterpretable in English.
So clarify, the distance of the dependency is whenever the boy cried, there's a dependence between two words, and then you counting the number of morphemes between them.
That's a good question. I just say words. The words are morphemes between. We don't know that. Actually, that's a very good question. What is the distance metric? But let's just say it's words.
So, and you're saying the longer the distance is that dependence, the more, no matter the language that they're going to use. You only do it. Okay, we'll talk about it. Okay. But with that, the people will be very upset. They speak that language, not upset, but they'll either not understand it, but they'll feel like their brain will be working overtime.
They will have a hard time either producing or comprehending it. They might tell you that's not their language. You know, it's sort of their language. I mean, it's following. Like they'll agree with each of the pieces as part of the language, but somehow that combination will be very, very difficult to produce and understand.
So chicken or egg?
Well, I'm giving you an explanation. Right. So I'm giving you two kinds of explanations. I'm telling you that center embedding, that nesting, those are the same. Those are synonyms to the same concept here. And then the explanation for why those are always hard. Center embedding and nesting are always hard. And I give you an explanation for why they might be hard, which is long distance connections. So when you do center embedding, when you do nesting, you always have long distance connections between dependent pieces. So that's not necessarily the right explanation. Just I can go through reasons why that's probably a good explanation. And it's not really just about one of them. So probably it's a pair of them or something of these dependents that you get long that drives you to like be really confused in that case. And so what the behavioral consequence there, this is kind of methods. Like how do we get at this? We should try to do experiments to get people to produce these things. They're going to have a hard time producing them. You can try to do experiments to get them to understand them, and see how well they understand them, can they understand them. Another method you can do is give people partial materials and ask them to complete them. Those center embedded materials, and they'll fail. So I've done that. I've done all these kinds of things.
What do you mean? So central embedding meaning if you take a normal sentence, boy cried, and reject it once it's trapped in the middle, and that separates the boy and the cry. Okay, that's central embedding, and nesting is on top of that.
No, the nesting is the same thing. Central embedding, those are totally equivalent terms. I'm sorry, I sometimes use one.
Got it. Totally equivalent. Got it. And then what you're saying is there's a bunch of different types of experiments you can do. I mean, I like the understanding one is like have more embedding, more central embedding is easier, harder to understand, but then you have to measure the level of understanding, I guess.
Yeah, you could. I mean, there's multiple ways to do that. I mean, there's the simplest way to ask people how good is it, how natural is the sound. That's a very blunt but very good measure. It's very, very reliable. People will do the same thing. And so, I don't know what it means exactly, but it's doing something. It's that we're measuring something about the confusion, the difficulty associated with it.
And those like, what about the completion of this central event?
So if you give them a partial sentence, say I say the book with the author who, and I ask you how to finish that off for me. I mean, either say it, but you can say it they will, even though that was not too hard, right? So if I say it's like the book, the book which the author who I met wrote is good. That's a very simple completion for that. If I give that completion online somewhere to a crowdsourcing platform and ask people to complete that, they will miss off a verb very regularly, like half the time, maybe 2 verbs per time. They'll leave off one of those verb phrases. Even with that simple, so say the book, which the author who, and they'll say was, they won't have, you need 3 verbs, right? You need 3 verbs here. Who I met, wrote, was good, and they'll give you 2. They'll say, who was famous was good, or something like that. They'll just give you 2, and that'll happen about 60% of the time. So 40%, maybe 30, they'll do it correctly, meaning they'll do a three-verb phrase. I don't know what's correct or not. It's hard. It's a hard task.
Yeah, I guess you learn something.
Well, it's easier
when you look there at it.
If you look at it a little easier than just listening to stuff, because you have to. There's no trace of it. You have to remember the words that I'm saying, which is very hard. You do it written. You look at it, figure it out. It's easier in many dimensions in some ways, depending on the person. It's easier to gather written data. Most I work in psycholinguistics, right? Psychology, language, and stuff. And so a lot of our work is based on written stuff because it's so easy to gather data from people doing written kinds of tasks. Spoken tasks are just more complicated to administer and analyze because people do weird things when they speak, and it's harder to analyze what they do. But they generally point to the same thing.
So that's the universal theory of language.
Yeah.
By Ed Gibson is that you can form dependencies. You can form trees from these dependencies. That's right. You can measure the distance in some way of those dependencies, and then you can say that most languages have very short dependencies.
All languages have short dependencies. You guys can measure that. So an ex-student of mine, this guy is at University of California, Irvine, Richard Cottrell, did a thing a bunch of years ago now, where he looked at all the languages we could look at, which was about 40 initially, and now I think it's about 60, for which there are dependency structures. So they're meaning there's going to be like a big bunch of texts which have been parsed for their dependency structures, and there's about 60 of those which have been parsed that way. And for all of those, you can. What he did was take any sentence in one of those languages, and you can do the dependency structure, and then start at the root. We're talking about dependency structure, that's pretty easy now. And you kind of figure out what a control way you might say that same sentence is in that language. And so we can just all right, there's a root, and it has, let's say if these sentences, just go back to, two dogs mentioned. So entered is the root, and entered has two dependents. It's got dog, and it has root, okay? And what he did is just scramble that order. That's three things, the root and the head and the two dependents, into some random order. And then just do that for all the dependents down the street. So now look to the, whatever, two and dog and root. And that's, that's not a very short sentence. So the sentence is getting longer, and you have more dependents. There's more scrambling that's possible. And when you found so that's one, you can figure out one scrambling for that sentence. You did this 100 times for every sentence in every corpus, in every one of these texts, every corpus. And then you just compared the dependency length in those random scramblings to what actually happened, what the English or the French or the German was in the original language, Chinese, what all these 80 languages, 60 languages, okay? And the dependency lengths are always shorter in the real language compared to this kind of a control. And there's another, it's a little more rigid his control. So the way I described it, you could have cross dependency, by scrambling that way, you can scramble any way at all. Languages don't do that. They tend not to cross dependencies very much. So the dependency structure, they tend to keep things non-cross. And there's a technical term they call that projective, but it's just non-cross is all that is, projective. And so if you just constrain the scrambling so that it only gives you projective, sort of non-cross, it's the same thing. So that you still human languages are much shorter than this kind of a control. So there's what it means is that in every language we're trying to put things close relative to this kind of a control. It doesn't matter about the word order. Some of these are verb final, some of these are verb medial like English, and some are even verb initial. There are a few languages in the world which have VSO, word order, verb, subject, object language. We haven't talked about those. It's 10% of the.
And even in those languages, there's still short dependencies.
Short dependencies is rules.
Okay, so what are some possible explanations for why languages have evolved that way? So that's one of the I suppose disagreements you might have with Chelsea. Do you consider the evolution of language in terms of information theory? And for you, the purpose of language is ease of communication, right, and processing.
That's right. So I mean, the story here is just about communication. It is just about production. It's about ease of production. So,
When you say production,
oh, I mean ease of language production. It's easier for me to say things when what I'm doing whenever I'm talking to you is that somehow I'm formulating some idea in my head and I'm putting these words together. And it's easier for me to do that to say something where the words are closely connected and independent, as opposed to separated, like by putting something in between and over again. It's just hard for me to keep that in my head. Like that's the whole story. Like the story is basically, I say that the pendency grammar sort of gives that to you. It's just like long is bad, short is good. It's like easy to keep in mind because you have to keep it in mind probably for production. Probably matters in comprehension as well. Like also matters in comprehension.
From both sides.
Yeah,
Production.
But I would guess it's probably all for production. It's about producing. It's easier for me to say. That ends up being easier for you also. That's very hard to disentangle this idea of who is it for? Is it for me, the speaker, or is it for you, the listener? I mean, part of my language is for you. Like the way I talk to you is going to be different from how I talk to different people. I'm definitely angling what I'm saying to who I'm saying. Right? It's not like I'm talking the same way to every single person. So I am sensitive to my audience. But how does that work itself out in the dependency link differences? I don't know. Maybe that's about just the words, that part, which words I select.
My initial intuition is that you optimize language for the audience.
Yeah.
Right? But it's just kind of like messing with my head a little bit to say that some of the optimization might be the primary objective of optimization might be the piece of production.
And we have different senses, I guess. I'm like very selfish. And you're like, I think it's like it's all about me. I'm like, I just really think it's me all the time. I don't want to. I'm like, I have to, of course, choose the words that I think you're going to know. I'm not going to choose the words you don't know. In fact, I'm going to fix that when so there it's about, but maybe for the syntax, the combination, it's about me. So I don't know though.
Wait. But the purpose of communication is to be understood. It's to convince others and so on. So like the selfish thing is to be understood.
Okay, it's about a little circular there.
Right. I mean, like the use of production.
Help me be understood. I don't think it's circular. So I think the primary.
I think the primary objective is to be understood. Is about understanding. Otherwise, if you're optimizing for the use of production, then you're not going to have any room for complexity. Right? Like you're trying to
let's control for what it is I want to say. Okay, I'm saying let's control for the thing, the message. Control for the message. I want to tell you.
That's the goal.
Oh, but that's the meaning. So I'm talking about form. Just the form of the meaning. How do I frame the form of the meaning? Is all I'm talking about. You're talking about harder things. It's like how am I? Like trying to change the meaning. Let's keep the meaning constant. Like which
you got it.
If you keep the meaning constant, how can I phrase whatever it is I need to say? Like I get to pick the right words, and I'm going to pick the order so that it's easy for me. That's what I should just have.
I think I'm still tying meaning and form together in my head. What you're saying is you keep the meaning and the same constant.
Yeah.
What the optimization? Yeah, it could be the primary objective of that optimization is for production. That's interesting. I'm struggling to keep constant the meaning. It's just so, I'm such a human, right? So to me, the form, without having introspected, the form and the meaning are tied together, right? Because I'm a human. And for me, when I'm speaking, I haven't thought about it like in a rigorous way, about the form of language.
Look, for any event, there's an unbounded. I don't know sort of unbounded ways that I might communicate that sort of event. There's two dogs entering the room, I can say in many different ways. I can say, hey, there's two dogs. They entered the room. Hey, the room was entered by something. The thing that was entered was two dogs. I mean, it's kind of awkward and weird stuff. But those are all similar messages with different forms, different ways I might frame. And of course, I use the same words there all the time. I could have referred to the dogs as a Dalmatian and a poodle or something. I could have been more specific or less specific about what they are, and I could have been more abstract about the numbers. So I'm trying to keep the meaning, which is this event, constant. And then how am I going to describe that to get that kind of sense of what you need to know? right? And what I think you need to know. But I'm like, hey, let's get control for all that stuff and not. And it's like I'm just like choosing about. I'm doing something simpler than you're doing, which is just forms.
Yes.
Just
So,
words.
to you specifying the species of the breed of dog and whether they're cute or not is changing your needs.
That might be, yeah, that would be.
You're different. Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's changing. But say, even if we keep that constant, we can still talk about what's easier or harder, right? So let's which phrase structures I use, which combinations.
This is so fascinating and just like a really powerful window into human language. But I wonder still throughout this how vast the gap between meaning and form. I just have this like maybe romanticized notion that they're close together, that they evolve close, like hand in hand. You can't just simply optimize for one without the other being immured with us. Like it's it's kind of like an iceberg. Form is the tip of the iceberg, and the rest, the meaning is the iceberg. So you can't like separate.
But I think that's why these large language models are so successful, because they're good at form, and form isn't that hard. In some sense. And meaning is tough still, and that's why they're not. They don't understand what they're doing. We're talking about that, right? But like we can distinguish in our forget about large language models like humans. Maybe we'll talk about that later too. Is like the difference between language, which is a communication system, and thinking, which is meaning. So language is a communication system for the meaning. It's not, and so that's why. And there's a lot of interesting evidence we can talk about relevant to that.
Well, I mean, that's just meaning. What is the difference between language written, communicated versus thought? What to you is the difference?
Well, you or anyone has to think of a task which they think is a good thinking task. And there's lots and lots of tasks which is a good thinking task. And whatever those tasks are, let's say it's playing chess, or I think it's thinking chess, or playing some game, or doing some complex puzzle, maybe remembering some digits, that's thinking, remembering there's a lot of different tasks you might think, maybe listening to music is thinking, or there's a lot of different tasks you might think of as thinking. There's a woman in my department at Federico, she's done a lot of work on this question about what's the connection between language and thought. And so she uses, I was referring earlier to MRI, fMRI, that's her primary method. And so she has been really fascinated by this question about what language is, okay? And so, as I mentioned earlier, you can localize my language area, your language area in 2 minutes, okay? Like 15 minutes, I can listen to language, listen to non-language, or backward speech or something, and we'll find areas left lateralized networks in my head, which is very sensitive to language, as opposed to whatever that control was, okay?
Can't start telling me about language, like communicated language? Like what is language?
Just sentences. I'm listening to English of any kind, story, or read sentences, anything at all that I understand, if I understand it, then it'll activate my language network. So right now, my language network is going like crazy when I'm talking and when I'm listening to you, because we're both.
And that's pretty stable.
Yeah, it's incredibly stable. So I happen to be married to her woman at Federico, so I've been scanned by her over and over and over since 2007 or 6 or something. And so my language network is exactly the same, a month ago as it was back in 2007. It's amazingly stable. It's astounding. And with it, it's really fundamentally cool thing. So my language network is like my face. Okay, it's not changing much over time inside my head.
Yeah, that's a cool question. As a small thing. At which point, as you grow up from baby to adult, does it stabilize?
We don't know. Like that's a very hard question. They're working on that right now because of the problem scanning little kids. Like trying to do the localization on little children in the scanner. You're lying in the fMRI scan. That's the best way to figure out where something's going on inside our brain. And the scanner is loud, and you're in this tiny little area, you're claustrophobic, and it doesn't bother me at all. I can go sleep in it. But some people are bothered by it, and little kids don't really like it, and they don't like to lie still, and you have to be really still, because you move around, that messes up the coordinates of where everything is. And so, try to get, your question is, how and when are language developing how does this mathematical system come to play? And it's really hard to get a 3-year-old to do this task. But you can where they're trying to get 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds to do this task for short periods, and it looks like it's there pretty early.
So clearly, when you read up a baby's first words, before that, there's a lot of fascinating turmoil going on about figuring out what are these people saying, and you're trying to make sense how to get to the world now. Yeah, that would be just fascinating.
Anyway, we're back to the scanner, and I can find my network in 15 minutes, and now we can ask, find my network, find yours, find 20 other people to do this task, and we can do some other tasks. Anything else you think is thinking of some other thing. I can do a spatial task. I can do a music perception task. I can do programming task if I program. Okay, I can do where I can understand the program. And none of those tasks use capsule language at all. At all. There's no overlap. They're highly activated in other parts of the brain. There's a bilateral network, which I think it's called the multiple demands network, which does anything kind of hard, and so anything that's kind of difficult in some ways will activate that multiple demands network. I mean, music will be in some music area, there's music-specific kinds of areas, and so, but none of them are activating the language area at all, unless there's words. So if you have music and there's songs and you hear the words, then you get the language area.
Are we talking about speaking and listening, or are we also talking about reading?
This is all comprehension of any kind. So
that is fascinating.
So this network doesn't make any difference if it's written or spoken. So the thing that she calls, Federico calls the language network, is high-level language. So it's not about the spoken language, and it's not about the written language. It's about either one of them. And so when you do speech, you either listen to speech and you subtract away some language you don't understand, or you subtract away back to speech, which sounds like speech but it isn't, and then so you take away the sound part altogether. And then if you do written, you get exactly the same network. So for just reading the language versus reading some nonsense words or something like that, you'll find exactly the same network. So this is about high level. Comprehension of language, yeah. And the same thing happens. Production is a little harder to run the scanner, but the same thing happens in production. You get the same network. So production is a little harder, right? You have to figure out how you run a task, in the network such that you're doing some kind of production. And I can't remember they did a bunch of different kinds of tasks there where you get people to, produce things. Yeah, figure out how to produce. And the same network goes on there, exactly the same place.
So you So if you read random words?
Yeah, you read things like, Lewis Carroll's quadrillion Jabberwocky, right? They call that Jabberwocky.
The network doesn't get active.
It's not as much. There are words in there.
Yeah,
so there's function words and stuff, so it's lower activation. Yeah. So there's basically the more language like it is, the higher it goes in the language network. And that network is there from when you speak, from as soon as you learn language, and it's there. If you speak multiple languages, the same network is going through the multiple languages. So if you speak English, you speak Russian, both of them are hitting that same network. If you're fluent in those languages.
Programming?
Not at all. Even if you're a really good programmer, that is not a human language. It is not conveying the same information. And so it is not in the language network. And so
that is mind-blowing. That's
pretty cool.
That's
amazing. And so that's one set of data. There's shows that what you might think is thinking is not language. Language is just this conventionalized system that we worked out in human languages. Oh, another fascinating tidbit is that even if they're these constructed languages like Klingon or don't know the languages from Game of Thrones. I'm sorry, I don't remember those languages.
A lot of people offended right now.
There's people that speak those languages. They really speak those languages because the people that wrote the languages for the shows, they did an amazing job of constructing something like a human language. And that lights up the language. Because they can speak, pretty much arbitrary thought in a human language. It's a constructed human language. Probably it's related to human languages because the people that were constructing them were making them like human languages in various ways. But it also activates the same network, which is pretty cool. Anyway,
sorry to go into a place where you may be a little bit philosophical. But is it possible that this area of the brain is doing some kind of translation into a deeper set of almost like a concept?
It has to be doing. So it's doing in communication, right? It is translating from thought, whatever that is, more abstract, and it's doing that. That's what's doing. Like it is. That is kind of what it is doing. It's like kind of a meaning network, I guess.
You know, your translation network.
Yeah.
But I wonder what is at the core, at the bottom of it, like what are thoughts? Are they thoughts? To me, like I don't know, thoughts and words. Are they neighbors, or is it one turtle sitting on top of the other? Meaning, like, is there a deep set of concepts that we?
Well, there's connections right between what these things mean, and then there's probably other parts of the brain that what these things mean. And so, when I'm talking about whatever it is I want to talk about, if it's it'll be represented somewhere else. That knowledge of whatever that is will be represented somewhere else.
Well, I wonder if there's like some stable, nicely compressed encoding of meanings that separates from language. That, like, you know, I guess the implication here is that we don't think.
That's correct. Isn't that cool? And that's so interesting. So people, I mean, this is like hard to experiment on, but there is this idea of inner voice. And a lot of people have an inner voice. And so if you do a poll on the internet and ask if you hear yourself talking when you're just thinking about it, about 70 or 80% of people will say yes. Most people have an inner voice. I don't. And so I always find this strange. And so when people talk about an inner voice, I always think this is a metaphor. And they hear, I know most of you, whoever's listening to this, thinks I'm crazy now because I don't have an inner voice and I just don't know what you're listening to. It sounds so kind of annoying to me, but to have this voice going on while you're thinking, but I guess most people have that. And I don't have that, and we don't really know what that connects.
I wonder if the inner voice activates that thing.
I don't know. But it could be speechy, right? So that's like if you hear, do you have an inner voice? A lot of people have this sense that they hear other people, they hear themselves, and then say they read someone's email, that person's telling that they hear that other person's voice when they read other people's emails. And I'm like, wow, that sounds so destructive.
I do think I vocalize when I'm reading, but I don't think I hear a voice.
Well, that's probably don't have an inner voice.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
People have an inner voice. People have this strong perception of hearing sound in their heads when they're just thinking.
I refuse to do that for the majority of people.
Majority, absolutely. What it's like 2/3 or 3/4. It's what I would never ask a class to, and I went into that and they all say that. So you're in a majority.
It could be a self-reported class.
It could be.
You know, when I'm reading inside my head, I'm kind of like saying the words. It's probably the wrong way to read. But I don't hear a voice. There's no perception of a voice. I refuse to believe the majority of people have that. But anyway, it's a fascinating. Human brain is fascinating. But it still blew my mind that that language does appear, comprehension does appear to be separate and distinct.
So that's one set. One set of data from Fedorenko's group is that no matter what task you do, if it doesn't have words and combinations of words in it, then it won't light up the language network. It'll be active somewhere else, but not there. So that's one. And then this other piece of evidence relevant to that question is, it turns out there are this group of people who had a massive stroke on the left side and wiped out their language network. And as long as they didn't wipe out everything on the right as well, in that case they would be cognitively functional. But if they just wiped out language, which is pretty tough to do because it's very expansive on the left, but if they have, then there are these patients like this, so-called global aphasia, who can do any task just fine, but not language. You can't talk to them. I mean, they don't understand you. They can't speak. Can't write, can't read, but they can do all. They can play chess. They can drive their cars. They can do all kinds of other stuff. Math. They can do all. So math is not in the language area. It's got symbols. So people sort of confuse some kind of symbolic processing with language. And symbolic processing is not the same. So there are symbols and they have meaning, but it's not language. It's not a conventionalized language system. So math isn't there. So they can do math. They do just as well as the control, asymmetric controls, and all these tasks. This is Rosemary Varley over in University College London, who has a bunch of patients who shown us that they're just so that sort of combination suggests that language isn't necessary for thinking. It doesn't mean you can't think in language. You could think in language because language allows a lot of expression, but it's just you don't need it for thinking. It suggests that language is separate. Is a separate system.
It's kind of blowing my mind.
It's cool.
I'm trying to load that in because it has implications for large language models.
It sure does, and they've been working on that.
Well, let's take a stroll there. You wrote that the best current theories of human language are arguably large language models. So this has to do with form.
It's kind of a big theory, and but the reason it's arguably the best is that it does the best at predicting what's English, for instance. It's incredibly good. It's better than any other theory. It's so but we don't. It's not sort of. There's not enough detail.
Well, it's opaque. Like there's not. You don't know what's going on.
No, what's going on? It's another black box. But I think it's it is a theory.
It definitely isn't a theory. It's just a gigantic black box with a very large number of parameters controlling. To me, theory usually requires simplicity, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being loose there. I think it's not a great theory, but it's a theory. It's a good theory in one sense in that it covers all the data. Like anything you want to say in English, it does. And so that's how it's argued stuff. Is that no other theory is as good as large language models in predicting exactly what's good and what's bad in English. Now you're saying is it a good theory? Well, probably not. Because I want a small theory.
I agree. You could probably construct mechanisms by which you can generate a simple explanation of a particular language, like a set of rules, something like it. And you could generate a dependency grammar for a language, right?
Yeah.
You probably ask it.
Well, that presumes, and there's some evidence for this that some large language models are implementing something like dependency grammar inside them. And so there's work from a guy called Chris Banning in college over at Stanford in natural language, and they looked at I don't know how many large language models, but certainly BERT and some others where you do some kind of fancy math to figure out exactly what kind of abstractions of representations are going on, and they were saying it does look like dependency structure is what they're constructing. It doesn't. So it's actually a very, very good map. So they are constructing something like that. Does it mean that that they're using that for meaning? I mean, we don't know.
You're right that the kinds of theories of language that LLMs are closest to are called construction-based theories. Can you explain what construction-based theories are?
It's just a general theory of language such that there's a form and a meaning pair for lots of pieces of the language. So it's primarily usage-based. Is the construction theory. It's trying to deal with the things that people actually say and actually write. So it's a usage-based idea. And what's a construction? Well, a construction is either a simple word, so like a morpheme plus its meaning, or a combination of words. It's basically combinations of words, like the rules. So, but it's unspecified as to what the form of the grammar is underlyingly. So I would argue that the dependency grammar is maybe the right form to use for the types of construction grammar. So construction grammar typically isn't kind of formalized quite. And so maybe the reformalization of that might be a dependency grammar. I would think so, but I mean, it's up to people, other researchers in that area, if they agree or not.
Do you think that large language models understand language? Are they mimicking language? I guess the deeper question there is, are they just understanding the surface form? Or do they understand something deeper about the meaning?
I mean, I would argue they're doing the form. They're doing the form really, really, really well. And are they doing the meaning? No, probably not. I mean, there's lots of these examples from various groups showing that they can be tricked in all kinds of ways. They really don't understand the meaning of what's going on. And so there's a lot of examples that he and other groups have given, which just show they don't really understand what's going on. So, you know, the Monty Hall problem is this problem, right, where, you know, if you have 3 doors, it's Let's Make a Deal is this old game show, and there's 3 doors, and there's a prize behind one, and there's some junk prizes behind the other 2, and you're trying to select one, and if he knows, Monty, he knows where the target item is. It's a good thing, he knows everything is back there. And you're supposed to, he gives you a choice to choose one of the 3, and then he opens one of the doors, and it's some junk prize. And then the question is, should you trade to get the other one? And the answer is yes, you should trade, because he knew which one he could turn around. So now the odds are 2/3. Okay. And then you just change that a little bit to the large language model. But the large language model, we've seen that explanation so many times. If you change the story a little bit, but make it sound like it's a hell problem, it's not. You say, there's 3 doors, and one behind them is a good prize, there's 2 bad doors. I happen to know it's behind door number 1. The good prize, the car, is behind door number 1. So I'm going to choose door number 1. Monty Hall opens door number 3, so it's nothing there. Should I trade it for door number 2? Even though I know the good prize is number 1. And then the large language model says, yes, we should trade, because it just goes through the forms that we've seen before so many times on these cases, where yes, you should trade because your odds have shifted from 1 to 3 now to 2 out of 3, being that it doesn't have any way to remember that actually you have 100% probability behind that door number 1. You know that. That's not part of the scheme that it's seen hundreds and hundreds of times before. You can't, even if you try to explain to it that it's wrong, that they can't do that, it'll just keep giving you back the problem.
But it's also possible that a large language model would be aware of the fact that there is sometimes over-representation of a particular kind of formulation, and it's easy to get tricked by that. And so you can see they get larger and larger, models see a little bit more skeptical. So you see over-representation. So like it just feels like form training on form can go really far in terms of being able to generate things that look like the thing understands deeply the underlying world model. The kind of mathematical world, physical world, psychological world that we generate. It feels like we're creeping closer to meaning parts. Easily fooled, all this kind of stuff. That's humans too. So it just seems really impressive how often it seems like they can understand concepts.
I mean, you don't have to conceive that. I am very, very impressed. But does you're getting a possible world where maybe someone's going to train some other version such that it will be somehow abstracting away from types of forms. I don't think that's happened, and so.
Well, no. I'm not saying that. I think when you just look at anecdotal examples and just showing a large number of them,
welcome. What up, Dory Crypto?
That does not seem like a scientific,
How you living,
that data-driven analysis of how many places is damn impressive. In terms of meaning and understanding, how many places is usually cool, and
that's not the inference. So I don't want to make that the inference. I wouldn't want to make this that inference. The inference I'm trying to push is just that is it like humans here? It's probably not like humans here. It's different. So humans don't make that error. If you explain that, they're not going to make that error. They don't make that error. And so that's something. It's doing something different from humans that they're doing.
What's the mechanism by which humans figure out that it's an error?
I'm just saying the error there is if I explain to you there's a 100% chance that the car is behind this door, will you want to trade? You will say no. But this thing will say yes, because it's so that trick is so wound up on the form that that's an error that a human doesn't make, which is kind of
less likely.
Yeah, less likely.
Because humans are very.
Oh yeah.
You're asking, you're asking humans, you're asking a system to understand 100%. You're asking some mathematical concepts. And so,
but places where large language models are, the form is amazing. So let's go back to nested structures, sensor embedded structures. Okay, if you ask a human to complete them, they can't do it. Neither can a large language model. They're just like you. If I ask a large language model, that's
central embedded.
Yeah, the central embedded.
It struggles with
exactly the same deal. Okay, and that's not trained. So they do exactly so that is the similarity. So but then it's that's not meaning, right? This is form. But when we get into meaning, this is where they get kind of messed up. When you start just saying, oh, what's behind this door? Oh, it's the thing I want. Humans don't mess that up as much. Here the form is just right. The form matches amazing. Similar, without being trained to do that. I mean, it's trained in the sense that it's getting lots of data, which is just like human data, but it's not being trained on bad sentences and being told what's bad. It just can't do those. It'll actually say things like those are too hard for me to complete or something, which is kind of interesting. Actually, kind of how does it know that? I don't know.
But it really often doesn't just complete. Very often says stuff that's true. And sometimes says stuff that's not true. And it's always depends.
Yeah.
But it's still very surprising that with really great form, things can generate a lot of things. Based on what's trained on itself.
Yeah.
It's not just form that is general. It's mimicking true statements.
That's right.
From the internet. I guess the underlying idea though is that on the internet truth is overrepresented versus falsehood. So but the fundamental thing is trained on you're saying is just well, that's a sad to me that's still a little bit of an open question. I probably agree with you. Especially now you keep blowing my mind that there's a separate module in the brain for language versus thinking. Maybe there's a fundamental part missing from the large language model approach that lacks the thinking, the reason to think.
Yeah, that's what this group argues. So the same group, Ferenco's group, has a recent paper arguing stuff like that. There's a guy called Kyle Mahwell who's here in Austin. He's a student of mine, but he's a faculty in linguistics at Texas, and he was the first author on that.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Still, to me, an open question.
Yeah.
What's the interesting limits of our life?
I don't see any limits to this form. The form is perfect. Yeah. It's pretty much. I mean, it's close to it.
Well, you said ability to complete central embedding.
Yeah, it's just the same as it seems the same.
But that's not perfect, right?
That's good. No, but I want to. I want to model human.
But the perfect is
yeah.
But you should be able to, if you're not doing your super food, you should be able to complete central embedding.
I mean, that's the mechanism is if it's modeling something. I think it's kind of really interesting.
It's really interesting.
It's more like I think it's potentially underlyingly modeling something like what the way the form is processed.
The form of human language.
The way that
how human process
yeah. I think that's positive.
And how they generate it. Process language generate So in that sense, it's perfect. You could just linger on the center embedding thing. That's part for our life to produce, and that seems really impressive, so that's part for humans to produce. And how does that connect to the thing we've been talking about before, which is the dependency grammar framework in which we use language, and the finding that short dependencies seem to be a universal part of language. So why is it hard to complete center embedding?
So what I like about dependency grammar is it makes the cognitive cost associated with longer distance connections very transparent.
Welcome.
There turns out there is a cost associated with producing and comprehending connections between words which are just not beside each other. The further apart they are, the worse it is. According to you can measure that. And there is a cost associated with that.
Can you just render on what you mean by cognitive cost? And
Sure.
how do you measure it?
Oh, well, you can measure it in a lot of ways. The simplest is just asking people to say whether, how good a sentence sounds. Because that's one way to measure, and you can try to like triangulate then across sentences and across structures to try to figure out what the source of that is. You can look at reading times in controlled materials. If in certain kinds of materials, and then you can like measure the dependency distances there. There's a recent study which looked at, we're talking about the brain here, we could look at the language network. Okay? We can look at the language network, and we can look at the activation in the language network and how big the activation is depending on the length of the dependency. And it turns out it's random sentences that you're listening to, there's stories here, and the longer the dependency is, the stronger the activation in the language. So there's some measure, there's a bunch of different measures we could do. That's like kind of a neat measure actually of actual activation in the brain.
So then you could somehow or different ways to learn to number. I wonder if there's a beautiful equation for cognitive cost. E equals MC squared kind of thing.
Yeah, it's complicated, but probably doable. I would guess it's doable. I tried to do that a while ago, and I was reasonably successful, but for some reason I stopped doing it. I agree with you that it would be nice to figure out. So there's like some way to figure out the cost. I mean, it's complicated. Another issue we raised before was how do you measure distance? Is it words? It probably isn't. It's part of the problem is that some words matter more than others, and probably I mean, like nouns might matter depending, and then maybe depends on which kind of noun. Is it a noun we've already introduced, or a noun that's already been mentioned?
What up, pimp? Throwing up gang signs like it's going out of style. How you living, Dory Crypto? You got your merch, baby? Do you know about Harry Potter Obama signs? It's the best fucking coin in the history of mankind. In the history of womankind. In the history of anything. There was like Harry Potter Obama signs, the Big Bang and everything else. That's how fucking sick this coin is, baby. It's the best. Throwing up gang signs, holding Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eden merch.
Connected at some point. That's at the end.
We got NFT pillows, baby. Look at this. It's just the sickest shit of all time.
Because the reason it's probably an exponential is like it's not just the distance between two words. Because I can make a very, very long subject verb dependency by adding.
Why won't they let me stream?
Prepositional phrases, and it doesn't matter too much. It's when you do nested, when I have multiple words. Then
hey, thank you for posting that. Shout out to Dory Crypto. You sexy thing.
Yeah, that's probably the function of the memory here. Is the access. Is trying to find those earlier things. It's kind of hard to figure out what was referred to earlier. Those are the connections. That's the sort of notion of working, as opposed to a storagey thing, but trying to connect, retrieve those earlier words, depending on what was in between. And then we're talking about interference of similar things in between. That's the right theory probably has that kind of notion. Interference is similar. So I'm dealing with an abstraction over the right theory, which is just, it's not words, it's not right, but it's close. And then maybe you're right, though, there's some sort of an exponential or something on the to figure out the total, so you can figure out a function for any given sentence in any given language. But it's funny, people haven't done that. I do think I'm interested if you find that interesting. I really find that interesting, and a lot of people haven't found it interesting. I don't know why I haven't got people to want to work on that. I really like that.
That's a beautiful. And the underlying idea is beautiful. Because the cognitive cost that correlates with the length of dependency. It feels like language is so fundamental to the human experience, and this is a nice, clean theory of language. Where it's like, wow, okay, so like we like our words close together.
Yeah.
The dependent words close together.
That's why I like it. It's so simple.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a theory.
And yet it explains some very complicated phenomena. If I write these very complicated sentences, it's kind of hard to know why they're so hard. And you can nail it down. I could give you a math formula for why each one of them is bad and where. And that's kind of cool. I think that's very neat.
Have you gone through the process? Is there like you take a piece of text and then simplify So like there's an average length of dependency, and then you like reduce it and see comprehension on the entire, not just a single sentence, but like you go from James Joyce to Hemingway or something.
No, the simple answer is no. There's probably things you can do in that kind of direction. We might, we're going to talk about legalese at some point, so maybe we'll talk about that kind of thinking with applied to legalese.
But let's talk about legalese because you mentioned that as an exception. Just take a tangent upon tangent. That's an interesting one. You give it as an exception.
It's an exception.
That you say that most natural languages, as we've been talking about, have local dependencies. With one exception, legalese. What is legalese?
Oh, well, legalese is what you think it is. It's just a legal language.
I mean, like, I actually know very little about this kind of language.
So I'm talking about language in laws and language in contracts. So this that you have to run into, we have to run into every other day or every day, and you skip over because it reads poorly. And or partly it's just long, right? There's a lot of text there that we don't really want to know about. And so, but the thing I'm interested in, so I've been working with this guy called Eric Martinez, who's a lawyer who was taking my class. I was teaching a psycholinguistics lab class at I've been teaching for a long time at MIT, and he's a law student at Harvard. And he took a class because he had done some linguistics as an undergrad, and he was interested in the problem of why legalese sounds hard to understand. Why, and so why is it hard to understand, and why is it right? It is. It seems it can't really hard to understand. The question is, why is it? And so we didn't know, and we did an evaluation of a bunch of contracts. Actually, we took bunches of random contracts. I don't know, there's contracts and laws might not be exactly the same, but contracts are kind of the things that most people have to deal with most of the time. So that's kind of the most common thing that humans have to, that adults in our industrialized society have to do. So that's what we told, and we didn't know what was hard about them, but it turns out that the way they're written is very sense-embedded. It has nested structures. So it has low-frequency words as well. That's not surprising. Lots of text have those. It does have slightly lower frequency words than other kinds of control text, even sort of academic text. Legal reads is even worse. It is the worst that we were bad to find.
You just revealed again that words are playing. They're
also
optimizing it different.
Well, that's interesting. Now you're getting at why. And I don't think, but now you're saying they're doing it intentionally. I don't think they're doing it intentionally. Let's
It's an emergence phenomenon. Okay.
Yeah. Right. We'll get to that. And so, but we wanted to see why. To sort of see what first. So, like, because it turns out that we're not the first. It's weird. Like, back to Nixon had a plain language act in 1970, and Obama had one. And a lot of these, a lot of presidents who said, well, we can just simplify legal language, most simplify. But if you don't know how it's complicated, it's not easy to simplify it. You need to know what it is you're supposed to do before you can fix it. Right? And so you need to psycholinguist to analyze the text and see what's wrong with it before you can fix it. You don't know how to fix it. How am I supposed to fix something I don't know what's wrong with it? And so what we did was that's what we did. We figured out we just a bunch of contracts, had people, and we encoded them for a bunch of features. And so another feature is one of them is sense embedding. And so that is basically how often a clause would intervene between a subject and a verb, for example. That's one kind of a sense embedding of a clause. Okay? And turns out they're massively sense embedded. So I think
must be the
random contract,
but I don't think it's called
clause, you get about 70% or 80%.
It's like there are two of you. You should be twice as funny as everybody else.
Insanely.
Or just do it
If you go to any
individually.
other text, it's down to 20% or something. It's so much higher than any control you can think of, including technical academic text. People don't write embedded sentences in technical academic text. They do a little bit, but it's on the 20%, 30% realm as opposed to 70%. And so there's that, and there's low frequency words, and then people, it's passive. People don't like the passive. Passive, for some reason, the passive voice in English has a bad rap, and I'm not really sure where that comes from. And there is a lot of passive in there's much more passive voice in legal use than there is in other
Passive voice
Yeah.
accounts for some of the low frequency ones.
No. Those are separate. Those are separate.
Oh, so passive voice starts,
These
low
are-
frequency voice starts,
No,
and
stuff is different. So these are
That's a
different.
judgment, I'm passive.
Yeah. Passive, drop the judgment. It's just like these are frequent. These are things that happen in legal use text. Then you can ask. The dependent measure is like how well you understand those things with those features. Okay, and so then it turns out passive makes no difference. So it has a zero effect on your comprehension ability, on your recall ability. No, there's nothing at all. That makes no effect. The words matter a little bit. They do, and most frequency words are going to hurt you in recall and understanding. But what really hurts is the sense of that. That kills you. That is like that slows people down. That makes them get very poor at understanding. That makes them they can't recall what was said as well, really well. And we did this not only on lay people, we did it on a lot of lay people. We ran it on 100 lawyers. We recruited lawyers from a wide range of sort of different levels of law firms and stuff, and they have the same pattern. So they also, like, when we did this, I did not know what happened. Maybe they could process. They used to do these. They didn't process just as well as it was normal. No, they're much better than lay people. So they can much better recall, much better understanding, but they have the same main effects as lay people.
Again?
So they also much prefer the non-center. So we constructed non-center embedded versions of each of these. We constructed versions which have higher frequency words in those places, and we unpassivized. We turned them into active versions. The passive active made no difference. The words made a little difference, and uncensored embedding makes big differences in all the population.
Uncensored embedding. How hard is that process?
Not very hard.
That's a dumb question, but how hard is it?
Oh, easy to detect.
Are you just looking at long dependencies, or is there a real?
So there's automatic parsers for English, which are pretty good.
And they can detect some.
Oh, yeah.
Or I guess nested.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you're not just looking for long dependencies. You're just literally looking for.
Yeah, we are in this. But long dependencies, they're highly correlated.
So like the center embedding is a big bomb you throw inside the sentence that just blows up
Yeah. Can I read a sentence for you? Some of these things I mean, this is just like one of the things.
My eyes might glaze over in mid-sentence. But it is demo. I mean, we believe it's hard.
In the event that any payment or benefit by the company, all such payments and benefits, including the payments and benefits under Section 3A hereof, being hereinafter referred to as paid payments, would be subject to the excise tax, then the cash severance payments shall be reduced. So that's something we pulled from a regular tax, from a contract.
Wow.
And the center benefit is the same reason as the definition. They throw the definition of what the benefits are in between the subject and the verb. How about don't do that? How about put the definition somewhere else as opposed to in the middle of the sentence? And so that's very, very common, by the way. That's what happens. You just throw your definition, you use a word, a couple words, and then you define it, and then you continue the sentence. Like, just don't write like that. And you ask, so then we ask lawyers, that maybe lawyers like this. Lawyers don't like that. They don't like it. They don't want it. They don't want it like that. We ask them to rate materials which are with the same meaning, with uncensored bed and censored bed, and they much prefer the uncensored bed version.
On the comprehension, on the reading side.
Yeah, and we ask them, would you hire someone who writes like this or this? We ask them all kinds of questions, and they always prefer the less complicated version, all of them. So I don't even think they want it. I don't know, that's a very good question. And the answer is, they still don't. But I have some theory. Well, our best theory at the moment is that there's actually some kind of a performative meaning in the center embedding, in the style, which tells you what you believe. We think that's the kind of a style which tells you what you believe. Like that's a reasonable guess, and maybe it's just so. For instance, here, like it's like a magic spell. It doesn't really a magic spell hypnosis. So when you tell someone to put a magic spell on someone, what do? They, people know what a magic spell is, and they do a lot of rhyming. That's kind of what people will tend to do. They'll do rhyming, and they'll do sort of like some kind of poetry kind of thing. Abracadabra. Yeah. And maybe there's a syntactic sort of reflex here of a magic spell, which is center embedding. And so that's like, it's kind of like telling you this is something which pushes through, which is what the goal of law is, right? Is telling you something that we want you to believe as certainly true, right? That's what legal contracts are trying to enforce on you, right? And so maybe that's like a form which this is like an abstract form, embedding, which has a
That wasn't that funny.
Well,
I mean, Costello, they're funny.
yeah.
For lawyers to generate things that are hard to understand.
That was one of our working hypotheses. We just couldn't find any evidence of that.
No, lawyers also don't understand. But you're creating space like you yourself. I mean, you ask Communist Soviet Union, the individual members, their self-report is not going to correctly reflect what is broken about the gigantic bureaucracy that leads to Chernobyl or something like this. I think the incentives under which you operate are not always transparent to the members within that system. So like, it just feels like a strange coincidence that like there is benefit if you just zoom out of the system. It's asking these words that make it something hard to understand. It's going to make a lot of people money.
Yeah.
Like you're going to need a lawyer to figure that out.
Yeah.
From the perspective of the individual.
Yeah.
That could be the component of that. It could be supposed to be.
Yo, dog.
It could be performative.
Yo.
We lawyers speak in this sophisticated
Yo.
way, and you regular humans don't understand. Yeah, I don't know which one it is, but it's suspicious.
Yo.
Suspicious that it's hard to understand, and that everybody's eyes glaze over and they don't.
I'm suspicious as well. I'm still suspicious. And I
Look at this move.
kind of no individual, and even average of individuals, it could just be a few bad apples in a way, which are driving the effect in some way.
Influential bad apples.
Yeah.
That's sort of, that everybody looks up to, or whatever. They're like central figures in this how,
But it is kind of interesting that among our 100 lawyers, they did not.
They didn't want to.
They really didn't like it. And so
and they were better than regular people are comprehending it. Or they were, on average, better. But like,
so they wanted it fixed. So they also, so that
these guys
gave
aren't
us
that
hope
funny.
that because it actually is very hard to construct material, which is uncensored embedded has the same meaning. It's not very hard to do. It's just basically in that situation, just putting definitions outside of the subject verb relation in that particular example. That's pretty general. What they're doing is just throwing stuff in there, which you didn't have to put in there. There's extra words involved. Typically, you may need a few extra words to refer to the things that you're defining outside in some way. If you only use it in that one sentence, then there's no reason to introduce extra terms. So you might have a few more words, but it'll be easier to understand. So I mean, I have hope that now that maybe we can make legalese less convoluted.
Maybe the next president of the United States can, instead of saying generic things, say, I ban center embeddings and make the language free.
Aaron. Martinez is the guy who did this.
But center embeddings are the bad thing to have.
That's right. Yeah.
You get rid of that.
That'll do a lot of it. That'll fix a lot.
Yeah, that is so fascinating. And it's really fascinating on many fronts that students are just not able to do this kind of thing. And that language, because of that involvement, it's fascinating. So one of the mathematical formulations you have when talking about language communication is the idea of noisy channels. What's a noisy channel?
So that's what communication. And so this is going back to Shannon. So Claude Shannon was a teacher at MIT in the 40s. So he wrote this very influential piece of work about communication theory or information theory. And he was interested in human language. He was interested in this problem of communication, of getting a message from my head to your head. And so he was concerned or interested in what was a robust way to do that. So that assuming we both speak the same language, we both already speak English, whatever language we speak that, what is a way that I can say the language so that it's most likely to get the signal that I want to you? And then the problem there in the communication is the noisy channel. Is that there's a lot of noise in the system. I don't speak perfectly. I make errors. That's noise. There's background noise. You know that.
Like literal
Background noise. If there is like white noise in the background or some other kind of noise or some speaking going on that or just you're at a party, that's background noise. You're trying to hear someone, it's hard to understand them because there's all this other stuff going on in the background. And then there's noise on the communication, on the receiver side. So that you have some problem maybe understanding me for stuff that's just internal to you. So you've got some other problems, whatever, with understanding for whatever reason. Maybe you had too much to drink. Who knows why you're not able to pay attention. So that's the noisy channel. And so that language, if it's a communication system, we are trying to optimize, in some sense, the passing of the message from one side to the other. And one idea is that maybe, aspects of like word order, for example, might have optimized in some way to make language a little more easy to be passed from. So Shannon's the guy that did stuff way back in the 40s. Very interesting, historically, he was interested in working in linguistics. He was at MIT, and he did, this is his master's thesis. It's crazy how much he did for his master's thesis in 1948, I think, or 49. He wanted to keep working in language, and it just wasn't a popular communication as a reason source for what language wasn't popular at the time. So Chomsky was moving in there. He just wasn't able to get a handle there, I think. And so he moved to Belfast and worked on communication from a mathematical point of view, and was did all kinds of amazing work.
More on the signal side versus like the language side. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see if you pursue the language side.
Yeah,
that's really interesting.
Yeah, he was interested in that. His examples in the 40s are kind of like they're like very language-like.
Yeah.
We can kind of show that there's a noisy channel process going on, and when you're listening to me, you can often sort of guess what I meant by what you think I meant given what I said. And I mean, with respect to sort of why language looks the way it does, there might be ways in which word order is somewhat optimized for because of the noisy channel in some way.
I mean, that's really cool to sort of model if you don't hear certain parts of the sentence or have some probability of missing that part. Like, how do you construct the language that's revealing to that? That's somewhat robust to that.
Yeah, that's an idea.
And then you're kind of saying like the word order and the syntactical language, the dependency length are all helpful.
Yeah, well, the dependency length is really about memory. I think that's like about sort of what's easier or harder to produce in some way. And these other ideas are about sort of robustness to communication. So the problem of potential loss of signal due to noise. And so that there may be aspects of word order which is somewhat optimized for that. And we had this one guess in that direction. These are kind of just those stories. I have to be be frank. They're not. I can't show this is true. All we can do is like look at the current languages of the world. We can't sort of see how languages change or anything because we've got these snapshots of a few, 100 or a few thousand languages. We can't do the right kinds of modifications to test these things experimentally. And so, so just take this with a grain of salt. Okay, so just this stuff. The dependency stuff I'm much more solid on. And like, here's what the lengths are, and here's what's hard, here's what's easy, and this is a reasonable structure. I think that's pretty reasonable. Here's like why does the word order look the way it does? We're now into shaky territory, but it's kind of cool.
Well, we're talking about, just to be clear, we're talking about maybe just actually the sounds. You and I are sitting in the bar, it's very loud, and you model with the noisy channel the loudness, the noise and the signal is coming across. And you're saying word order might have something to do with optimizing that.
Yes.
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 Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, to me, it's interesting how much you can load into the noisy channel. Like how much you said, like cognitive load on the receiver end.
We think that there's at least three different kinds of things going on there, and we probably don't want to teach them all of these things. And so I think the right model, a better model of the noisy channel, would be three different sources of noise, which are background noise, speaker inherent noise, and listener inherent noise. And those are not, those are all different.
Sure. But then underneath it, there's a million other subsets.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like I'm receiving. I mean, I just mentioned cognitive load on both sides. And there's like speech impediments and everything. Worldview, the meaning, just like the people to the meaning realm. We have different worldviews.
Well, how about this form still though? Like what language you know? Like so, how well you know the language? And so if it's second language to you versus first language, and how maybe what other languages you know? These are just form stuff, and that's like potentially very important. And you know how old you are. These things probably matter, right? So like a child learning a language is as a noisy representation of English grammar. Depending on how old they are. So, when they're 6, they're currently formed. But
you mentioned one of the things is like a way to measure a language is learning problems. So like, what's the correlation between everything that we're talking about and how easy it is to learn a language? So is short dependencies correlated to ability to learn a language? Is there some kind of, or like the dependency grammar, is there some kind of connection there? How easy it is to learn?
Yeah, well, all the languages in the world's language, none is right now we know is any better than any other with respect to sort of optimizing dependency language, for example. They're all kind of do it well. They all keep low. So I think in every human language is some kind of an optimization problem, a complex optimization problem to this communication problem. And so they've solved it. They're just sort of noisy solutions to this problem of communication. There's just so many ways you can do this.
So they're not optimized for learning.
And learning. So yes, one of the factors so learning is messing this up a bit. And so for example, if it were just about minimizing dependency, and that was all that mattered, then we might find grammars which didn't have regularity in their rules. But languages always have regularity. So what I mean by that is that if I wanted to say something to you and the optimal way to say it was it really mattered to me. All that mattered was keeping the dependencies as close together as possible. Then I would have a very lax set of free structure or dependency rules. I wouldn't have very many of those. I would have very little of that, and I would just put the words as close to the things that refer to the things that are connected and right beside each other. But we don't do that. There are word orders, so they're very and depending on the language, they're more and less strict. Right? Russian, they're less strict than English. English is very rigid word orders. We order things in a very particular way. And so why do you do that? That's probably not about communication. That's probably about learning. Then we're talking about learning. It's how it's easier to learn regular things, which are very often easy to. So that's probably about learning. Is my guess, because that can't be about.
Can it be just noise? Can it be just the messiness of the development of a language?
Well, if it were just a communication, then we should have languages which have very, very free word order. And we have free but not free. There's always.
Well, no, but what I mean by noise is cultural, sticky cultural things, the way you communicate, just there's a stickiness to it. It's an imperfect, it's a noisy optimization, it's stochastic. The function over which you optimize is very noisy. So, because it feels weird to say that learning is part of the objective function. Because some languages are way harder to learn than others, right? Or is that that's not true?
I mean
that's a public
yes,
perception, right?
Yes, that's true for a second language. But that depends on what you started, right? So it really depends on how close that second language is to the first language you got. And so yes, it's very, very hard to learn Arabic if you started with English, or it's harder to learn Japanese, or if you started with Chinese languages to work. There's Defense Language Institute in the United States has a list of how hard it is to learn what language from English. I think Chinese.
But that's the second language. You're saying babies don't care.
No, there's no evidence that there's anything harder or easier about any baby, any language from 3 or 4 they speak that language. So there's no evidence of anything harder or easier about anything else. They're all kind of equal.
To what degree is language, this is returning to Chomsky a little bit, is innate? You said that for Chomsky, he used the idea that language is some aspect of language are innate to explain away certain things of it, right? It's too, how much are we born with language at the core of our mind?
I mean, the answer is I don't know, of course. But I like to. I'm an engineer at heart, I guess, and I sort of think it's fine to postulate that a lot of us learn. So I'm guessing that a lot of us learn. So I think the reason Chomsky went with innateness is because he hypothesized movement in his grammar. He was interested in grammar, and movement is hard to learn. He's right. Movement is a hard thing to learn. To learn these two things together and how they interact. And there's like a lot of ways in which you might generate exactly the same sentences, and it's like really hard. So he's like, oh, I guess it's learned. Sorry if I get not learned, it's innate. And if you throw out the movement and just think about that in a different way, then you get some messiness. But the messiness is human language, which is actually fixed better.
I don't understand.
That messiness
This is
isn't
like
it's actually a valuable asset of
if you need more than what's in
of
the
theory.
fucking
And so I think I don't really see a reason to postulate much innate structure, and that's I think like we're learning so well is because I think you can learn the forms of human language from the input. I think it's likely to be true.
So that part of the brain that lights up when doing all the comprehension, that can be learned. That can be just,
Yeah.
You don't need
It doesn't
anything.
have to be innate. So, like lots of stuff is modular in the brain that's learned. It doesn't have to be. So,
I can see
there's
what
something called the visual wood form area in the back.
I don't see how the
in the
kids
back
are.
of your head,
They
near
suck.
the visual cortex. Okay, and that is very specialized language, very specialized brain area, which does visual word processing. If you read it, okay? If you don't read, you don't have it, okay? Guess what? You spend some time learning to read, and you develop that brain area, which does exactly that. So the modularization is not evidence for the modularization of a language area doesn't mean you're born with it. You could have easily learned that. We might have been born with it. We just don't know at this point. We might very well have been born with less lateralized area. I mean, there's like a lot of other interesting components here, features of this kind of argument. So some people get a stroke or something goes really wrong on the left side, where the left language area is received, and that isn't there. It's not available, and it's developed for time and right. So it's no longer. So it's not about the left. It goes to the left, but this is a very interesting question: is like why are any of the brain areas the way that they are, and how did they come to be that way? And there's these natural experiments which happen where people get these strange events in their brains at very young ages, which wipe out sections of their brain, and they behave totally normal. No anything is wrong. And you find out later because they have to be accidentally scanned for some reason. It's like what happened to your left hemisphere? It's missing. There's not many people who miss the whole left hemisphere, but they'll be missing some other section of their left or their right, and they behave absolutely normal. You'd never know. So that's like a very interesting, current research. This is another project that this person, Fedorenko, is working on. She's got all these people contacting her because she's scanned some people who have been missing sections. One person missed a section of her brain in a scan in her lab, and she happens to be a writer for the New York Times. There's an article in the New York Times about the scanning procedure and about what might be learned about by sort of the general process of MRI and language and because she's writing for the New York Times, and there's all these people players writing for her. We also have similar kinds of deficits because they've been accidentally scanned for some reason and found out there's some section. They volunteer to scan.
Natural experiments.
They're kind of messy but natural experiments. It's an interesting brain.
The first few hours, days, months of human life are fascinating. But it's actually like that development.
Oh, sure.
That machine, whatever that is, seems to create powerful humans that are able to speak, comprehend, think, all that kind of stuff, no matter what happens, no matter what plus to the different ways of the brain might be getting. So that's really interesting. But,
what is this bullshit?
What you say about the fact the thing you're saying now
John,
is
what is this bullshit?
Happening separate from thought. as far as I understand, maybe you can correct me, he thought that language underpins.
Yeah, he thinks so. I don't know what he'd say.
You'd be surprised. For him, the idea is that language is just really the foundation of thought.
That's right. Absolutely.
And it's pretty mind-blowing to think that it could be completely separate.
That's right. But, so, he's basically philosopher of language in a way, thinking about these things. It's a fine thought. You can't test it in his method. You can't do a thought experiment. You need a scanner. You need brain damaged people. You need something. You need ways to measure that, and that's what fMRI offers. And these are a little messier. fMRI is pretty unambiguous. It's like very unambiguous. There's no way to say that the language network is doing any of these tasks. There's like you can look at those data. It's like there's no chance that you can say that those networks are overlapping. They're not overlapping. So you can always make it's only 2 people, it's 4 people or something for the patients. There's something special about that we don't know. But these are just random people, and with lots of them, and you find all of these people. Very robust.
Yes. What's the connection between culture and language? You've also mentioned that much of our study of language comes from WEIRD, weird people, Western educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. So when you study like remote cultures, such as around the Amazon jungle.
So that term "weird" is from Joe Henrich. He's at Harvard. He's a Harvard evolutionary biologist, and so he works on lots of different topics. And he basically was pushing that observation that we should be careful about the inferences we want to make when we're talking in psychology or psychology, I guess, about humans. If we're talking about undergrad at MIT, those aren't the same, right? These aren't the same things. And so if you want to make inferences about language, for instance, there's a lot of other kinds of languages in the world than English and French and Chinese. And so maybe for language, you care about how culture can be very, of course, Chinese cultures are very different, but hunter-gatherers are much more different in some ways. And so if culture has an effect on what language is, then we kind of want to look there as well. It's not like the industrialized cultures aren't interesting, of course they are, but we want to look at non-industrialized cultures as well. And so I worked with 2. I worked with Chimani, which are in Bolivia, and the Amazon, both in the Amazon in these cases. So they're so-called farmer-foragers, which is not hunter-gatherers. It's sort of one up from hunter-gatherers, in that they do a little bit of farming as well, a lot of hunting as well, but a little bit of farming. And the kind of farming they do is the kind of farming that I might do if I ever were to grow like tomatoes or something in my backyard. It's not like big field farming. It's just a farming for a family. A few things to do that. So that's the kind of farming they do. And the other group I worked with are the Piraha, which are also in the Amazon and happen to be in Brazil. And that's with a guy called Dan Everett, who is a linguist, anthropologist who actually lived and worked he was a missionary actually, initially, back in the 70s, trying to translate languages so we teach them the Bible, teach them Christianity.
What can you say about that?
Yeah, so the 2 groups I've worked with, the Chimani and the Piraha, are both isolate languages, meaning there's no known connected languages at all. They're just like on their own. And there's a lot of those, and most of the isolates occur in the Amazon or in Papua New Guinea, these places where the world has sort of stayed still for long enough, and there aren't earthquakes, there aren't certainly no earthquakes in the Amazon jungle, and the climate isn't bad, so you don't have drought. And so in Africa, you've got a lot of movement of people because of drought problems. So we get a lot of language contact. When people have to, you got to move because you've got no water, then you've got to get going, and then you learn to contact with other tribes, other groups. In the Amazon, that's not the case, and so people can stay there for hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of years, I guess. And so these groups have, and the Tsimane and the Kinaha are both isolates in that, and I guess they just live there for ages and ages with minimal contact with other outside groups. And so, I'm interested in them because they are. In these cases, I'm interested in their words. I would love to study their syntax, their orders of words, but I'm mostly just interested in how languages, are connected to their cultures in this way. And so with the Piraha, the most interesting, I was working on number information. So the basic idea is I think language is invented. Just what I get from the words here is that I think language is invented. We talked about color earlier. It's the same idea, so that what you need to talk about with someone else is what you're going to invent. And so we invent labels for colors that I need, not that I can see, but the things I need to tell you about so that I can get objects from you or get you to give me the right object. And I just don't need a word for teal or a word for aquamarine in the Amazon jungle for the most part, because I don't have two things which differ on those colors. I just don't have that. And so numbers are really another fascinating source of information here, where you might naively, I certainly thought that all humans would have words for exact counting. And the Pinoha don't. Okay, so they don't have any words for even one. There's not a word for one in their so there's really no word for 2, 3, or 4. So that kind of blows people's minds.
Yeah, that's blowing my mind.
That's pretty weird.
How are you gonna ask what to do?
You just don't. And so that's just not a thing you can possibly ask. It's not possible. There's no word for that. So here's how we found this out. Okay, so it was thought to be a one-to-many language. There are 3 words for qualifiers for sets, but and the people have thought that those meant 1, 2, and many. But what they really mean is few, some, and many. Many is correct. Few, some, and many. And so the way we figured this out, and this is kind of cool, is that we gave people. We had a set of objects. Okay, these have these schools of thread, doesn't really matter what they're identical objects, and like sort of start off here. I just give you one of those and say what's that? Basically, you're giving a secret, and you tell me what it is, and then I give you 2 and say what's that? And nothing's changing in the set except for the number. Okay, and then I just ask you to label these things. We just do this for a bunch of different things, and frankly, I did this now. And it's a little bit weird to say the word that you thought was 1, it's 2, but for the first one, and then maybe they say few, or maybe they say some for the second, and then for the third or the fourth they start using the word many for the sets, and then 5, 6, 7, all the way to 10, and it's always the same word, and they look at me like I'm stupid because they told me what the word was for 6, 7, 8, and I'm going to continue asking them at 9 and 10. I'm like, I'm sorry, I just. They understand that I want to know their language. That's the point of the task. Is I want to know their language, and that's okay. But it does seem like I'm a little slow because they already told me what the word for many was, 5, 6, 7, and I keep asking. So it's a little funny to do this task over and over. We did this with the guy called Dan, was our translator. He's the only one who really speaks fluently. He's a good bilingual sort of like the languages, but also in English and and then a guy called Mike Frank was also a student down at and so you do that, okay, and everyone does the same thing. All every aspect of people, and they all do exactly the same label for one hour. And then we just do the same thing down on a random order. We do some of them up, some of them down first, okay? And so we do, instead of 1 to 10, we do 10 down to 1. And so I give them 10, 9, and 8. We start saying the word for something. And then down to, when you get to 4, everyone is saying the word which you thought was 1. So like the context determined what that quantifier they used was. So it's not a count word. They're not count words. They're just approximate words.
And they're going to be noisy when you interview a bunch of people. What the definition of few is going to be a threshold and context.
Yeah. I don't know what that means. That's going to depend on the context. So I think it's true in English too, right? If you ask an English person what few is, that's dependent completely on the context.
And it might actually be a first part to discover, because for a lot of people, the jump from 1 to 2 will be few. Right, so it's a jump.
Yeah, it might be.
Right, I mean, that's faster than numbers jumping into. So
the words aren't there. And so then we do these other things. Well, if they don't have the words, can they do exact matching kinds of tasks? Can we even do those tasks? And the answer is sort of yes and no. And so, yes, they can do them. So here's the tasks that we did. We put out those schools of thread again. Okay, so we have to like 3 out here. And then we gave them some objects. And those happen to be uninflated records. It doesn't matter what they are. It's just a bunch of exactly the same thing. And it was easy to put down right next to these schools of thread. Okay? And so then I put out 3 of these. And your task was to just put one against each of my 3. And they could do that perfectly. So I mean, I would actually do that. It was a very easy task to explain to them because I did this with my friend, and he would be I'd be the experimenter telling him to do this and showing him to do this, and then we just do it. Just copy him. All we had to, I didn't have to teach them how, except for know what copy him, but do what he did. It was like all we had to be able to say. And then they would do that just perfectly, and someone would leave it up to do some sort of random number of items up to 10, and they basically do perfectly on that. You never get that wrong. I mean, that's not a counting task, right? That is just a match, and just put one against it. It doesn't matter how many, you know how many there are there to do that correctly. And they would make mistakes, but very, very few, and no more than MIT exams. Like these are low stakes. So you make mistakes.
Counting is not required to complete that.
That's right. Not at all. Okay, and so that's our control. And this guy had gone down there before and said that they couldn't do this task, but I just don't know what he did wrong there because they can do this task perfectly well. And I can train my dog to do this task, so of course they can do this task. And so it's not a hard task. But the other task that was sort of more interesting is like, so then we do a bunch of tasks where you need some way to encode the set. So like one of them is just I just put a opaque in front of the functions. I put down a bunch of set of these things. And so you can't see them anymore. And I tell you, do the same thing you were doing before, right? And it's easy if it's 2 or 3, it's very easy. But if I don't have the words for 8, it's a little harder. Like maybe, with practice, one else.
Because you have to
count. For us, it's easy. So, but they can't count them because they don't count. They don't have words for this thing, and so they would do approximate. It's totally fascinating. So they would get them approximately right. After 4 or 5. Basically, you always get 4 right, 3 or 4. That's something you can visually see. But after that, you kind of have it's an approximate number. So then, and there's a bunch of tasks we did, and they all failed. They did approximate after 5. It kind of shows that the words, you kind of need the words, to be able to do these kinds of things.
There's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing there, because if you don't have the words, and maybe they'll limit you in kind of like a little baby Einstein there. Won't be able to come up with a counting task. You know what I mean? Like the ability to count enables you to come up with interesting things. So yes, you develop counting if you need it, but then once you have counting, you probably come up with a bunch of different inventions. Like how to, I don't know, what kind of thing. They do matching really well for building some kind of site or something like this. So it's interesting that language is a limiter on what you're able to do.
Yeah.
Throwing up gang signs. Girls Gone Wild time.
Or exact count is the limiting factor here. We just don't have them.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That limit is also a limit on the society.
That's going to be true, yeah. But probably, we don't know. This is one of those problems with the snapshot of this current language, is that we don't know what causes a culture to discover / invent a counting system. But the hypothesis is, the guess out there is something to do with farming. But if you have a bunch of goats and you want to keep track of them, and you see it's 17 goats, you go to bed at night and you get up in the morning, boy, it's easier to have a count system to do that. And that's an abstraction of that. So they don't have to, like, people often ask me, I talk to them about this kind of work, they say, well, don't you have kids? They have a lot of children? I'm like, yeah, they have a lot of children. And they do. They often have families of 3 or 4 5 kids. And they go, well, don't they need the numbers to keep track of their kids? And I always ask the person who says, do you have children? The answer is always no, because that's not how you keep track of your kids. You care about their identity. It's very important to me when I go, I have 5 children. It doesn't matter which, it matters which 5. If you replace one with someone else, I would care. Goat, maybe not. Right? That's the kind of point. It's an abstraction. Something that looks very similar to the one wouldn't matter to you, probably.
But if you care about goats, you're going to know them actually individually also.
Yeah, you will.
I mean, cows, goats, it's a source of food and milk and all that kind of stuff.
You're absolutely right. But I'm saying it is abstraction such that you don't have to care about their identity to do this thing back. That's the hypothesis, not mine. From anthropologists who are guessing about where words are from.
Yeah. Do you have a sense why universal languages like this are like why do we have all these different languages?
Well, my guess is the function of a language is to do something in the community. I mean, unless there's some function to that language in the community, it's not going to survive. It's not going to be used. So here's a great example. So like language death is super common. Okay? Languages are dying all around the world. And here's why they're dying. And it's like, I see this in, it's not happening right now in Ivan's or but it probably will. And so there's a neighboring group called Mossitan, which is, I said that it's isolated. It's actually there's a dual. There's 2 of them. Okay, so it's actually 2 languages which are really close, which are Mossitan and Chamane, which are unrelated to anything else. And Mossitan is unlike Chamane in that it has a lot of contact with Spanish, and it's dying. So that language is dying. The reason it's dying is there's not a lot of value for the local people in their native language. So there's much more value in learning Spanish, because they want to feed their families. And how do you feed your family? You learn Spanish, so you can make money, so you can get a job and do these things, and then you make money. And so they want Spanish. And so Mossitan is things that they're dying. And that's normal. And so basically the problem is that people, they usually learn languages to communicate. and we use this to make money and to do whatever it is to feed their family. And if that's not happening, then it won't take off. It's not like a game or something. This is like something we use. Like, why is English good? It's not because it's an easy language to learn. Maybe it is. I don't really know. But that's not why it's popular.
But because it's the United States is a gigantic economy, therefore.
Big economy to do this. It's all it is. It's all about money. And so, there's a motivation to learn Mandarin. There's a motivation to learn Spanish. There's a motivation to learn English. These languages are very valuable to know because there's so many speakers all over the world. There's less of the value. Economically, that's kind of what drives it. It's not just for fun. I mean, there are these groups that do want to learn language just for language's sake, and there's something to that. But those are rare. Those are rare things in general. Those are 2 small groups that do that. Not most people don't do that.
Well, if that was the primary driver, then English or speaking one language, there's also attention. That we are. I wonder if you're right. Maybe this is slow. And maybe that's where we're moving. But there is a tension. You're saying language is the fringes. But if you look at geopolitics and superpowers, it does seem that there's another thing of tension, which is a language is a national identity sometimes. Certain nations, I mean, that's the war in Ukraine, Ukrainian language is a symbol of that war. In many ways, like a country fighting for its own identity. So it's not merely the convenience. I mean, those 2 things are essential. It's the convenience of trade and the knowledge to be able to communicate with neighboring countries and trade more efficiently with neighboring countries, all that kind of stuff. But also identity of the group. Language is a way for every community, dialects that emerge are a kind of identity for people. Sometimes a way for people to say F you to the more powerful people. It's interesting. But in that way, language can be used.
Yeah, I completely agree, and there's a lot of work to try to create that identity that people want. You know, as a cognitive scientist, language expert, I hope that continues because I don't want languages to die. I want languages to survive because because they're so interesting for so many.
They're coming out.
I find it fascinating just for the language part, but I think there's a lot of connections to culture as well.
Do you have hope for machine translation? So break down the barriers of language. So while I'm different everything, just I guess maybe let's ask you this question, but basically how hard is it to translate in an automated way?
There's going to be cases where it's going to be really hard, right? So there are concepts that are in one language and not in another, like the most extreme kind of cases where these gives you numbers information. So like good luck translating a lot of English into the it's just impossible. Because there are no words for these concepts that we're talking about. There's probably flip side, right? There's probably stuff in which is going to be hard to translate into from the other side. So I just don't know what those concepts are. I mean, the space, the world space is different from my world space, so I don't know what the things they talk about. These are, it's going to have to do with their life as opposed to my industrial life, which is going to be different. And so there's going to be problems like that always. There's maybe it's not so bad in the case of some of these spaces, and maybe it's going to be harder in others. And so it's pretty bad in number. But in the color dimension, right? So that's not too bad. But it's a problem that you don't have ways to talk about the concept.
And then my dear side concept, if you it's more about the space concept versus the space of form. Like form, you can probably
yeah. So you were talking earlier about translation and about how translation is good and bad translations. I mean, now we're talking about translations of form, right? So what makes it writing good? Right? It's not just form, right? It's not just the concept. It's how it's written. And translating that,
we should say that there is like I hesitate to say meaning, but there's a music and a rhythm to the form. When you look at the Rothschild, like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, or Hemingway, Bukowski, there's like I mentioned, there's a beat to it, there's an edge to it. It's like it's in the form.
You can probably get measures of those. Yeah. I don't know. I'm optimistic that we could get measures of those things, and so maybe that's translatable. I don't know. I have not worked on that.
I would love to see translation for Hemingway. Hemingway is probably the lowest, the average per sentence dependency rate for Hemingway is probably the lowest.
That's your sense, huh? It's simple sentences, short, yeah.
I mean, that's why you get really long sentences, even if they don't have center very, like,
they can have longer connections. Yeah.
They can have longer connections.
You don't have to, right? You can have a long sentence with a bunch of local words. Yeah. But it is much more likely to have a possibility.
I met a guy named Alvaraskin who did a lot of stuff. He worked with Christoph Harris and a bunch of stuff. But he was talking to me about communicating with animals. He co-founded a species project where he's trying to find a common language. The whales, dolphins, and he was saying that there's a lot of common work that even though the signals are very different, like the actual, if you have embeddings on the languages, they're actually trying to communicate similar things. Is there something you can comment on that? Like, where is there promise to that? Everything you see in different cultures, especially remote cultures, that this is a possibility? No. That we can talk to them?
I would say yes. I think it's not crazy at all. I think it's quite reasonable. But there's this sort of weird, odd view, I think, that to think that human language is somehow special. I mean, it is. Maybe it is. We can certainly do more than mere daily speech. And maybe maybe our language system is part of that. It's possible. But people do have often talked about how human, like Chomsky, in fact, has talked about how only human language has, this compositionality thing that he thinks is sort of key in language. And the problem with that argument is he doesn't speak well. And he doesn't speak crow. He doesn't speak monkey. He's like they say things like, "Well, they're making a bunch of grunts and squeaks," and that the reasoning is like, that's bad reasoning. Like, I'm pretty sure if you ask a whale what we're saying, they'd say, "Well, I'm making a bunch of weird noises." Exactly. And so it's like this is a very odd reasoning to be making. That human language is special because we're the only ones that have human language. I'm like, well, we don't know what those other. We just don't. We can't talk to them. And so there's probably a signal in there, and it might very well be something complicated like human language. I mean, sure, with a small brain. In lower species, there's probably not a very good communication system, but in these higher species where you have what seems to be abilities to communicate something, there might very well be a lot more signal than we might have otherwise thought.
But also we have a lot of impressive abilities here. Somebody formerly from MIT, Mary Oxford, who I admire very much, has talked a lot about worked on communicating with plants. So yes, the signal there is even less. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that all nature has a way of communicating. And it's a very different language, but they do develop a kind of language through the chemistry, some way of communicating with each other. And if you have enough humility about that possibility, I think it would be very interesting in a few decades, maybe centuries, hopefully not, a humbling possibility of being able to communicate not just between humans, effectively, but between all of the living things on Earth.
Well, I mean, I think some of them are not going to have much interesting to say. Some of them will. We don't know. We certainly don't know.
I think if we're humble, there could be some interesting things out there.
Well, they're probably talking on the teeth, right? They're not talking us. And so, to the extent they're talking, they're saying something interesting to some other, and so there probably is, there may be some signal there. So there are people out there, actually it's pretty common to say that, right, that human language is special and different from any other animal communication system. And I just don't think the evidence is there for that. It's not obvious. We just don't know what because we don't speak these other communication systems until we get better. I do think that there are people working on that, as you pointed out, people working on whale speak, for instance. That's really fascinating.
Let me ask you a wild, out there sci-fi question. If we make contact with an intelligent alien and you get to meet them, how hard do you think it is? How surprised would you be about their way of communicating? Do you think it would be recognizable? Maybe there's some parallel story to
I would want Dan Everett. He is amazing at learning foreign languages. And so he's like, this is an amazing feat, right? To be able to this is a language, which has no translators before him. I mean, he was missionary like that. Well, there was a guy that had been there before, but he wasn't very good. And so he learned the language far better than anyone else had learned before. He's good at he's a very social person. I think that's a big part of it, is being able to so I don't know, it kind of depends on this species from outer space, how much they want to talk to us.
There's something to say about the process it follows. How do you show up to a tribe and socialize? I guess colors and counting are one of the next things to figure out.
You start that. You have to start with objects, and you say, when you just throw a stick down, you say stick. You say, what do you call this? And then they'll say the word, whatever. And this is a standard thing to do. It's two sticks. And then he learned pretty quick that there weren't any count words in his language because they didn't know this wasn't interesting. And it was kind of weird. They just down with something and say the word over and over again. So, but that is a standard thing. Just try to. But you have to be pretty out there socially, willing to talk to random people, which really very different people from you. And he's very social, and so I think that's a big part of it. That's how a lot of people know a lot of languages, so they're really tough people.
That's a tough one. We just show up knowing nothing.
Yeah. Oh God.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful that he was able to connect in that way.
Yeah.
You've had an incredible career exploring this fascinating topic. What advice would you give to young people about how to have a career like that, or like
when you see something interesting, just go and do it. Like I do that. That's something I do which is kind of unusual. So like when I saw the How was available to go and visit, I was like, yes, I'll go. And then when we couldn't go back, we had some trouble with the Brazilian government, some corrupt people there. It was very difficult to go back in there. And so I was like, all right, I got to find another route. And so we searched around and we were able to find because I wanted to keep working on this kind of problem. And so we found this money to go there. I didn't really have contact. We had a little bit of contact and brought somebody. And that was, just kind of just try things. Like I say, it's like a lot of that just like ambition to try to do something that other people haven't done. Just give it a shot is what I do that all the time.
I love it. And I love the fact that your pursuit of fun has landed you here talking to me. This was an incredible conversation. That you're just a fascinating human being. Thank you for taking a journey through human language with me today. This is awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. I was here. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from this time. The limits of my language mean the limits of my world. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Drinking booze is delicious. Tired of America, all you read the negative side of drink. He got drunk and killed a busload of children. Oh man, it's time someone pointed out the good.
There's two people in the back, two of her homegirls wearing like shiesty. What are we doing? Where are we going? And she goes,
that's good for friendships. Hey, sorry I peed on your dog.
we're going to go something right. And so as we drive down there, Kmart is burning. Target is burning. Everything is on fire. She has the Sony A7. She gives me a microphone and she's like, go talk to that guy. And that was a guy with a Molotov cocktail in his hand who had just burned Kmart down. And so I go, what should I ask him? She goes, what's on your mind? So I walk up to him and I'm like, what's on your mind? Following this conversation with Andrew Callaghan, host for Channel 5 on YouTube. He does Gonzo-style interviews with fascinating figures at the edges of society. The so-called vagrants, vagabonds, runaways, outlaws, QAnon kids, fishheads, the old block residents, and much more. He created the documentary that I highly recommend called This Place Rules, of the undercurrents that led to the January 6th Capitol riots. This is the Let's Do This podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Andrew Callaghan. I tried the color match you though. Got the black and white going. I went to Walmart before this and got the rainbow shirt with the Texas Walmart. Is that where you shop, Walmart? Generally, yes. I'm a Target man, so there's no way you get those suits. So you're saying so that it's a nice way to compliment it. I think you go men's warehouse. I say you wrong. You go further. No, the other direction. You got that from Target, not Target. I was joking about Target. I like Walmart better. It just felt like a funny thing. So the most expensive thing I own was this watch. I was giving when I was on tour, I had these $2,700 Cartier glasses that I got for a lot of money. $2,700. Yeah, but they're really embarrassing. But I was on tour, so I just felt like I could do anything as far as fashion goes. But looking back at pictures of myself in that era, so that was a symbol of the fame got to your head. I think so, yeah. I think fame getting to your head. If you spend more than $100 on sunglasses, you officially gone. You crossed the line. And that's where you go back to Walmart and humble yourself. I really love Walmart. In fact, I moved to Austin because I was at Walmart and a lady said that I look handsome in a suit. And I was like, that's it. She just said it for no reason whatsoever. This older lady just kind of looked at me and with this like genuine sweetness. Just said, oh, you look handsome. She's not wrong, man. That's part of your whole swag, though. Oh, yeah, the suit thing. Yep. Anyway. What was the first, if you remember, first recorded interview? Well, like my first grade teacher, Mrs. Claudia, this is back in the day, like I was telling you, I'm from like Columbia and stuff like that. But I didn't really get into actual music until my ninth grade year. I had no idea I had interest in it. Before then, I wanted to be a rapper. It's all about hip hop and meditation and taking psilocybin mushrooms, public parks and stuff like that. That's what I was doing. That's a lot. Psilocybin, meditation, rap, public parks. Yeah, I was making like conscious rap music. I was to the point where I had like 4 dream catchers hanging above my bed, Alex Gray painting on the wall, tapestry on the ceiling, just scribbling rhymes down all the time. So you said somewhere that you stuck with me. Okay, well let's step back a little bit. So I had this amazing journalism course in 9th grade. I went to an alternative high school. The teacher was named Calvin Shaw, and he was just like, I ended up taking his class all 4 years. He used to let me actually leave school. Like, I didn't like going to school. So he'd let me basically go around Seattle and do different interviews with people as long as I could come back by the end of the day and write a story for his class. He'd mark me as president.
There he is.
So the first article.
How you living, pimp?
What's
good, son?
Because, as a 9th grader, when I discovered the hidden wiki, I thought that
I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. And I'm about to kick your ass and take your name. Are you ready? Anything you want, baby. Did you celebrate the king's birthday today? Zoot, remember that time I sent you an invitation and was just waiting on you?
Yep.
Type. Everybody remembers that. Are you going to win?
It just did.
Oh, shoot. That's a bad shot, Zoot. Zoot, take out that tree for me, big dog. So why don't you take out that tree for me? Big dog. Big dog, why don't you take out that tree? One of the greatest shots I've ever seen. One of the greatest shots I've ever seen, Zoo.
That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
I didn't really have a choice, big man. But guess what? It is not a 1-hole game. It's a 5-hole game. And I'm going to straight up smack the shit out of you on these next holes. Zoo, were you practicing?
That wasn't that great of a shot.
Dude, it was amazing.
No?
Yeah.
I'm just going to pass that.
All right,
You
Zoo.
really do have an advantage when you get to go first.
I was just going to say that, yeah. You really do. But there are some holes where you don't get the advantage. Like the ones with the... Oh, great shot, Zoo. Zoo, you're playing marvelously.
That wasn't that great of a shot.
My shot sucked. But your shot was... You're gonna end up winning. Zoo, you're gonna end up winning. How did your ball get stuck there? Oh no. Oh no, stop.
I don't know if it's actually whatever.
Yo, pimp.
Do you think you have a good diet?
It could be definitely better. Oh, Zoo, what an amazing shot.
Do you want to live forever?
Yeah, I'll be able to do so with technology. Come on, baby. Oh, baby. Zoot. I was on the ropes. Come on, baby. Be a great shot. Don't just be a good shot. Be a great shot. Eek.
So Rabbi, the Rothschild, I have a six pack, but I don't know. Like really lot.
Okay, well, why don't you just put?
That defined.
Don't hit your ball in, dude. You put my ball in the fucking shit.
You know what the worst part is?
Zoot.
For you?
Oh, baby, Zoot. Zoot. It all comes down to this. What an amazing shot, Zoot.
Why do you?
Because I'm sexy and I've got a huge dick? Yeah, baby. Zoot, what a comeback. Zoot, do you realize how good this comeback was? Zoot, do you recognize how you had such an advantage on me? And I had some of the best shots that we've ever seen in the history of mankind, humankind, womankind, everybody kind.
Yeah, but I've got a better advantage than you because you're going to hit the tree.
Dog, I'm not hitting anything.
I have a better advantage than you.
Zoo, don't fuck up. Go in the water, dog. Go in the water, dog. Go in the water, dog.
Wait time. That was just a waste of a shot.
And I let you win. Fuck.
Do you think I'd play better with a six pack?
You've never played with a six pack.
What do you mean?
Maybe a Foster's. Isn't that such
My stomach's getting harder.
Do you want a fucking prize?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm working out tomorrow.
Zoot. Go down to the local strip club and tell them that you're ready.
Okay.
Dude, I cannot believe how well you played in this game. Zoot, do you know what
No, wait, the strip club's next to my gym, so it makes sense.
Okay, do you know what the dragon attack is? Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, you ready for this? Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. Zoot. Look at Zoot. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to take a shot on goal. It's a pass.
I'm talking to you. I don't want to.
What in the fuck are you talking about, Zoot? Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot, you have an open goal, son.
I just scored.
Easily. Zoot. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? It's right there, baby. It's right there.
Sure.
Too good to be true? Make it. Don't fuck it up. That's an easy shot.
I just won.
That's an easy shot. Zoot. Look at this shot. What a miss. What a miss. One of the great shots, perhaps, in the history of this game. Zoot. Don't fuck up. Oh, Zoot. Zoot did not. Zoot is on fire today. What the fuck was that, Zoot?
Oh, that was the greatest of all time.
What the fuck was that?
You should. I didn't play that. Fuck, I lost. Rabbi, you just won.
I don't know if I won.
Shouldn't be a
Zoot, make the shot.
Nigga.
What did you just say, dog? Everybody just heard you say the N-word.
Sorry, correct. That's why I can't go strong.
That's why you can't do a lot of things, son.
Like what?
Like, work as a bartender, work as a lawyer, work as a doctor, work as an...
A few things is working with what?
You can't work as a lawyer and be saying the N-word.
It's insane.
Nope. Look at this move, Zoot. Zoot. Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, you have a chance to win. You have a chance to win. Bounce it off the wall and pass it to your friend.
Was that the greatest shot you ever taken?
It was good. It was good. Okay, I don't know what that
Was that
was.
the worst shot you ever taken?
I don't know what that was. I don't really want to move those guys.
Rabbi, do you agree that we're both bad at this game?
No, I think we're excellent. Oh, that was an amazing shot. What are you going to do here, Zoot?
Not really.
What are you going to do here? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Zoot,
That nearly worked.
that nearly worked amazingly.
You want to see the greatest shot you ever seen?
I would love to. Dog, that was amazing. Dog, that was amazing. What? Oh, Zoot!
Yeah.
Zoot! Get in!
Your defense is too good.
Oh,
I don't think that's a
Zoot.
good move.
Zoot.
I don't think that was a good move.
Oh, Zoot, you got me. Wow, Zoot is... Give me...
That would be fucking winning last ball.
Zoot. Are you ready for this?
How old are you? How old are you?
So you ask me that like once a week, and I told you I'm no longer answering your stupid questions. If you have good questions, I'll answer them, but I'm not going to answer questions multiple times when I know you know the answer, and I know you're just talking to talk. Now I'm getting the ball back. Zoot, look how sexy I am. Zoot, do you see this?
How do you do this?
Well, that was gone. Zoot, did you see how sexy that
How
was?
do you play that play?
Because I'm amazing.
Fuck. Right, you're gonna. I think you're gonna struggle here.
Perhaps you're right.
Beginner's block.
Zoot, I'm an expert. Zoot, you got the balls back. Too bad that was terrible. And so was that.
Dude, are you ready for this? Did you see how sexy that shot was? All the girls are going crazy for this. Oh. Dude, I gave you the last round. All you have to do is hit like 6 in a row. It's impossible for you to win now, son. All right. You have 28 wins. Zoot's been playing this game a lot. It's a lot like bowling and darts combined. Oh, that's terrible. Dude, that was shitty. Look how good that shot was, Zoot. It bounced and went in. Zoot, are you watching this? Are you watching this? The balls came back, baby. Look how sick this is. Zoot, you're witnessing perfection. Zoot, are you serious? Zoot, are you serious? Zoot, are you aware that Kill Tony went to London, the O2 Arena, and did terribly? Zoot, are you aware that Kill Tony went to the O2 Arena in London and did very badly? Zoot, you are. Do you see this? Zoot, you know you want to put it in the hole, right? Zoot, I'm giving you the game. I'm literally giving you the game. All you have to do, Zoot, you just have to hit one of the 10. Finally. Zoot, you need to hit 4 in a row. Here we go, baby. You got it. You got it. Psych, you're done. It's over. Zoot, I'm going to beat you 5 games in a row at this, and then I'm going to beat you 6 games in a row so that I have more wins than you do. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's too far, dude. There you go.
I want to make an app. I want to make an app.
Okay.
You know, the idea is it's a game, right?
Cool app idea, dog.
It's a social game. It's a social game.
Okay.
It's a social game for fitness where you compete against your friends to see where you can compete against other people profiles.
Yeah, they have that. Joe Rogan did it with his friends like a few years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the outcome?
I don't know. I'll find out in a second.
Wasn't a good app then?
I mean, it could have been. It worked for Joe Rogan. Look how good that shot was, Zoot. Oh.
Alright, I don't know where I've been.
What's your other idea?
Bucket cup?
What's bucket cup?
Bucket cups. It's like one. It's a cup that expandable that you can fit into your bucket.
pocket cup. I've seen that before.
Yeah, it's a suspendable cup that you can fit in your pocket.
I've seen that before though.
For the pocket?
I've seen it for dogs, and yeah, it's popular for dogs.
It wasn't a pocket for you.
I think it's just easy to get cups. Zoot, you're losing 24.
Yeah, but
It was used. It's popular. It's popular in like the hiking community. Zoot, you've lost 3 games in a row. Look at this, Zoot. Let's see if I can get another one.
what about this heroin? Let's just
Heroin?
yeah, it's a very popular, very addictive business.
I'm in agreement with you. Is it an app? Zoot, you're playing out of your fucking face. Zoot, you're playing out of your face. Zoot, you're playing out of your face.
We should make DoorDash for drug dealer.
I'm down. They already have that.
What's it called?
I mean, mine is called InstaWeed, like Instagram, but for weed. But it's basically just by text message. They have an online app. So,
Yes, weed's legal in California. Your laws are so backwards.
all right. It's super.
You have like everything.
It's super convenient though. And then there's weed maps, which
Everything's a
Zoot, you just missed.
think about. Asked you before, but like this is why you can't do it on stream. But sex work's not legal over there, right?
I mean, it's arguable, but I don't want to be a sex worker.
No, that's why you can't get a sex worker.
I mean, I can, but then like YouTube's going to take me down.
I've read a little laws in California. Escorting is legal, but prostitution is illegal. But it's like prostitution's a misdemeanor.
But being a John or like getting a prostitute is illegal.
Getting a prostitute is illegal?
Yeah, so they won't prosecute the girl, but they will the guy.
Why?
It's just how it is. It used to be illegal for both, but they loosened it for the lady now more. So it happened a few years ago. I don't know. It's just I think because it's hard to prove that a woman is selling herself. Like there's a difference. There's like not that much of a difference between a woman who goes to a bar and says, "Hey, do you want to come back to my place?" and "Hey, do you want to come back to my place for $100?" Like it's harder to prove. So it's just easier to get the guy. Zoot, you're down 5-3. There we go. Oh no. 6-3, Zoot. Don't fuck up. Too hard. Zoot, 6-3. You have to hit 4 shots in a row. Let's see it. You're done. It's over for you. Zoot, I've got to get 3 more wins. Zoot, you're up, big dog. I'm muting you.
Got a very good first round. Compared to Rabbi's very bad first round. Do you think you're going to catch up?
Yes.
Just can't fucking take it anymore.
All right, Zoot. It's coming down to it. Zoot, you got me.
I just won.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Zoot, you won. Finally. Are you excited on your win?
Yeah.
Do you want to interview me?
No, I don't want to do.
Okay.
What I want is fucking $100 million fucking dollars.
Did you win the lottery, Zoot?
No.
Did you buy a ticket?
For Thursday night, yeah.
Why Thursday? Why not? Why not Tuesday, big dog?
Yeah, Tuesday's only for $1 million.
Dude, fuck Tuesday. Why is Tuesday so shitty?
Thursday's $100 million.
Yeah, I know. Why is Tuesday so shitty?
Because someone wanted me $5 million last week.
Dude, fuck that person. That was your money.
Yeah, I know. I would have spent it fucking better.
Dude, you got 1. That was the worst. Terrible. Look at beautiful skies. Dude, I got 8 points. What are your thoughts? You want to be interviewed on my 8 points? Dude, are you proud of the way you're playing? You're still at 1. There you go. That's a swish. All right, you got 2 points. That was awful. Dude, what is this bullshit? Zoot, you don't even want to play darts? You just got to get up early in the morning to do what? Jerk yourself off raw? You have to jerk yourself off raw?
Yeah.
Okay. And you just publicly admit that?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
No, I'm not going to do that.
No, you just said that you're going to jerk yourself off raw.
I mean, there's no camera on me, there's a camera on you.
Yeah, because I'm sexy, big dog.
That's it.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Do they have OnlyFans? Oh, yeah, you said they have OnlyFans in Australia?
Yeah, they do.
Does anyone subscribe to you?
I haven't posted any content on this, but I just subscribe.
Okay, well, they could still subscribe. You never know. I might want to subscribe to you.
You can subscribe to me.
Okay. Do you have any videos of your shitty mini golf playing?
No.
Would you upload them on there if you did?
No.
Okay. Do you subscribe to anybody?
Can I subscribe to anyone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's his name?
They're all girls.
Oh, okay. They're all girls. Okay. All right. Well, good on you, man. Helping the economy.
No, there's no girls in there.
There are no. Wait, you had to think about it?
There's like some guys that fuck really hot girls.
So you subscribe to some dude?
No.
All right. Do you want to play darts?
Yeah, sure. But I win this start game, I'm gonna win the lottery.
All right. All right. That's cool, but you got to play skee ball first. Zoo, whatever you do, don't fuck up.
That's a shitty shot because I was turning the sound off.
Okay, well, you just had two amazing shots, so that kind of makes up for it.
Okay.
Zoo, why are you stealing my fucking strategy? Why are you stealing my strategy?
It's not even a strategy.
It is. It's my strategy, and it's amazing. Dude.
You know, there's probably some guy out there that hits 100 on every single shot.
Yeah, and that guy has even less of a life than you and I do.
Yeah, it's a ball.
Dude, did you know that it's 270 to 190?
I have a life.
No, you don't.
What do you mean I don't have a life?
Go! Why'd you steal my strategy?
So my life, like,
Okay.
it's very mean to say that I didn't know why.
Okay, you have a life. It's amazing. You lose to me in just about every mini game. That was good. Oh, dude, you got 180 points.
Rabbi, you're a very small portion of my life. I barely come to
Okay, I believe you. Dude, I got 180
Like,
points.
Someone's gonna watch all the content of your life one day. They'll realize that I'm not even like 0.02% of it.
Okay, You're up, Zoot. Go. Zoot, you stole my strategy. Zoot, you're doing really well. Zoot, you're doing really well.
Oh, that was shit.
Don't fuck up, Zoot.
I
Don't fuck.
fucked up.
That would have been big. 270, Zoot.
You ain't 190.
Zoot, I got it. I don't even need to make these.
Let's go dogs.
Oh, for sure. How many games of darts do you want to play?
Just go.
Just a couple, isn't like 1,000?
I don't know. I say I want to go to bed soon, but I don't know. I really want to go to bed soon.
No, you don't. Dude, let's see you play, big dog. Dude, I can't believe I did so badly. 20.
That was really bad.
It was really bad.
Oh, I didn't do much better. I mean, you can come back.
Oh, I'm gonna come back. No doubt. Get a bullseye. Get double, triple 18. Zoot. That was amazing. Zoot, that. Oh yeah, you got to do your lottery numbers.
Okay. The Powerball is going to be 18.
Incorrect. But that's cool.
I just checked out on the thing, so it's going to be everything.
That's cool that you think that. You got 19. You got 3. You got 7. I'm going to win right now with one shot. Triple 20. Ooh. I just checked out. Dude, I just checked out. Dude, you're up. Get a triple 20. Triple six, double 16. Dude, that was really good. Too bad it wasn't good enough. Want to ball with the kid? Watch your step. You might fall trying to do what I did. Mama, on the Ocho side in the middle of the club with the rubber dub. No love for the haters, the haters. Mad because I got 4 seats at the Lakers. 50-yard line at the Raiders. Muhammad Ali told me I'm the greatest. Oh, shoot, Zoot. Zoot. You've got a 1-point lead on me. That was good. Get that 11, son. Get that 3, son. You just said dunk hunt. Zoot, you ready for this? Don't fuck up. Easy win. Dude, did you know that I just won?
Yeah.
You're up, big dog. Oh, I'm doing badly. I was distracted. 25. Zoot, I just busted. That was bullshit. You just busted. Zoot, I'm going to dedicate these next two shots to you. Fuck. Zoot, you don't even know who Percy Harvin is. Fuck. Zoot. You busted. We both keep busting. Shoot, Zoot. You're done. It's over. Gotcha, baby. Gotcha, baby. Zoot, you just lost. All right, Zoot, you ready for a last game? Zoot.
Yeah.
Are you ready for a last game?
Yes, of course.
Okay. This is 501 double pro out. Do you know what that means? 501 double pro out. Dude, I just started off so badly and then made it back. Double, triple. Oh, wow, that was good.
Not as good as this.
Dude, that was so bad. Dude, I just got two double, triple 20s in a row. Dog, I am playing well. You got a double 20. Zoot got a double 20. That was really close. Too bad I'm almost 100 points ahead of you. Here we go, Zoot. I'm like Steve McQueen, baby. Oh, Zoot. Now's your chance. Comeback time, Zoot. Zoot, that was good. Triple. Zoot. 100 points right there, baby. Zoot, you just got 60.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
I'm gonna catch up.
You're fucked. Triple 20. 25. 20. That was impressive. 105.
Now you have the worst checkout.
Oh, shoot. You're right. Oh, Zoot. That was amazing.
I have a bad checkout.
No, not necessarily.
I think I might go for the double 20.
You go for whatever makes you happy, big dog. You got it.
I'm fucked. just as fucked as you are.
No, you're not. Now you are. That was close, dude.
Alright, so now after
You busted. Zoot, you made an incredible comeback. Fuck. You busted. I busted. Zoot, get it. You busted. Fuck. I knew I fucked up. That was the worst play I could have had. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. You're done now, Zoo. It's over, baby. I'm in your head. You're getting triple 18s. Dude, I'm dedicating this shot to you. That was garbage. Get it, big dog.
why are we so bad at this?
We're not. I just checked out, baby, because I'm the best. The gangster. You're done, Zoot. I'm in your head. Get it. Have a good night, Zoot. We'll see ya. Okay, big dog.
Tapping into like the most secret society, elite level black market in the world. And so if you remember, they had that hidden wiki link that was like hire a hitman. You know, and so I messaged them and I want to get someone killed in my school. Like, how much is it going to cost me? And I published my interview with the hidden wiki hitman. It was probably a who knows. And that my first article was called like "Inside the Deep Web: A Conversation with a Hitman."
That's nice.
Yeah. I mean, you'll feel it. I mean, I was hiding behind a Tor browser, so there's not much fear to be had.
Oh, so it was anonymous.
It was anonymous, but I did publish it under my name. Could have been a date.
I also saw that you said you took too many shrooms when you were young, and that led you to have hallucinogen persistent perception disorder, HPPD. Can you explain what this is?
Well, that condition is classified by...
Dude, what'd you say, big dog?
Floaters, morphing objects, like...
All right, well, it's coming, big man.
Like, I see them right now. I see them right now.
The snow is in the wind.
The snow is definitely dulled. And basically, it wasn't that I took too many shrooms. I think it was, I took about an eighth of semi-acid capsule. And I took an eighth of those at my friend Cody's house, and which is a normal amount, but I was in 8th grade. So I woke up the next morning with these extreme, visual distortions. And I thought that it would go away. I tried to make it go away, but there's really no cure for PTSD. It's a lifelong condition. So it's just a matter of dealing with it and realizing that it is only due to it. So when people ask me, hey, I have PTSD, how do I cope with it? I say, remember that every other sense that you have, what you can hear, what you can taste, your feet on the ground, you're still on Earth.
Well, you said it's only visual, and yes, gratitude for being alive at all. Yeah, great. You said that this led you to some dark psychological places like depersonalization disorder.
Yeah. Depersonalization is the feeling that you are not real, but that reality still exists. Derealization is the idea that reality itself is an illusion created by your mind, and that you're the only person alive. And that everything that your brain is projecting to your visual cortex is a lie, and that you're the only living being.
Both are pretty intense.
HPPD creates both of those things. And so when I talk to people who have the condition, it's really ironic, but more than 70% of people with HPPD fall into either category. They're both coping mechanisms for the, like, I don't know what really happened. I talked to a researcher once named Dr. Abraham, who lives in upstate New York. He's the leading scientist when it comes to HPPD research. He's the only one who actually seems to care about it. And the only known treatment right now is alcohol and benzodiazepine. Right. So alcoholism came into my life pretty early. Alcohol abuse as a result of that experience, because that helps with the visual symptoms, makes some of the static go away. Never tried benzodiazepine.
So can you explain to me why that stuff for you on? So you sometimes have a sense that you're not real. Sometimes something else is not real. Like the reality is not real.
Yeah, I experience it all the time. But like I said, my job helps with that, because I get to feel like when you seek out extremes to a certain extent and you put yourself on the front lines of intense events, whether it be politically or socially, or just dive into deep range of subculture, you get this feeling that you're real. And being filmed is also confirmation. You can look at the empty profile, you're in fact living here on Earth.
Confirming that you were in reality or watching yourself on video.
Exactly.
So is that basically the engine behind all the extreme interviews you've done?
Well, I got HPPD around the same time that everything was starting to course. So I sort of always used journalism as a therapeutic mechanism to deal with some of these symptoms, especially depersonalization. There's some pretty good illustrations of what it feels like. It kind of feels like you're trapped behind your eyes, or that you're just this like nebulous soul that's trapped in a flesh suit that you're not really a part of. You're sort of puppeteering flesh and bone skin.
Trapped, or just the ability to step outside of yourself?
You feel like your soul is not something that is connected to your body. It's something living in your head. It's really hard to explain to people who haven't gone through derealization or depersonalization. But if you go on support groups, they always say, like, I break free from behind my eyes, like dark stuff like that.
Also, you're trapped. I mean, there's a higher state of doing for meditation, you can kind of step outside of yourself. But this is not that.
Unfortunately, it was kind of the meditative path, or the Eastern path that I took, and kind of fused that with psychedelic culture in Seattle that took me down the psychedelic use rabbit hole in the first place. So, like, I'd say it all started with Siddhartha.
Siddhartha, that's a good book. Have you done shrooms since then?
No, I don't really do psychedelic drugs, but like a lot of people think that I'm against them, which I'm not. Which doesn't work for me. If it works for you, I'm sure they can be really fun. Especially, I know there's lots of like therapeutic uses for acid, ketamine, psilocybin, but I personally abstain. Anything psychotropic, I try to stay away from.
Drinking, bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't drink at all before I had the HPPD stuff, and I would have drank later in life, but definitely like 14, 15. Every day after school, I drink a 40 ounce of Mickey's. It's like kind of looks like Old English, but the bottle's green and it has a hornet on the side of it. Just kind of became a ritual just to deal with the anxiety of that situation.
And it made the smell go away.
Yeah, alcohol really works to suppress it.
So you said you hated classes in school.
Okay, we need to clear this up, because on my Wikipedia page, for some reason, for Andrew Callahan's early life, it says Andrew hated every single class except for one. So I've had a bunch of teachers who are super cool, like this guy Tim, my astronomy professor in 9th grade, Miss Zanetti, my creative writing teacher in 6th grade, and this really cool dude at my college in New Orleans, Charles Cannon, who taught me a class called New Orleans Mythology. My 3 favorite classes besides my journalism class. And they all hit me up. And they're like, hey man, I thought you said you hated every class. Sorry I couldn't be everything that you wanted me to be. And so I just want to say, shout out to all those teachers. I didn't hate every class. The point that I was making is that being forced into the institution of school so young, having to take common core classes like biology, dissecting frogs, history of the Han Dynasty, stuff like that I didn't want to learn, but I had to learn multiple times. I mean, I learned about the dynastic cycle in ancient China 3 separate times at 3 different schools. And I was like, who is writing this curriculum, and why is it so important that I understand this process? Yeah. The part that makes school difficult, especially in college, is that you have people just going to school just to get the degree. You don't really know exactly
I don't want to talk to a dumbass rabbi. Fuck off with your stupid religious space. You fucking religious moron.
I think if you want to do
Hello to you
take on
too.
every single subject,
Look at this equality, son.
like the David Foster Wallace, would be unborable.
Look at this movie. People didn't recognize how sick the shit was. Look at this movie.
And it is somewhat interesting. Silk Road and the Great Wall.
Look how sick this is.
But I'm just saying,
Dog.
like when I got to college,
Some of the most
I started
pathetic
to
shit we've ever seen.
I didn't get to take a media class.
Throwing up
until
gang
second
signs.
semester, and, you know, I had to take everything.
Making money,
prior to that,
God.
and I'd already spent so much time. I just think the excruciating form
Look
of
at this
school
movie.
was like the best. But there was individual classes that I liked a lot.
Yeah, there should be some choice, or maybe a lot of choice, even at the level of high school, for what kind of classes you pursue.
Yeah.
And you also said that Wikipedia is not always
No, but it's just interesting because like I've said so much in podcasts that that's what they isolated. And I've gotten that question before, which I understand. It's the first thing on the Wikipedia page, but it makes me sound like a super hater. Have you ever seen this Instagram page called Depths of Wikipedia?
Yeah.
It's great. Oh, it's so good.
You said you love journalism. What is it about journalism?
I mean,
What hooked you?
on a basic level, everybody wants media coverage, right? Everyone likes to be on camera and get exposure for whatever they're doing. And so being a journalist and being a portal for exposure for people allows you to be on the front row of everything you want to be a part of. You get to be in the front row for history as it's unfolding because everyone wants to be covered. So being a journalist gives you a ticket to everywhere that you want to go. So it allows you to step into different realities almost. You go back to yours. It just keeps life interesting.
By the picture paper, right? Hunter S. Thompson, is he up there? One of the influences for you?
I think the early Daily Show was so good. Sacha Baron Cohen, huge influence. That was like the Ali G show, especially. I think Louis Theroux's broadcast on BBC was great. I was really into Hunter S. Thompson too, but not really until college. I really like a particular Hunter S. Thompson show called The Great Shark Hunt, where he covers the Ruben Salazar murder by LAPD, LA Sheriff's Department in Boyle Heights in the 70s. And his relationship with his lawyer, Oscar Acosta, and that whole saga is great. Fear and Loathing, I like, but not as much as it's pretty cool. Because there's the gonzo side of Hunter, taking drugs and seeing shit. There's the other side of him, which is like an actual reporter interested in telling a story that has news values. So it's two different lanes.
There is something about you that makes people want to say you're in the Hunter S. Thompson generation. And I don't think they mean the drugs. I think they mean some kind of non-standard willingness to explore the extremes of humanity. And like almost a celebration of the extremes of humanity.
Yes, very kind comparison. I'll get there one day, maybe. I just went to Aspen on a little Hunter S. Thompson recon trip to go check out the Woody Creek Tavern, which is the spot that he was like his bar and his cabin. It was pretty cool to see. Unfortunately, it's kind of turned into not a dive bar now, but it's a sit-down country restaurant. But it was cool. But I expected to see a bunch of gnarly Hunter S. Thompson types.
What's he drugs? I mean, drugs and alcohol is all part of it somehow. Yeah. So it opens a gateway to these other things.
But I will say though, like as someone now who doesn't party like I did when I was younger, it's not as important as I thought it was. You know?
Yeah, I'm conflicted on this. I'm good friends with a lot of people that say alcohol is really bad for you, and I believe that too. There's something that I just, as an introvert, as a person who has a lot of anxiety, for me, alcohol has opened doors of like just opening myself up to the world more.
So I'm actually a fan of alcohol, but I'm saying like my life before, I would say 2019, 2018 especially, there was the chaos on camera, but then there was my private life, which was like chaotic parties. And I convinced myself, much like Hunter did, that was the secret sauce that in the core, my spiritual core, it gave me the creativity. But then I cut out a lot of that stuff, and I'm just as creative. And it's interesting that I think one of the hardest parts about addiction is functioning, highly creative addicts every time. And your brain and the addictive part of your brain convinces yourself that it's all part of the cross purpose. It has this like symbiotic, inspirational thing going on, but it's not true. It can be, but it's typically not.
Yeah, it's not a requirement. You can sometimes channel, you can sometimes leverage all those things for your creativity, but the creative engine lives outside of that.
Like, have you read the Hunter's daily routine in the year up to his death? There's like 15 grapefruits, a paintball, Coke, and like just a certain amount of shotgun shells bring the fire into the sky every morning. There's no way, and he didn't do anything creative. But the creativity goes away, and gradually you become a party animal.
A caricature of yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why life is interesting. You make all kinds of choices. Sometimes you can have create works of genius in a short amount of time based on drugs and no drugs. Einstein had that miracle year where he published several incredible papers in 1 year.
Did he do drugs before that?
Lots of coke. And,
I was like, I believe you for a second. I'm like, Einstein have drugs? I don't think he did.
I don't think he gets that hair. Come on.
It's true.
I'm just asking questions.
High confidence hair.
You know what I mean? No, he's a well put together, sexy young man. The hair came later.
Yeah, was Albert Einstein attractive? That's not teenager. Was he attractive as a young man?
Sexually attractive? I'm turned on by Einstein like always.
But are you more turned on by the work that he did, or his physical beauty?
No, sometimes I fantasize what it'd be like in the arms of Einstein. I couldn't even get that out.
Just the arms of Einstein.
Just I wanted to say,
It's a good idea for a rom-com.
To be a little more serious, like general relativity, that space, time to be unified and curved by gravity is an incredibly wild and difficult idea to come up with. It's a really, really difficult thing to imagine, given how well Newtonian classical mechanics physics works for predicting how stuff happens on Earth. To think that gravity can morph space-time, both space and time, and it permeates the entire universe field. It's a really wild idea to come up with one human on Earth to include that is really, really, really difficult. And it's really sad to me that he didn't get a Nobel Prize for that.
Was there people saying he was crazy when we were around? Or was the university recognized?
No, I think once the papers came out, he was widely recognized. Before that, he was recognized.
Back now, where does a black hole go? Like after something gets sucked into it?
You mean is it a portal from another place? That kind of thing? Yeah. Well, we don't know. It could be. It could be the universe is kind of like Swiss cheese full of black holes. There's something called Hawking radiation, where because of quantum mechanics, the information leaks out of a black hole, so it is possible to escape the black hole. There's a lot of interesting questions.
I hope we get to a lot of that.
And there's a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, which doesn't seem to scare physicists, but it terrifies me.
Oh yeah, for sure. Astronomy can be terrifying.
Yeah, we're all like orbiting. I mean, we're not just orbiting the sun, but the sun is part of the solar system, it's part of the galaxy. It's all orbiting a gigantic black hole.
Have you ever spoke to someone who's been in outer space?
Jeff Bezos, he flew his own rocket. But astronaut has been to deep space now. Or maybe I've spoken to an alien.
I want to do a research paper, like a report about space madness. You know, it's supposed to be this like torturous feeling that you get when you look away from Earth into the after you exit into orbit or whatever. Because there's one specific psychiatrist who knows how to deal with space madness, and I want to figure out how to interview people with it.
Is this a thing? Like, is there a Wikipedia on it?
Yes, look up space madness too.
No, I don't trust Wikipedia.
I think I hate classes.
I thought you meant more about the fact that you're isolated out in space and you need social connection. And it's difficult.
Yeah, I think it's just a feeling of extreme insignificance that you might get sometimes when you look at the night sky, but it's that times 1,000. It's like an existential voice that's created after looking into the abyss and then realizing how small Earth is in the grand scheme. You just start to really have a strange new perception about the pointlessness of existence.
I don't need to get to space for that.
I mean, only a handful of people have been to space, but I'm sure they're all pretty well off, so this psychiatrist has to be like,
But technically, we're all in space because Earth is in space. But so I wonder if you have to go to space to talk to a psychiatrist.
Probably so.
Well, technically, we're all in space, so
Right.
you can't. That's a boundary you can't have.
But not everyone believes that.
You're right, and those are important people that are asking important questions.
Yeah.
You hitchhiked across the U.S. for so many days when you were 19. Right? Tell the story of that.
And this sort of connects to what I was talking about with the boredom of school and these Common Core classes. So after my first year of school, where I lived in the dorms, like an old school dormitory building at a school in New Orleans called Loyola University, I wanted to just do something. I felt so bored. I was working for the school newspaper for that whole first year. It's called The Maroon. And I didn't have the ability to write my own stories. Like I had to defer to an older editor, and they would give me stories to write about. And they were all about like on-campus happenings, like the Pope visits New Orleans, or glass recycling to be restored in the French Quarter, or hoverboards banned on campus due to safety concerns. And it just kind of felt like, all right, I kind of wanted to be a gonzo reporter. I'm not sure if working my way up to the traditional news hierarchies would get me to that point. So I started reading a bunch of old hobo literature, like post-World War II vagabonding stuff. And there was this book called Vagabonding in America by Old Hobos. And I read this, and it's basically, obviously some of it was outdated. They had stuff in there like the hobo code, like this moniker on the side of the fence means this person has free soup. They didn't have stuff like that. But what it did tell me, it told me about train stop towns like Dunsmuir and places in Montana where there was a friendly attitude towards lifters, and that still persists from the 60s to 70s to this day, even though, in my opinion, movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre have ruined hitchhiking culture in America because now everyone thinks you're, decapitate them and they'll pick you up. So, after my final day of courses at Loyola, I literally left all of my belongings inside my dorm and took the streetcar to the Greyhound station, got a one-way ticket to Baton Rouge, and I was like, I'm going to hitchhike across the whole country back to Seattle with no money. Now that was the plan. It worked out.
I love it. I traveled across the United States before, and similar kind of plan.
Were you on the Silver Dog?
It's a Greyhound bus. Greyhound is pretty nice.
That's a step above hitchhiking.
Yeah, this is way better than hitchhiking.
Hitchhiking, Greyhound, Amtrak.
Yeah, Amtrak, no.
What's in between Greyhound and Amtrak? A car. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a car. Yeah,
car.
A shitty car. Yeah, I lived in a shitty car.
You lived in a car?
Yeah, when I was driving across the United States.
Solo?
With a friend, some solo. And I would eat cold soup.
I love cold soup. Yeah. What I like is the cold chickpeas in a can. You get the water out and dump it. Yeah, those are good. Beef jerky, kind bars. Kind bars are really good.
Yeah, I mean all of that is great, but too much of it is not great. Like too much cold soup, not great. Too much beef jerky.
So what's the route you took? Was it Chicago across, or was it Philadelphia across?
Philadelphia across
to LA or what?
San Diego going up, but it was a zigzag. We went up to Chicago and then all the way down to Texas.
So you went Philly, through Appalachia, up to the Midwest.
Yep.
You cut over like to the Southwest down to San Diego.
No. Went straight down to Texas, all the way down to the West.
So did you cut from Texas west through New Mexico and Arizona to get to the That is the best road trip. Interstate 40, like Albuquerque, Flagstaff, Vegas, Kingman, the Mojave Desert, Yuma, doesn't get better.
Yeah, and then when you're kids, so you don't care. And you go and caution with the wind, and met some crazy people.
It gives me some sanity, like whenever I'm feeling kind of out of control or, bummed out. I just remember that the road is still out there. The open road never goes anywhere, and it's kind of like I see like an invisible door in the corner of the room all the time. It makes me more comfortable. I'm like, hey, at the end of the day, if I'm bummed out, I can go hit the road, and I'm sure there's going to be something.
Yeah, get that Greyhound ticket. So,
I would say Silver Dog half, because sometimes I gotta ride the dog when no one will pick me up. There's some places in the country where no one's gonna pick you up. Kansas, Missouri, they're not gonna do that. Tell me, you talking about that? I was 19, fresh, clean shaven. Pretty charming, but the older you get, the harder it is to hitchhike because they think you're like an escaped convict or some type of psycho wanderer. And some of these people are like what we call punishers, people who never stop talking. And so they see someone hitchhiking, and they're like, yes, I'm going to talk at this person.
Yeah.
And you can tell their eyes are wide. They're like, what's up? And you're like, for 6 hours. Oh, cool.
That's rough.
Yeah, yeah.
You're right. You're right. I like people that are comfortable in silence.
Yeah. But then that also raises the question really about killing.
I think that's the youth problem.
You know what's funny? Almost everybody who picked me up when I was hitchhiking was like a day later. It was almost all Mexican day later who picked me up. Oh, interesting. Because I think that like in some places down there, that's a typical thing to do. Hitchhike to work. A lot of people don't have cars, but they still have to get to their job. So a lot of people ask me, hey, where should I drop you off? Where's your job at? And I'm like, my job is to explore. And they would say that way.
See, like for me, it was really easy because you just say like I'm traveling across the United States, and I think people love that idea. And they want to have they deal with that. They also have it. Everybody has that Elizabeth Dora.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
It can anchor you just to remind you that every pattern that I've fallen into is voluntary thanks to my own stability and my difference.
Well, that's why I'm like wanting everything, and I'm making sure that tomorrow I give away everything I want twice now. It's very I'm ready to go tonight. Let's go.
What's the hardest item you've had to part with? You've never had a material object that was really hard to let go of. So you give that watch to somebody.
No, you're right. You're right. That's probably the only. I've never had to let go. That's the only thing I own. Which is a watch, but everything else. But then again, this is because okay, this watch is going to be by Logan. But like whenever I romanticize the notion that this watch means a lot to me, I'm like, oh my god, I was literally saying that.
God, it's pretty sick ass gift.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm not usually a gift guy, but you know, when something you look up to kind of gives you a thing that's a nice little simple of that relationship. But other than that, no. But even this, whatever. The relationship is what matters. The human is what matters. You had something like this?
Not really. I mean, there was a hard drive that I lost that had all of my like childhood pictures on it, stuff like that I think about all the time. Because I left on a train, and like certain memories, you think about it, you just get pissed off, stick to myself. Someone has that somewhere. Like I dreamed about reuniting with the hard drive.
You and Hunter Biden had the same.
I don't think he wants to reunite with that. Dude, it's crazy. Like, you know, all he did was smoke crack, right? Like, was there more stuff going on?
I think that's lots of different involved.
Oh, yeah.
I think you got to look into it.
I think I have to look into it. I don't know.
Was Kerouac, Jack Kerouac, somebody that was an inspiration at all? Do you know who that is? The Beat Generation?
I just know who it was. After I did that, ultimately I wrote a book about hitchhiking years later. And everyone was like, have you read On the Road? And then On the Road, I probably heard the title of that book every day at least 10 times. And I'm sure Kerouac was a great guy. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the Beat Generation.
It's a great book. You read it or not?
I refuse to read it. People even have gifted it to me. They're like, hey man, you're going to love this. If I honestly, people have given me a book with wrapping paper on it, and they're like, "This is right up your alley." I was like, "That's fucking On the Road." Yeah, no, I'm like anything but that. But I'm sure it's a great book. It's just the comparison to but respect, big respect to Kerouac. I would never speak down on that. But anyone would speak to it.
What are some interesting moments you remember from that?
So nice. Getting mistaken for a gay prostitute on my first hitchhiking ride in Louisiana was pretty funny.
Where did you come from and where did you go?
Well, I mean, the journey began in Baton Rouge, and the first destination was Houston, which is about 4.5 hours west on Interstate 20. So, I mean, Crowley, Louisiana, on the side of the road, and I guess this was a cruising truck stop. It was known for being a place where male lot lizards would go to procure clients. And I was there.
Lot lizards.
That's a derogatory term in trucker culture for prostitute, whether for loves or pilot flying. Large interstate truck stops. Now, trucker culture, as it once was, is pretty much finished because of the live stream cameras they have inside of the trucks now, so you can't smell Sudafed or pick up anybody. Can't even pick up hits.
Look at this movie, folks.
So it's all the road now.
Yeah, definitely. So that the old school outlaw trucker lifestyle, unless you're an owner operator who's not even in a union, it's like a real cowboy race, all loads. You can't do that.
You were mistaken for a lot.
Mistaken for a lot lizard by
Look at
a
this
small
movie.
man from Honduras with a
Oh,
spiky
fuck.
leather
I
jacket.
hate fucking
covered in
Robin.
studs. Didn't speak any English, but you know, I thought he was just a nice guy. And then he pulled over at there's private theaters in the South where they have professional booths set up. They have 3 channels, and people go in there. Yeah, people go in there. Yeah. So people thought he was taking me to one of those. And I was like, all right, cool, man. Yeah. This guy wants to go jerk off. I don't think it's me. But then I was like, he buys a booth for me. I'm like, okay. But not really in the mood to watch porn with this random guy. So he gets in the same booth as me. And he starts jerking off right next to me. I'm like, oh, man. I don't think it's chill. I'm like, dude, can you stop? He stopped jacking off, and he's like, what do you mean? Like, oh, this is what you want to do. I have money for you. So I was like, oh, no, just a regular guy. He was super cool about it. He started laughing. He's like, oh, my bad, man. I thought you were, selling something. I said, no. And he said, oh, it's all good. He gave me a ride all the way. That's great. Yeah, we talked about anything except that. The rest of the car. That's great. It was just rolled with it. Oh, sorry about that. I had about a foot and a half with the guys, but I wasn't too scared. I also had like a knife in my pocket, but I didn't want to stab him.
And you were still, that didn't like leave that.
What? I figured that can't happen again. Keep happening. So I was like, all right, if I got this out of the way the first ride, the following rides are going to be spectacular. Yeah.
Who among us have not been mistaken for a lot?
Back, you heard it here first.
What else? What's some interesting, beautiful people that you've met?
Well, I used to have couch surfing. To find places to stay. Now you can only submit like 5 couch surfing requests a day, unless you're a premium member, which means you also host people.
Couch surfing still up?
Yeah, totally. But it's evolved obviously into a different thing.
Airbnb is a kind of competitor to that, right?
Couch surfing is free. So couch surfing was a part of the CS. Basically, they do couch surfing cheapers in cities. Like there was one in Santa Fe, firefighters that like 15 couch surfers there chilling. So I would do it everywhere. A lot of them were Catholic, so it was their way of giving back. A lot of them were nudists, and so I didn't realize there's a small little section at the bottom of someone's couch surfing profile that says clothing options. And that means if you go there, I thought it meant like it's cool if you walk to the bathroom. No, if you go there, everyone's going to be naked. So I made that mistake a few times. Not that I'm anti-nudist, but I wasn't ready to take that leap. And yeah, it was just great. Couch surfing hosts were amazing. But that was just great. It was just this constant thing where I felt like, wow, people are so welcoming. I'm not having to pay them $1 for this experience.
Yeah, I love couch surfing. Or like again, for me being an introvert, just crashing on a person's couch, being essentially forced into a great conversation was great.
Yeah. The one thing you can do often about hitchhiking is constantly thanking people and being in like sort of constant superficial gratitude everywhere all the time. Oh, thanks for letting me sleep on your couch. Thanks for the food. Yeah. Part of the reason I wanted to live in an RV later in life is to avoid having to constantly live. It's like, thanks so much at some frequency because it's exhausting to constantly. Hey man, thanks.
I think the shallowness of learning are actually exhausting, not just the thanks.
Yeah, it was a true favor. Of course, I love giving people gratitude for that. But just this thing where everyone who picks you up, you get 8 rides a day, you're like thanking 8 people a day like they're the second coming of Jesus. You start to feel a little bit debased.
What'd you learn about people from that? That's your first time really kind of going into it.
The American public is just so kind overall. I mean, they're so like embracing, depending on who you are. And specifically, though, the Christian family people of the U.S. who drive in minivans and have that fish sticker on the back where it's like Jesus fish, and then they have the family stickers, where each member of the family is a stick figure. Those people never picked me up and would flip me off with their whole family. Sometimes they would throw full Dr. Peppers at me as a family while I stood on the side of the road.
As a family.
They would yell shit like, "Go to hell, hippie!" when I was on the side of the road. And so it's weird that the most charitable Christian American family values people never gave me any charity or even conversation. They were antagonizing me and saw me as like a hippie left over from the 60s who needed to go to work. I don't get it. Yeah. But the people who really extended a hand to me is people on the margins. People working on seasonal visas, people whose cars have less than a quarter tank left, people struggling with addiction, who saw me struggling, or at least they thought that I was. They assumed I was hitchhiking, not out of adventure, but because I had no car, and were willing to sacrifice their day almost sometimes to take me exactly where I needed to go.
That's beautiful. I've had similar kind of experience where people were struggling with it. Yeah. There's people like in religious context and other kind of communities that just judge others because they kind of constructed a value system where they're better than others because of that value system. And that actually has a cascade that forces you to actually be kind of a dick.
Yeah, I never thought about that. That's so true. Do you think about like morality and religion a lot?
Yeah. I think there's certain parts of the world where religion is really a big part of life. I'm just always skeptical about tribes of people that believe a thing and believe they're better than others because they believe that thing. That could be nations, that could be religions. Yeah. And I've been in Ukraine and in Russia, I've seen a lot of hate towards the other. That hate I'm always very skeptical of because it could be used by powerful people to direct that hate just so the powerful people can maintain power and get money, this kind of stuff.
It's a scary thing to see how easy it is for high up political people to mobilize the hate of just the average working person and can almost convince them to sabotage their own countrymen, or that they share more in common with the politician they look up to, just to advance the agenda of one party. That's what we're seeing now.
Are there some places in America that are better than others? Can you speak negatively of aforementioned Joe Rogan talk shit about Connecticut and stuff? Can you pick a region in the United States and talk shit about?
Talk shit about? Oh, for sure. I mean,
from that experience, let's just narrow it down to that.
Oh, Colorado.
Oh, geez.
Really? Yeah.
I know so many people that love Colorado.
Dude, Dallas, Denver. I used to think Phoenix sucks, but I like Phoenix now. The way they build these cities to just be so circular and nice. I like grids, man.
Oh, you're a good guy.
Manhattan, New Orleans, San Francisco.
What is it about grids that bring out the worst people? Circles is where everyone's
vibing out.
Yeah.
But the grid gets people locked in and hateful. I don't know, man.
But I've never heard anyone talk shit about Colorado. It's kind of
That was funny.
Yeah, it's a lot
Shout out to that guy.
Yeah, Oregon too.
Oh, that's like
you have, and I don't like just calling people racist because it's kind of like a two-dimensional insult, but you have the most racist state with the most psychotic anarchist city in the middle of it. What is going on up there? How did this happen? The yin and the yang is so extreme that there must be something about it.
What do you have against anarchists?
I had nothing. I used to be in it. When I was in 8th grade, I had this friend named Mads, who was part of a group called Seattle Solidarity, which is an Antifa precursor. So I grew up like going to Black Bloc protests. I mean, there was a particular shooting, the murder of John Williams, who was a Native American wood carver in downtown Seattle. He got killed by a Seattle police officer named Ian Burke. John Williams was carving a pipe from a wood block with a pocket knife. He's deaf in one ear. Officer pulls a gun on him and says, "Put it down." He doesn't hear him. He shoots him 6 seconds later. So that police-involved shooting is what instantly turned me into like a critical of law enforcement kind of person when I was super young. And so, as someone who used to see this guy, who got a 55-year-old man, I used to see him around Pike Place when my mom went to the public market in downtown. That, to me, put me into the anarchist political spirit. It's just channeling the anger of that experience. And the officer got no charges, by the way. You can look up the video, it's beautiful. You know, and it didn't get reported. The officer, I'm pretty sure, is still active duty. And so it's like situations like that, early in life, channeled me toward political extremism. But I grew up to realize how incompatible that anarchistic worldview is with reality and with American society. It can only exist in a small little chamber. You know, you can't apply that to the industrial heartland.
And I think also anarchism. So I got to know Michael Malice, who's written quite a bit about anarchism. And it also exists as a body of literature on different philosophical notions that kind of resist the state, the ever-expanding state in different kinds of ways. And it's always nice to have extreme thought experiments to understand what kind of society we want to build. But implementing it may not necessarily be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, Emma Goldman, a huge fan of her writing. Also, the prison abolitionists who are associated with the anarchist movement, Angela Davis, all that stuff, influential. I still adhere to a lot of those principles when talking about stuff like radical prison reform and stuff like that. But just, I drifted more toward having a more open mind as I got older.
Extremism implemented in almost all of its forms is probably going to cause a lot of suffering.
Yeah.
You worked as a doorman on the, I'd say, legendary Bourbon Street in New Orleans. When you saw what you described as, this might be a memory. But this is where I do my research.
Does it say hellish scene?
Hellish scenes in folks.
Wikipedia is damn right about that.
All right, thank you. That's a win. That's more than the win column. So yeah, tell the story of that. What's it like to work at Bourbon Street? What kind of place?
I mean, I was a host at a fine dining restaurant on the corner of Bourbon. So that's the first street.
This motherfucker's done, son.
So this is like
Go ahead, try to make it.
a daiquiri spot. This was the middle of the tourist corridor. And the spot was kind of a tourist trap. It was called Bourbon House. The food was good. Chef Eric, I don't want you to see it. You don't make good andouille sausages, but it was overpriced. And so we had to maintain this like fine dining facade on a street where almost everyone is like growing up fighting and half naked. So there was this policy. We had these giant glass windows next to the table. So if you're eating at a Bourbon House, you can look out onto Bourbon Street and you can see as you're dining, full panoramic view of all these partiers throwing beads, booze, all that. We had this policy where if we're serving someone, we can't look onto Bourbon Street if something crazy happens. So the fight or someone that we can't look, right? So there is a dude, I remember I'm fucking serving a table. There's a dude in a back handbag, butt naked, with 12 pairs of beads, just jerking it. Yeah, back to jerking it. He's jerking it, right? And every single person at the restaurant is looking up there like, look, they're taking pictures, and the man is receiving I'm serving these people, you know, I'm like, what's the red beans and rice? Or what's your, like, some Creole? And there's just this dude, and, you know, ultimately the manager went out further down Bourbon Street. But, you know, I would get off work at around midnight every night, and that was when Bourbon Street is at its most chaotic. And so I lived in the French Quarter as well. So I lived about 12 blocks down at a small Creole cottage, like people like Orange, old school New Orleans one-story spot. I lived in the attic above these gay meth dealers named Frank and John. And so I would get off work and I would basically have to walk through like this battlefield. I mean, it was a battlefield. Getting home was out of like warriors. Almost humanity. Like, yeah, it was like Kensington, Philadelphia, but just out. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's all alcohol. But it's a lot of tickets.
Almost all of it. And that kind of would set the flow for the weekend. For example, if the Raiders were playing the Saints, Raider Nation, and they do not play around. If it's the Patriots, that's a whole different crowd. They think they're better than everybody.
Well, they technically are better than everybody.
But people from Massachusetts aren't like the cream of the crop in terms of like American superiority. No offense, but I mean,
I'm sure they won't take that.
But they are good at fighting, though. Great. New England has hands compared to some places.
Which places you go to? Colorado?
Colorado has no hands.
Yeah.
The West Coast, not too much hands.
That's why you feel safe fucking thing about Colorado.
But if you get to the corn-fed parts of East Colorado, these guys got hands to their head. They'll be that shit. But anyways, I walked back to my house on Bourbon Street, and I was just sifting through this battlefield. I had a friend at the time who was like, we should do a taxi cab confession type spinoff where we ask people to confess a deep dark secret and post it the next day. And so we tried that, and it went viral on Instagram instantly. It was mostly incest stories, You know, people would name incest. I know it's a common southern stereotype, but there's some truth to it. There was some murder confessions. That was pretty crazy. We never really posted any of those. But
How did you get people to confess?
pretty easy. And New Orleans has a homicide solve rate of like 22%. So, I mean, most of the time, they'll just tell you. I remember I was walking down Burlington, and as a kid, I was like, "What's your deepest darkest secret?" And he told me, he's like, "I just smoked a dude in the Magnolia Project Development." And they said, "I just smoked a dude in the Magnolia playground for touching my sister." And I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, look it up." And I was like, "All right, hold on." A man found dead in Central City playground appeared to be homeless, shot execution. I told the kid, I was like, "Why'd you tell me that?" He's like, "Man, put that shit out there. I'm trying to go viral. Like, tag me too." I don't think you understand that even if you're a juvenile, you can get juvenile life in Louisiana, even if it's justified. So I just deleted the footage in front of me. I was like, "I'm gonna delete this footage. See that trash button? I'm hitting it right now. Don't tell anyone that again." And he was like, "All right, I appreciate it." He walked off. Little moments like that.
Anything for the gram, I guess.
Yeah, after a while, though, it became sort of repetitive. You know, because there's only so many things people can confess to that go viral.
Oh, so you were trying to see like,
Well, I mean, there's the incest one. Some people would just say, like, "I eat ass." That was like everyone said that. Like, I cheated on someone, or
I've seen a surprising number of people on your channel say mention eating ass.
yeah. How seriously you said that will live in my head for the rest of my life. That's good. Yeah,
I want to live in your head saying that a lot of people mention eating ass.
Yeah, a lot of people do. Also, that's kind of where I developed this magnitude for freestyle rapping. You know, everywhere I go, people rap. I'm not sure why. Yeah. As a former rapper myself in middle school and for the first year of high school, I think that maybe like it takes one to know one. But everywhere I go, people start rapping. If you and me went outside of this podcast studio, walk around for 5 minutes, I can find somebody who's rapping. I can tell who raps, or who can rap, who has 8 bars in their head. They're ready to go.
I think you're also there's something about you that gives them creates the safe space to perform their art.
Yeah, that was the Quarter Confession series was the first time we saw the suit.
That's when the suit came out.
Yeah, it was kind of like a Ron Burgundy, Eric Andre inspired.
Where did you get that suit?
Goodwill.
Goodwill. Wow. I was playing checkers.
Goodwill has a surprising amount of identical gray suits for sale.
Yeah, I've actually gotten suits at thrift stores before.
Yeah, a lot of people donate suits. I was going for oversized suits, which are the cheapest ones. But yeah, it was like $12, $12 to $25 every time.
That's it. If I wanted to look super sophisticated, like I'm from another era, I would go to the thrift store.
Yeah,
because they're usually like this. There's like the patterns they have. It's just like a more sophisticated suit. It's what you kind of picked out. It made you look ridiculous, but the best kind of way.
The tough part about Quarter Confessions for me is that everybody that was featured, for the most part, was more or less regretting being a part of the show. Yeah, and that over time just gave me a bad feeling where I was like, you know what? I kind of feel like I'm doing an ambush interview, especially because I'm presenting as so agreeable, yet the intention is to make something funny. Yeah. And I get that that's what people do in the satire sphere. I'm sure LED and Bruno and Borat do the same thing. And I don't think it's unethical because that's also the purpose of the comedy is what it is. But for me, I wanted to do something different.
Yeah, because there's an intimacy to confessing with things,
right?
And then you just don't really realize the implications of that.
And the atmosphere of Bourbon Street is like anything goes, like it's a free-spirited place, but if you transport that entity digitally to a different place like Colorado, they might look at it and be like,
different place and time, like 5 years later,
right?
That same person in the family and stuff like this, and all of a sudden they're talking about eating ass.
Right, exactly. You know, they have or imagine if there's a video of your grandma out there when you were a kid talking to you. That's a horrible experience. To discover that about your, respected elder later in life, it's tough.
I don't even know where to go with that. But literally, the opening question was, "Tell me your deepest, darkest secrets."
Yeah.
You just come up with something like that. How often do you get like a no? How often? What's the yes to no ratio?
Well, the weird thing is, like, we don't really extract answers. What makes a good interview is when they're ready to talk. The more you have to talk and try to get an answer out of them, it's just not a good vibe. Like, so we kind of look for people who appear to be already ready to talk. Open body language, like they seem confident and verbose, and we approach them first. We wouldn't approach a shy person and be like, "Come on, tell me."
What about a person with pain in their eyes?
Oh yeah, we're interviewing.
Yeah. So they're ready to talk. They're just not like. There's different ways to be ready. Right. I see homeless people a lot, and they always look fascinating. And the ones I've talked to are always fascinating.
Yeah. We just did a video at in the Vegas tunnels, like trying how to see if I take them out the box.
Yeah, I was going to make a joke. I didn't see it.
We tried to help a lot of them by giving them IDs. And when I made the documentary, I had this idea that like it's a big roadblock for them just getting identification. Without IDs, you can't check in a homeless shelter, you can't do day labor, you can't qualify for housing, nothing. So when we interviewed them, they'd basically tell us, if I had my ID, I wouldn't be here. And so we said, okay, we're going to really help this time. We're not just going to talk to them about their struggles. We're going to actively go out and get them IDs. So we did that, and nothing really changed in their life. And we sat down with a recovery specialist who works directly with them day in and day out. He explained to me that he's been trying to do the same thing I tried to do in a 1 week period for the past 10 years. And that they have deeper underlying traumas and pain that need to be dealt with far before they even take the steps to enter society as a housed person.
That's a heavy truth right there.
Breaking that shame cycle has to come first, because you gotta think, right? Like, I'm from a generation that romanticizes vagrancy and homelessness to a certain extent, if it's called van life, or if it is done in a way that's sort of like Rolling Stone, Willie Nelson hit the road. People who are above 50, they feel really embarrassed to be in the spiral of homelessness. They feel like failures. A lot of them have kids that they weren't there for. That's not the kind of pain that can be dealt with by giving someone a tiny home. It's a good step forward, but for someone to really make a change, they have to want to. And so it's, how do you help someone guide themselves in the right direction? And if you're too paternalistic and you use shame as a method to get them to clean up, they're going to end up going themselves. That's a tough truth to accept. A lot of people want a quick fix with it. And I don't blame people who go out and give bologna sandwiches out.
And each kid's probably its own little puzzle.
Each person is so different. Now imagine drug abuse, what that does to the brain, trauma, childhood trauma. There's so much to unpack. And then just the belief that they're the undesirable, that they don't deserve to be a part of society because they failed a fundamental obligation, like taking care of it.
If we could take a small tangent to, you mentioned this latest video, which is fascinating. It was taken down by YouTube, or YouTube took it down based on Fox 5, I guess.
So the documentary was an hour and 45 minutes. We used 10 seconds of the news clip that was publicly broadcast by Fox 5 News. And according to the Copyright Act of 1976, we're allowed to use any publicly broadcast news clip in a transformative capacity in any documentary, or research paper, or broadcast, or anything. They, specifically, this corporation called Great Media, that controls the TV stations in almost every small town, they had lawyers hit up YouTube, and YouTube complied with an illegal copyright strike to get a video immediately removed. And I'm a YouTube partner. I'm in the YouTube partner program. So to think that I wasn't forewarned, it's a bit strange, but it also smells like corruption to me to a certain extent.
Yeah, you shouldn't have that amount of power. At the very least, they should have the power to just silence that 5 seconds clip.
Yeah, but I'm taking them to court because I have the means to be able to do so. I'm a larger creator, I have an audience, I have the financial backing to do it. I can't imagine how many people out there are smaller creators with not as much consumer of a fan base that can mobilize against someone like Fox 5, or the money to go to court. So I want to take them all the way there to set precedent for future cases, so that these giant mainstream media conglomerates can't copyright strike documentary filmmakers at will.
Well, thank you for doing that. That's really, really, really important, and that's really powerful. And it might hopefully empower YouTube to also put pressure on people to not. YouTube is in a difficult position because there's so much content out there, there's so many claims, it's hard to investigate, but YouTube should be in a place where they push back against this kind of stuff. But as a first line of defense, especially to protect small creators. So what you're doing really important. And it sucks that it's taken down. Are you doing any hope?
Well, I talked to my YouTube partner today, and he said Fox 5 lawyers to comply with my counter appeal. But you know, I spent 20 grand on human voiceovers, 5 different movies. I invested probably in total like 70K into this video. So even if it gets reinstated, the Steam's kind of taking that.
But also, it's just like a really important video to the world.
But yeah, like why the hell would Fox 5 have a vested interest in having the video taken down?
I just hate when people do that. The videos and the creators are
yeah, it's not an expose on the mayor of Las Vegas to attempt to show the civilian public how to get involved in a local nonprofit.
Fox 5, the other Channel 5.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for pushing back and highlighting it. Hopefully it gets brought back up. But yeah, defending other creators so that other creators can take risks and don't get taken down for stupid reasons. So, Court of Confessions was written?
No, it was all real-life reality TV documentary. But it caught the attention of a larger company called Student Media. And they contacted me pretty much like a week after I graduated from college in May of 2019. And they said, hey, like, how would you like to produce a show? I was like, what do you mean? They were like, we'll get you an RV, we'll pay you $45K a year. You get to pay for gas, for food, for 2 hotels a week. Go out there, make content, and we'll be in the background just powering it all.
And that was the birth of All Gas No Brakes.
Yes. I mean, All Gas No Brakes was named after a book that I wrote called All Gas No Brakes, The Hitchhiker's Diary, which chronicled the 70-day journey. Oh, yeah, there's only a few copies left. I'm thinking about doing a reprint at some point down the line, but I sold off the last copies.
Until then, you guys can go read On the Road.
You should read it. I don't know if you read it. If you can't get my book, get On the Road by Jack Harris. It's the best.
What's your birthday?
April 23rd.
Okay,
I'm a Taurus.
Thursday.
Yeah. I'm a typical Taurus man. Scorpio.
What's the time of your born? Thursday at night or Thursday morning?
Typical. You guys knew it. That's the real sign.
Yeah.
Anyways, so the idea of All Gas No Brakes as a show is to combine I guess the Road Dog ethos of the All Gas No Brakes book with the presentation and editing style of Court of Confessions. So it's to take Court of Confessions on the road. It was pretty much like a simulated hitchhiking experience, but with the editing and like punchy effects of Court of Confessions. You do fast zoom in, little effects, stuff like that. It was man, those were the best years. It was just so fun. I mean, imagine you're fresh out of college. You were just a doorman interviewing people about like making out with their cousin and stuff, and then boom, this company you've never even heard of is willing to buy you an RV and give you $45K a year, which to me at the time was more money than I could possibly imagine. So I called my dad. I was like, Dad, I need you to find me an RV. He's the only guy I know in the car. He's an Edith. He said, all right, I'm on it. So the RV was $20,000. And the first event that we were called to cover was the Burning Man. And that was tough. The Burning Man is not too keen on filming. It's supposed to be a non-commercialized escape from reality. The gift economy set up. It's based upon like mutual participation and non-exploitation. And so the idea of making a Burning Man video was tough because burners oftentimes, this is not all of them, but are pretty well off in general. A lot of them have tech jobs, they're pretty high up in Silicon Valley, and Burning Man is where they go to take off, take the edge off and basically become their burner for something. On the playa, they become reborn. They take ketamine, and they wear kaleidoscope glasses, steampunk hats, and they snort MDMA, and they run around.
Do you snort MDMA? I need to
yes,
MDMA. I thought it was a pill.
It's better to take it in a pill or water. You can snort MDMA.
I definitely. I'm already for a walk like that. I probably don't never love it.
Yeah, don't snort it because it'll only last a few minutes.
I'm gonna write that down.
So anyways, we didn't know what to do because we tried to film and let go. The initial idea for All Gas No Brakes was to, instead of asking people what's your deepest darkest secret, it was what's the craziest trip you've been on. So the idea was to not satirize drunk people, but satirize people who have tried on acid. And we went to Boulder real quick, did a test interview with some lady who talked about seeing ancestral aliens during a peyote retreat. And so it's pretty easy to extract trip reports from hippies, gutter monks and stuff like that. So we go to Burning Man, we start asking people like, what's your craziest trip story? And they didn't have the same type of free-flowing storytelling style that like a on-the-street press punker in New Orleans might have. Where you're like, fuck, I'll tell you whatever. These people were very bottled up about what they were looking for. So we went on Burning Man Radio, and we did a broadcast. We said, hey, we're psychedelic journalists. We're psychedelic journalists. We're parked on 10 and I across the Black Rock City. We said we have a 1998 Catalina Coachman Sport. It's an RV. We set up a podcast studio. We're doing a show about psychedelic voyages. So, lo and behold, 2 hours later, we had 10 people lined up at the RV. Willing to talk. So that netted people internationally. So we did a couple interviews, and that was that.
Well, what were some of the stories from the trip report?
There was this lady named Razma who said that she was known in several circles in Berkeley for being multi-orgasmic and could create multiple repeated climaxes using only her mind by like squinting her eyes and squeezing her eyes together so much that like the pleasure spiral just went crazy.
I feel like I talked to several people like that.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
And not that. Well, yeah, that lady. I think she manifested something.
Right. So, but still, it was on the creator. There was one guy, Kimbo Slice, which is Burning Man. He talked about taking a shit after taking like a quarter of mushrooms and how he was like seeing his childhood and visualizing his past life. As the turds were flowing into the toilet. He just talks about the psychedelic union between pooing and taking shrimp. Yeah, so there was stuff like that. I interviewed Alex Gray, cool, about his first trip in San Francisco in 1971, shortly after the Summer of Love. I got to do some pretty cool interviews, but still it was semi-ambush style. I wouldn't say that we were doing journalism yet. It was still comedic videos.
Was there a narrative that ties together? Like really trip
interview, and then I go Burning Man, and then they talk to me. So I guess that could give a loose structure, but it's just like a punchy slapstick. Everything was going good until we interviewed this guy named DJ Soft. He was wearing a golden leotard with once again kaleidoscope glasses. Shirtless, dancing, dancing, and he was eating chowder out of a plastic bowl. And he was like, this chowder's so fucking good. He's like, this is the best chowder I've ever had in my life. And he starts putting the chowder on his face. And he's like, I want this chowder all over me. Yeah. And so we just go, hey man, can you just do a dance for us real quick? For some B-roll. He does a dance. We post it on Instagram the next morning. Doing his media CEO calls me green. He says all of our pages. And he's like, that guy you filmed dancing last night on drugs, putting chowder on his face? That guy's at the top of MIT.
I don't understand what
he went to MIT.
My brother's a rocket scientist. He's like head of NASA or whatever.
Well, I mean, the guy knows people in Boston. Not in the Whitey Bulger sense, but in the reverse sense.
I've had trouble believing that DJ Soft thing.
Oh, DJ Soft thing was major. It could have been Harvard, it could have been, but it wasn't UMass.
I don't think there's anybody that's a quote at the head of MIT who's pretty, what was it? All over his face? Chowder.
Well, then you haven't been learning.
So, I would have to consult my colleagues at MIT if they know DJ Soft.
So whoever
probably was Harvard. Let's put it on them.
The top of Harvard. So he made some calls, to the tops, to the heads of big tech. Got all the Doing Things media pages taken down. At the time, that was a vast network of pages. And we ended up having to take, obviously, the video came down, and he held the entire network of Instagram pages hostage. And so that was, he made us agree to never post that video again, and it somehow got all the pages. So that was my first brush with, like, the powerful people on drugs, and that was probably my last brush. I think after Burning Man, we went to the South, went to Talladega race weekend, went to a Donald Trump Jr. book signing, went to a Juggalo adjacent fetish mansion in Central Florida called the Sausage Castle.
Juggalo adjacent sausage. Okay, can you run that by me again?
The Juggalo adjacent fetish mansion in Central Florida.
Spanish mansion in Central Florida. Juggalo adjacent. I mean, every single one of those words. Yeah, like. Right. So, by the way, where is Juggalo? Is this ICP? ICP.
But I say adjacent because it's not a Juggalo mansion, but there's a lot of Juggalos who take it as a Juggalo thing.
Oh,
yeah, because they get made fun of.
Oh, so it's not, okay, got it.
And Juggalos stay out there. They're on the FBI's gang list.
ICP or
the Juggalo.
Where's the head of the
It'll be violent jail and but there's associated acts like Twisted, and there's a whole rabbit hole. Honestly, Tech Nine is really cool.
Tech Nine, I don't know what that is. So I know
he's actually one of the top selling touring rappers despite having not that many streams. Tech Nine is like, it's got a huge cult following. This is like, the Juggalos started it in Warren, Michigan.
You should also say ICP at the same time possibly. So this is a thing, this is a movement.
Oh yeah, if you went to Seattle right now and punched a cop and they put you in county jail, you may end up running
Running with the Juggalo.
They're a presence in the Pacific Northwest prison system from what I think.
When you tell a Juggalo,
When they say whoop whoop, so if you see a Juggalo, they'll say that. I'll feel like I'll try it. They're kind of called the Dark Carnivals in mythology they abide by.
What do they define it? What's the ideology?
Family.
No, I understand, but what's the ideology? What's the philosophical foundation?
They're anti-racist. They like to drink Fago and also just like cheap liquor and stuff like that. They're into drugs. Yeah. A lot of circles, if you pull out a crack pipe, people will be like, I don't want to drink. You're at a Juggalo party and someone's smoking good. Relatively.
Yeah, right. Lots of tattoos.
Yeah. The Hatchet Man is the most common. So the Psychopathic Records logo. It's a cartoon of a clown wielding a hatchet. It's actually a pretty sick logo.
I vaguely remember enjoying some of that ICP music.
Good.
That's pretty good. It's funny. It's edgy.
They get satirized a lot. They have and also, so when All Gas No Brakes transitioned away from rich elite drug parties and into like the South, that's when the fun really started to happen. Living in your RV in Alabama and Florida and stuff.
Why? What is it about?
People are so friendly down there. It's warm year round and people are non-judgmental. It's just great. The South gets hated on a lot, especially in the coastal states. Mississippi and Alabama. It was a great state. Oh yeah, ABQs. ABQs. What Jesse Pinkman calls ABQs.
Oh shit! The depth of reference. I met a lady in Australia across the think about that. I don't know. Yeah, on the road. That's so good. I've read in my life. There's a moment.
On the bus?
No, he went into cafe. Well, yeah, and there was a level affair on the bus, but it wasn't sexy. It was just so much. It was in the air. Which there is something in the air on the bus. Really found mega bus, that type of situation. There's something in the air. There's a romance. There is. Yeah, these travelers. Because if they're strangers, they're together. They're like doing each other out.
but you're in it. Like you each have a story. Even because of the bus has a story. So you're, especially if you travel across country. It's something. You ever taken the dollar bus from Philly to New York to Chinatown bus? Yeah, that's a great one. The people on that about a fucking dollar. There's some that are $5. No. If you book it way ahead of time. It's like $20 or just a fucking line. I don't know what I'm swearing, but anyway, came out. Hey, swearing's okay. When I got last time I was in the Chinatown bus, there was like a rooster walking down the hall. Actually, rooster, yeah, what? Chill. It was a nice part of your soul when you used it. I forgot about that. Yeah, that felt almost fake. Yeah, did you plant the rooster? No, the rooster. There's a place in Ybor City in Tampa where roosters walk around all the time, and we had a rooster park there, right by the main drag. Did I say we had a rooster park? We had the RV park in Ybor City for a long time, and the rooster laid eggs. Right, back to the all gas celebration. Yeah. So it was really fun, and then we started all gas celebration. We were coming in. 6 months later, the country shut down, and everything was just kicked again. I was actually here in Austin when it shut down. I was on 6th Street. I remember the, I don't just hang out on 6th Street all the time, but I was just here. Yeah, I do like 6th Street. I like these stuff. I like 6th Street. So anyways, the NBA shut down. Everything shut down. So I went down to the 36 and I asked the doorman, are you guys ever going to shut down? He was like, fuck no, bro. The 36 never closes. And I was like, all right, let's see about that. Next day, like, and I was like, all right. I thought my career was over. I was like, what are we going to do? Nothing's happening anymore. There's no more parties or Talladega races or Burning Mans to go to. So I went back to Seattle in the RV and spent 4 months depressed living in the RV trying to figure out what would happen. But all gas celebration went on. This was the crazy thing about that period. When COVID hit, I'm sure you remember, everything turned political. Overnight. In Seattle, if you went to a house party, people were like, oh, you're a superstar. So if you wanted to socialize, even with a group of 4 or more, you had to do so with your phone. And a lot of people were being hyper-social police. Beyond that, in the South and in the conservative places, they were doing the opposite. They were trying to prove that they could hang out 500 deep with no mask to make a statement against the establishment. So you had this polarization that led to more division. And that's when the anti-vax protest started. And I went to Sacramento, and the passion unreal. This is about 2 months after the COVID lockdowns began. And that was my first political video in Sacramento, the California state capital in Sacramento, documenting the, they called it the Freedom Rally. And it was real intense. And that video was my most successful to date at that time. And so I was like, okay, am I a political reporter now? Am I covering politics? Like, what's going on?
What were the interviews that made up that video? What style of questions were we asking?
I don't know if you remember, but I was actually scared of it. I thought that this is something that might kill us all based upon what I was. And so I'd ask people, what do you think about this lockdown? And I've had people say, I'm immune compromised. If I get exposed to COVID, I have a 95% fatality rate. But guess what? I'd rather be free and dead than alive living in fear. Wow. So it's just stuff along those lines. You had some San Diego surfers there complaining about the beaches being shut down, such awesome days.
Yeah, I think it's like that. Really brought out the worst of people.
Oh, yeah.
So why that is. Fear, maybe, paranoia. I don't know. It really divided people. Like, it's really along the lines of election. Like, triple mask yourself or fight for your country.
Exactly. That's why those are 2 options. That is literally what it was. Both groups think they're fighting to survival. And that's where you really run into problems. You have 2 polarized groups who both think that their cause is for the conflict. Mutual understanding is possible at that point. And so after 3 months of almost everybody being locked down, go slow down. I remember I saw the third precinct Sunday. And everyone said, Andrew, you have to go cover it. And I'm somebody, like I said, police violence is close to my heart. And my first thought is, I can't do that. I'm a comedic reporter. I can't go to Minneapolis and cover this. It'll be the end of my career. And I had a friend named Lacey who I went to college with. And she told me, she was like, bro, this is your chance for you to do something serious. You can actually create a meaningful piece of reporting that you always wanted to do in a reporting profession. You can turn all gas companies into a news source. So I called Reed, who's the CEO of the company that owns all gas companies. I was like, look, man, I want to go to Minneapolis. I was in Orlando. I was actually at the sausage stand. And he said, I'm sorry, the sausage stand? The drug road. Oh, right, yeah, it's called the sausage stand. So I'm watching Minneapolis unfold on Lake Street, and I got to the Orlando airport. And I booked the flight I booked it on my own card. I didn't consult my boss or anything. And I was sitting in my seat on the flight. And he straight up told me, he's like, if you fuck this up and this destroys the brand, you're getting a different person. If you mess this up and you turn a show away from a party show about drinking and drugs and all that stuff, and you make this a social justice show, you're done. But I was like, I just turned my phone off. I got to the Minneapolis airport on the second night of the ride. And when I got to the airport, there was National Guardsmen in the airport. And it was like a Call of Duty mission. The one in the airport. And on the speaker, it said, if you're arriving here right now, you are not permitted to go anywhere outside of the airport. National Guardsmen will escort you to your Uber or to your car. They're going to take a picture of your ID. They're going to figure out where you're going. You are not permitted to go outside. And so Lacey picks me up. There's two people in the back, two of her homegirls wearing like dice. What are we doing? Where are we going? And she goes, we're going to go somewhere right. And so as we drive down there, Kmart is burning. Target is burning. Everything is on fire. She has the Sony A7. She gives me a microphone and she's like, go talk to that guy. And that was a guy with a Molotov cocktail in his hand who had just burned Kmart down. And so I go, what should I ask him? She goes, what's on your mind? And I walk up to her and I'm like, what's on your mind? She said something like, everything that was happening here was supposed to happen. This is how we feel. Is it right? No. Is this going to benefit the community? No. This is how we feel. This is how we feel. That's pretty powerful. That's so a lot of the documentary we do, this is how we feel, like screaming through that. Yeah. And I noticed that aside from the unicorn riot, there's no one else actually interviewing the protesters. The local news is on the bridge, 5 blocks away, filming just the scene itself, the fire. But I saw some crazy things off there. So there was kind of two groups there. There was like the anarchists, mobilized protesters, and then there was just mostly African American community members who were just pissed, who had nothing to do with the order. And they were all kind of joining forces to that. And there was an anarchist kid who ran up to White Castle with like a Molotov cocktail. And he was about to throw it at White Castle. And this black dude ran up to him and grabbed his arm. We fucked with White Castle. And I was like, what? And so you see, if you go on Lake Street, every business is burned at White Castle. After all these dudes ripped this ATM out of the bank and hit it with sledgehammers. They were a group of friends hitting it with sledgehammers, right? Hitting it with sledgehammers, boom. All of a sudden, money starts spraying out of the ATM. Like, I've never seen some shit like this, like pouring out of it. And then this group of friends who were just united in getting it open start playing with each other for the moment. And so it was like Joker from the Batman's army type vibe. So I got shot in the ass by the National Guard. It was no good. Yeah, not shot. Honestly, it hurt. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Yeah, I liked it. It was good. Yeah, and then after that, I posted the video, and it was very well received. That was the pivotal point where I realized that
I mean, there was a still kind of a comedic element to the way you do conversations, the way you edit. So, did you see yourself as a potential like a John Stewart type of character?
At first, but I just think human beings are funny.
Yeah, it's good to see that.
The cool thing about John Stewart is like, I generally like to say that anybody who works for corporate media, whether it's Comedy Central or anyone like Time Warner, Fox, MSNBC, they can't say what they want because in order to climb up in those organizations, you have to appease the narrative of the company that you're working for to rise in the ranks. John Stewart, I feel like, has so much clout in the media world that I'm pretty sure he can say whatever he wants. Like, I actually don't think that John Stewart is that good. I really don't. I think that he can go on the show and talk about whatever.
I do think that certain people have broke the brain. COVID broke the brains of a lot of really great people I admire. Trump broke the brains of a lot of people I admire. Like to where Trump's great decisions against the because of it. Like, you can't see the world quite as clearly because of it. And I think John Stewart is quite a genius at like, stepping away, even though the world needed him in that time, stepping away during that moment.
What's
So,
up, Christian
coming
Sam?
back now.
Hey, Rodo, thanks for the shot. What are you saying, man?
My favorite John Stewart moment to illustrate that perfectly is whenever he went on the Colbert show. And he was just joking around with Stephen Colbert,
Swedish?
who I think
This is bullshit.
about
What is
the
it?
Wuhan lab. He was just goofing around. It's called the coronavirus lab, and they had before. And now what do we have? And it was like, you could see in Stephen Colbert that he was like,
Rabbi, that's for that
John, stop joking about that.
No one
And
knows
that made me realize like, everything that John Stewart did, especially for the 9/11 first responders, he's a true American. And not in the sense of like the different political parties want you to believe in America. Not a do your part in social distance American. Not a, wave your Trump flag in the back of your pickup truck American. Just a guy who stands up for his rights.
There is a degree to which you can be in those positions easily captured by people that really are not controlled by bosses and money and all that kind of stuff. I think John Stewart is mostly resistant to his part.
I think he's done the best job. If someone in that obviously Democrat connected corporate media economy, he seems to be the freest talker.
Yeah. So this one you first
big anger.
I'm not even sure what thing means. I mean, I just see myself. Oh, that was on tape. That's a whole the stage. That's right. But this, I didn't make like the memes really. I didn't make journalism to become famous. I made it to give people a platform to share their stories. It just so happened people liked it enough where I became sort of famous. But, if I could go back and not be the on-camera guy and just platform the stories, I would. But the reality is people need a face to yeah, I would say right around Minneapolis protest, Portland protest, Proud Boys rally time, when I was really in there, is when I started to be acclaimed as more than just like a ambush.
You got to have a platform.
Not at that point.
Not at that point. Like you were saying,
well, the country was basically closed. So it wasn't like there was a street to walk down. There's that guy. So getting famous during COVID, so when the country reopened, it was as if my life really changed. So like, all these fans I made during COVID are seeing me out of the bar. Yeah. The first thing is the best thing ever because you can go anywhere in the country and these spaces that you normally feel a bit insecure in, like a local dive bar, a cool restaurant, a coffee shop, and you just being that guy, all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, I'm a big fan of this stuff. You get this sense of acceptance that you never would have gotten before. But there's also
well, it's all love, man. I speak to the first part you're saying. There's so much love that people have.
I'm sure you know what it's like. The only downside of fame, really, is that you can't really be anonymous. And you have to seek out more strange environments to be anonymous. Like right now, I live in the desert, basically. And I want to live in the middle of nowhere in the Mojave Desert. Not because I'm scared of people, but because I just want to be like curious me. So people don't know, and I can ask questions to people that I'm interested in about the film. I remember I see here, I see that. That's the main thing. That's what I love about Hitchhiker. Yeah, just to have that on memory. Yeah, right. But both are great. Complaining about things is just amazing. Yeah, if you go to first and look at the we're now too. I love furries. I see that. Yeah, you should go. Yeah, I go all the time. I go together. What's your favorite outfit? I think you might like it more than you think. All right, listen. Maybe I'm just afraid because yeah, your persona, the true Lexicon. Yeah, and it's $3,600. Everything is boxed. Lizards, well, scalies are the lizard thing. Yeah, and there's a big division in the community where there's scaly. The scaly super expensive. $7,000 the first suit is 30. So, and they're not the tall. Yeah, so when the scalies pull up to the first half, it's like, something like that. I can get that. I like more like a teddy bear type of guy. Yeah, it's scary. I work well, that's so cool. I'm gonna put a GoPro on that. You were talking about that conversation with the guy who had a beef with me. How did that end? Well, I mean, I want to clear up a few things. Reed, the CEO of the I actually think he's a good guy. I think that he was just trying to run a business. He saw what was working for his very college-centric, very festival-centric. And he was right to think that journalism, and especially coverage of sensitive topics like COVID or police brutality, would definitely not work on merch. You're not going to sell a picture of me interviewing someone at a riot like you interviewing furries. So it's a lot harder to monetize, not to say YouTube, but also because of the sensitive nature of the content. So Reed was looking out for himself as a businessman. So it was a different part. So I'm not going to say his name. That was more connected in Hollywood. I think he's responsible for the collapse of the day. What was the collapse like? So right as the country grew up, I get a DM. I'm covering something called the UFO Mega Conference in Laughlin, Nevada. It's beautiful. Rivertown. And, he DM'd me because let's make a show. And I'm like, oh, shit, this is real. I grew up such a big fan of Agent for You and Eric Andre show. Those were produced by the company, absolutely. So I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. 3 days later, I get a call that says, Jonah Hill wants to hop on board. And I can't believe it. I'm still in the RV, and I'm in Laughlin, Nevada. So I'm like, Jonah Hill, super bad. Are you shitting me right now? So I was excited. And, and Moneyball. Jonah Hill's a great actor. Oh, he's great. And they all, yeah. And so, I mean, he's got the strength. So basically, just within a week, I assembled this super team of Tim and Eric, super bad. Yeah, pretty much. Of Tim and Eric. And yeah, we just pitched it around every single TV network. I don't know why. And they mainly did that because I was in this weird situation where I had signed a contract with doing some media that I didn't realize was called a 360. That's what they use in the basically means that I can't do anything outside of them without them getting 100% of the money. So if I was to go work at Sbarro or Quiznos while I was working for All Gas No Brakes, they would get my $500. I was unable to earn any outside. I didn't read the fine print because I was 21 and, like I told you, $45K a year. RV sounds big. And basically, the TV networks were like, why would we buy a show if the digital brand can present it? And they didn't want to stop doing All Gas No Brakes to make a TV show. They wanted All Gas No Brakes to continue as a web show while All Gas No Brakes as a future TV show at Showtime or Hulu or something like that was also concerned, which is impossible for one man to do. So every TV network said, okay, we're not doing that. We want an exclusive rights contract. Next, oh yeah, this is crazy to think about. It all happened so fast. So Jonah Hill says A24 Films wants to do a movie instead of a show, and they're going to let you keep the digital brand running. So this meant I could keep doing my Instagram stuff, doing things media / All Gas No Brakes, while making a A24 movie with Jonah Hill. So it was just like, I was excited. It sounded perfect. So they said, okay, what do you want to make a movie about? And I told them, okay, here's what's going to happen in 2020. If Trump wins, there's going to be riots across the country. Major cities are going to burn. If Trump loses, the militias and his loyal supporters are going to try to have a coup in D.C. So that's what I said. And I said, so I'm going to follow the lead up to whoever wins the election, and I'm going to document what happens after. So they said, okay. And so I was to begin filming in late October, during the campaign trail, maybe mid October, up until November, and then in the following months to see what would happen. This meant that I couldn't film anything for All Gas No Breaks, the digital thing, because I had to dedicate 100% of my time for this movie. Still, one of the partners of doing media was demanding that I not only produce the movie, but also more content for the show. So I told them, there's only so many hours in a day, man, that's going to be impossible. And I said, if you want it to be possible, I can make it work, but I want to have half of the monetization, 50% profit split, which I thought is fair. If you want me to do double work when I was getting almost nothing before, split me in on the profit. They fired us immediately. Me and my two childhood friends who I hired to work on the all out of the job. As we were filming for the now HBO project, we got our fired. It's good. And then I know social. It used to be only I think so too, but they didn't see it that way because they figured we made the initial investment. We discovered is how they looked at it. So it wasn't Reed, but it was the other part who wasn't Reed who said, we have tons of verbatim who said this. I have tons of
Whoever is this fucktard Rothschild's Rabbi, go fuck off our word. No one wants to be associated with the number one grifter that caused the HR. So go die quietly in your end. God, the asshole. Fuck you. So thank you, Regina. That was the best. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I remember when OG Nani was like, hey, everybody hates you. It was like, oh, thanks. No one loves to be associated with you. You got that right, partner.
The word I use is like sidekick syndrome. Like when people are kind of a part of the production, but they're not integral.
Oh, are you fucking serious?
It doesn't matter. And that the brains of the operation are actually the people. And so they start to believe that they can just shift things around. The audience won't care. Not realizing that I was actually the one who created the show. The lore of the show is connected to my rise outside of their jurisdiction. If that makes sense. Like the people who watch All Gas No Breaks watch Quota Confessions, which read the book. And so,
well, this happens also not just financially.
Whoever is this fucking
that part of the team
oh, that shit is so funny. Oh, dog. Some of the funniest shit of all time. That shit was so fucking funny.
The creator alone should be celebrated.
So funny.
In a way, I have sympathy because I can't relate to that. So that always so I'm not sure
well, push perhaps. Push perhaps. Push perhaps.
I don't understand.
Fuck off and die.
Something that I didn't understand.
Well,
now that is some funny shit.
Thing like this, like this company, you do think about brand.
Oh, that is some funny shit. Whoever is this fucktard Rothschild.
But ultimately, freedom.
Oh, that shit is so funny. I could poop myself. Oh, that is so funny. You probably just missed a really good one. And for that, we're going to restart this beat.
Parking lot of a Walmart in South Philly. And the propane had just ran out. And it was 15 degrees outside. So like the RV was getting really cold really fast. And I just looked at my phone and it was like, you're fired. And I was just like, God help me. I've had a couple moments like that. God does help.
And they were always in the parking lot of Walmart, right?
Well, yeah. Although,
I know that Walmart, by the way.
the one in South Philly is great.
Yeah.
But technically now you can't park in RV there.
Well, you're not in that involved.
Well,
You know,
the thing is, those Walmart, Cracker Barrel, and Big Five, so it's technically all let RV campers park overnight. But if there's like a time problem in the city where they're at, they can lobby. Individual Walmarts can lobby with the corporate to take that away. So like all the Portland Walmarts, you can't sleep there anymore. Any city with like significant homelessness, like petty property crime, the Walmarts are a no-go.
fascinating.
To whoever is Rothschild's rabbi,
From there, in the
go
action,
fuck off and die.
Channel 5.
Channel 5 was born in March of 2021.
Whoever is the Rothschild,
Oh, really? So you went all in.
fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, we filmed the HBO project on
One
November
wants to be
2020 up
associated
until
with the number one grifter. What is a grifter? It's like some kind of game
shit going back from individual
shit.
So let's go to that project. It turned out to be a movie called This Place News.
It's supposed to be called American Shit.
Then you can tell the story. So you have
No,
Joker Gang and Gum Gang.
It's like-
Yeah, the opening scene with two characters.
whoever is
Talking shit.
that shit is so fucking funny.
Really brilliant.
Dog.
Like,
Throwing up gang signs
microcosm.
like a pimp. Wah, wah, wah.
See the extremes of the left and the extremes of the right.
That's exactly what
Look at this move.
Yeah. really.
Look at this
I
move.
really like this. That,
I gotta take a shit. Allegedly.
It's kind of a little bit of a spoiler on what
Dog,
that project. But yeah,
my baseball
kind of,
team sucked so much.
I seems the most sane.
he was the voice. He like cut through it.
Yeah.
I also just realized that a lot of people are going to stream through them.
Yeah. Where did they? That is good.
Oh,
It's such a thing. Yeah. I wish we could all just pay everyone on YouTube or something. Yeah. And HBO just profits or whatever. But like, it's a subscribe for every single thing. But yes, if you want to watch it, really, I recommend it extremely highly. Sign up for HBO, whatever the hell.
On a positive note, HBO is great to work with. Like, that's very much professional, like, respectful company.
Yeah, it's real good to come in here.
But even in the background, they get shit done. There's no wait time. They have some of the best heavy hitters for trailers, for posters, all the promotional apparatus they have. Super solid.
Do you get like good notes from people there? Like how to
A little bit, man, but you know.
it's truly the original like documentary. Like meaning like I just haven't seen anything like it. It's even like there's a humor and a lightness with the right kinds of moments. Like I said, like a news story there. That's like okay, like a non-secular like thing as part of the story. Kind of intensifies and reveals the absurdity of the tradition. Once like January 6th happens, and yeah, it's like what happened? It was almost like a delirium of every just a weird, it's like well, like people say, mind virus. Like all of a sudden this guy captured, people just like yelling at each other, doing the most ridiculous shit. And I mean, really, just like the way you present it, especially, just reveals the surface of it all.
I mean, it really broke the fourth wall. That's how I would describe it. Because if you were at the lead up, it felt like it was the beginning to a series of similar riots. But it just popped off so much that was it. You haven't seen it. There was supposed to be a second one.
1 of 9.
It was a crazy time to be alive and around. And especially the relationship I developed with Enrique Tarrio, who's the former chairman of the Proud Boys. He's now facing 23 years in prison. It's like a trip because I went to his house in Miami maybe 2 weeks after January 6th. Talking to him, it seemed like he didn't think anything happened. He was yeah, man, that was crazy. I'm glad I wasn't there. They're dumb for doing that. He even told me he doesn't think the election was fair. Which is just a mind fuck. It's like, why do you get everyone so hyped up? It's just weird to think about how so many people's lives are drastically altered because of that.
Rothschild's rabbi.
Always
Yeah, what did you QAnon as far as that standard? What did you learn about QAnon?
That shit is hilarious.
It's an all-encompassing worldview. That family that I talked to, I call them the QAnon family, but it's called the Spencer family. You know, they were non-political up until the Stop the Steal movement began in September of 2020. And within 4 months, their entire life revolved
What the
around
fuck is interstitial?
And I've never seen in my life a psyop just devour people's minds in such an intense way in such a rapid period of time.
Yeah, I love how the kids in the movie also do this. Yeah, but the families, the kids do like go through a full journey. Yeah, of like believing whatever any Christian religion does, and believing all the worst versions of the conspiracy theories, and then kind of waking up and like, what was this point?
Yeah, it was heartbreaking to see his disappointment in his dad.
I'm gonna upload this
video.
video.
So militant.
Yo, girl.
I felt like they let my dad down. I felt like they let our family down.
Get a load of this
January
pimp.
6th was supposed to be the day.
Get a load of this pimp.
And the military is supposed to mobilize and arrest the members of the
Oh, baby girl.
all that. Trump was supposed to go into a helicopter, you know what I mean, and take control of the country back from the swamps. And it didn't happen. In fact, the next day,
Yo, girl.
now he doesn't. Then he did. And it was really, I think it hurt people's pride a lot. My friend Forgiato was a Trump rapper. He described it that way. So a lot of people's pride got there.
Trump rapper.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, there's some pretty dope Trump rappers. I'm serious.
MAGA rap.
Yeah, like.
I remember.
Pepperidge
Farm remembers, girl.
And they do a pretty good job. They're good at delivering the messaging they want to deliver, yeah. And they think it's crap, but I'm like,
oh, they have some political stuff. Wow. I think there's something more to say about like how QAnon works, like who's behind it. What's your sense of who's behind it?
you know, I don't want this to sound rude or anything. I just don't care about QAnon. You know what I mean? I put so much thought into it, and I just can't seem to care about it.
Was it like going for disappointment? Because like to me, it was like a thing that just captured a very large number of people's minds, and then just kind of faded.
I guess that's why it just seems like it's gone. And the ideas of QAnon have just led into mainstream standards.
But there has to be a kind of retrospective. That's the problem I have with COVID. You know, a lot of stuff happened. Everybody freaked out. There's a lot of big drama around it. Now everyone's like, okay, yeah. But wait, what is the lessons learned? Has anyone learned any lessons?
Yeah. Exactly. What I'm saying is, I don't want QAnon adherents to see this thing. I don't care about them. But like, as far as who is behind it, the damage is done.
Yeah, but what are the mechanisms that made it work?
What do you mean? Have you kind of like thought about that?
I kind of think that these viral ideas can be driven by, in the film kind of shows you, like just a handful of people. They are not malevolent. They just want clout.
Yeah.
And there's something sexy, there's something really sticky about conspiracy theories. Especially extreme. Just kind of, some of them can have this momentum they capture on and like when I hear some conspiracy theories, like there's something, a small part of me that's kind of like
it's possible, you know, that QAnon is a psyop to distract people away from actually uncovering what the deep state is and who is truly running things behind the scenes, because the deep state is just the 1%. You get people so close to any type of class structure, and then you totally divert everything into like lizard humans who live on the moon, and Hillary Clinton is leading babies on camera, and QAnon did just that. They want to convince you that one, there's no conservative state anymore. That Trump isn't connected to a huge, rich corporate apparatus, and two, that the Democratic establishment is only and that some middle of the road conservatives. So there's no grifters or manipulators outside of that three-headed snake. You know, everywhere, everyone wants to make money. This is the world that we're in. It's in collapse. everybody wants to make money, and engagement is the rule of law. So anything, that's why these news organizations follow retention incentives. They want to make money by selling ads, so they try to create fear and constant division to enrich corporate media staff. And you have people who are almost realizing, hey, it seems like Rothschild, might be owned by the same people, and are tactically using these machines to keep us divided perfectly 50-50 to ensure that the power structure never gets disrupted. And then you get people, you know who's going to save us? Donald Trump. That's the guy? How is that the guy? It's not the guy. I don't have PBS. I'm not an orange man bastard who hates about the all the time, but I don't think he's the guy. You were shirtless, lifting weights, while whiskey or some alcohol was poured into your mouth by Alex Jones in this movie, and then you did the same thing. That's true. It looks like an interrogation. So Alex was a part of this film. He was like throughout the narrative. We had a good interview with him. What did you learn about interacting with Alex? For one, he's the exact same off-camera as he is on it. Not an actor. He told me that all real Americans die before 58. He mentioned Sean Connery and a few others. And, how old is he? Getting up there. I think early 50s. I just found it fascinating how nice this studio is. I mean, the guy's got an MSNBC level set up. I actually had a great time with him. I mean, it's bizarre because having him in that movie created so many problems. When I interviewed him, I didn't necessarily portray him as right? We joked around a bit, but it wasn't how it came. But I like to think that I was a bit critical of him in the film, especially the ways that he antagonized his supporters to storm the Capitol, or to follow that trajectory. He told me when I met with him, he was like, I know you think that having me in this movie is a good idea, but you're going to have some serious backlash. At the time, I was like, it's fine. It's all good. He was hanging out, drinking whiskey, doing bench presses, drinking Jameson. It's all good. It was, first of all, I had to campaign to get into the film because the studios were like, there was a bizarre time around, like, I think it was 2018, where deplatforming was a big thing. Because giving a platform to problematic ideology will in turn expand their reach. And so even extending your platform to someone who's problematic is helping you, aka destroying you, whatever it was. So that was the whole thing. And when I did this media training, mandated by HBO, it was all training on how to defend from that exact question. They said, when we put you on NPR, we put you on CNN, we're going to ask you about platforming problematic ideology. And you're going to have to say stuff like, sunlight is the best disinfectant. I believe that extremism only goes away when you shine a light on it, because leaving it in the dark is when you allow it to grow. They gave me like 15 points. I didn't use any of those points because I'm not the kind of person who wants to be media, so I like to speak freely. But in the promotional run for the film, when I went on CNN, this was a crazy experience. So I went on CNN, and thankfully, my friend was with me. And so I'm on CNN, and by the way, your friend is showing the sunglasses there. That's very good. Like, it's a mix of like the dude in Big Lebowski and the Brad Pitt role in True Romance. Yeah, you know that reference? No, but I mean, I'm sure it describes it. It's not like I'm kind of like yeah. So HBO had a press book, and the main one was CNN. So they said we're gonna go on CNN on the Don Lemon morning show, and he's gonna ask you about your life, what led up to the movie, what we can expect. Like in the studio, it's about 7 o'clock in the morning, and it shows the night before. Groggy-eyed, whatever. They put the lab on me. Boom, I'm live on CNN Sunday night. And he goes, how would you describe Enrique Tarrio's mental state in the lead-up to the Capitol insurrection? And I'm looking around. I'm like, is this guy serious? Like, am I sandwiched in the January 6th piece right now? I thought it was about me. Yeah. And so I told him, it's not about Enrique Tarrio. It's about how companies like Fox, MSNBC, and even your station, CNN, use the 24-hour news cycle to enrage people, to generate ad revenue, and pit Americans against each other during times like that. And he said, there's nothing fake about CNN. I said, I didn't say you were fake news. I'm not saying you're lying, but you're directly antagonizing and stirring people up against half the country because you need money to support a dying platform.
You said that.
Pretty much. And, you know, I was so, my mom was watching it. She was like, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know. And so he goes, why'd you extend the platform to Alex Jones? And I go, I don't know. I just wanted to drink some Jameson and lift some weights with him. You know, I'm just, at this point, I don't support that kind of media. So, you know, I didn't give them much information about Alex. But it was very awkward. They never posted the segment online. When I got off of that interview, I had a handler for A24 assigned. So I had someone with me, and she could tell she was flustered. She was furious about what I did. And so she goes, I just got an email from Time Warner C-Suite. I go, what's Time Warner C-Suite? She said, I don't know if you know this, but the same people who own CNN own HBO. Time Warner. So they canceled my press tour. So my press tour was finished. You know, all the late night shows that I was supposed to go on, like the late night shows, and that was off the table. There were ways that was like a loose cannon. And then the only remaining appearance I had left was NPR, and that was supposed to be a premiere. So it wasn't supposed to be an interrogation. It wasn't supposed to be anything. Supposed to be a premiere in front of a live audience that were watching the film, and I show up after for Q&A. So I'm like, all right, whatever. It's kind of weird. They only have this one press opportunity left. I kind of felt bad that I ruined the entire press tour by punching down letter. But at this point, I wanted to just do the final, especially because it was a viewing. And I was like, cool. I sat in the audience. I watched people laugh through the film. It was awesome. So I go backstage, and there's an NPR journalist waiting for me. And nothing against people who wear masks, but she had two N95s. And I'm not, two N95s. It's over the line. So I go, hey, great to meet you. She doesn't take that. And I go, why not? She goes, you've been around some people who I don't think. And I'm like, okay, weird. I thought this is a sort of like fun premiere for my movie. The first thing she asked me is, how do you think the Sandy Hook family would feel about you platforming one of the most despicable Americans in history, Alex? In front of a live audience. NPR never published. The only recordings of it are by a fan in Rob in Boston who put it on YouTube, vertical phone footage. And I literally am like, well, the Sandy Hook family's lawyer, Mark Banks, who represented them in court in Connecticut, told me specifically that Leonard Posner, the father of Noah Posner, out of Sandy Hook, was a huge fan of the film. And so I said that to her, and that kind of just like silenced that conversation, but the rest of the whole conversation was just about exploitation and why are you platforming mentally ill people and giving a platform to conspiracies like QAnon? Don't you feel like you're a part of their spread? Some would call you a misinformation reporter. All this crazy stuff. And yeah. Fuck all those people. That film, just in case you don't get a chance to see it, you're critical of Jones in the most artful way. Like, it was the correct way to be critical. It showed him to be more interested in the drift of it. Yes. And he didn't do it in a like pointing fingers and like saying, using the kind of NPR way that you just mentioned. It's more like a human way. Like, this is tragedies happen all over the world, and it's are rolling and they take advantage of more interesting ways. And human beings get swept up on either side of it. And it's revealing the humanity of failures and all. It was done masterfully. It was done like for people who criticize it for platforming Alex Jones or whatever. Yeah. The film, from a political perspective, probably leans very much left. Like heavily left.
Whenever
it does
is
it
the
without that
Rothschild
exhausting energy of like judging. Just
no one wants to be associated with number one drinker. Well, the hard.
When all that was happening,
go
when I was
guys.
under fire from the mainstream press for platform, I thought back to what he said to me.
Fuck you.
And doesn't mean I agree with everything he
I like
said,
to
but he
say,
told me.
whomever is the fucktard Rabbi Rothschild, go fuck off.
It wasn't too bad a stumble, but definitely I do think sometimes what the film would have been like without him. And I think that it was worth it because his scene is so funny to
Yeah,
me.
I've got to take a
brings me back to a
shit.
different time in my life, and I'm happy that's
Legend. Look at this. Look at this,
it
folks.
was really well done.
It's really unprecedented.
The layer
It's really one of the
of
most athletic
entertainment
things we've ever seen.
plus sort of not considering from his perspective the consequences of like riling people up in this way. That it's not just. I mean, you really highlight this in the interview. Like he keeps saying it's InfoWars, and then there's always kind of a sense that InfoWars could turn to actual like civil war, and
yeah,
but maybe not. Maybe it's all just a circus. Like we play for each other.
If you look at the speech he did on January 5th, it was said, he said, tomorrow, millions of patriotic Americans will take our country back.
Yeah.
So he eggs people on, and then when it gets hot, he steps away.
Yeah. But like you said, the thing he told you, he turned out to be right.
Oh, yeah.
And the frogs are becoming gay.
They've always been gay.
Well,
saying frogs are straight is even crazy.
I've read stories where you kiss one and becomes a prince. And,
yeah, that's just
100%. Do you think Alex believes what he says in terms of everything he says on InfoWars? Like, how much of it is real?
He's right about, like, big tech censorship. And I think if he's right about anything, it would probably be the heads of big tech colluding together across company lines to deplatform certain people. He's right about that. I think most of the things that he says follow the question everything narrative. Everything is kind of like a conspiracy or like a plot or a false flag. I think that he's built up a following for so long that wants him to do that, so I think he'll question things that he probably thinks are relatively straightforward because that's the shtick of the show. I mean, the InfoWar is fighting misinformation, and people want to see him be that guy. To a certain extent, if you're a creator who supports your family, you do follow economic incentives, and people want you to be the character, and so you're going to naturally gravitate toward being it.
Do you feel that pressure yourself?
I did years ago. Not anymore. I feel like now I can speak freely and really say what I want to say in my new life. But when I was younger, yeah, I feel like I had to be this sort of awkward, sort of amicable, aloof guy who just didn't think anything about anything and just was here to listen. But now I feel more confident adding some narrative and voiceover and things like that.
So for some people, especially who publish on YouTube, the YouTube algorithm, they can become a slave to the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and I definitely feel that sometimes. I know what works for me, but I like to think that my audience appreciates when I try new things. So I'm not totally enslaved to it. I mean,
yeah, I try not to pay attention to views or any of that.
Well, you get some high views, so I'll report that for you.
No, so I wrote a Chrome extension that hides all the views.
So you took it to that level.
Yeah, just because it's a drug, man. And I'm also a number guy, meaning like, you give me, like, if I do 30 push-ups today, tomorrow I'm going to try to do 35. Just like enjoying, they'll go up. Like, that's why I like video games, like RPGs, like where you're like improving your skill tree, you're like getting an extra points. And there's some aspect of YouTube and other platforms, any other platform, you're like, ooh, I got more today than I got yesterday. That's really, really dangerous to me because it can influence how much I enjoy it. Like, if nobody gives a shit about it based on the numbers, you're like, oh, maybe that wasn't such a great experience. I thought it was a great experience, but maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, honestly, I do actually feel that way sometimes. Like, I'll put out something that I care about a lot, but if it doesn't get as many views, I'm like, all right, it must have not been as good as my higher view videos or whatever.
Yeah, that's just like not true though. Yeah. And it might mean like on YouTube that your thumbnail sucks or something like this, however the algorithm works. But I mean, that's the thing I'm battling against. I'm sure I ignore all of that. It's actually something Joe Rogan has been extremely good at. He gives zero shits.
And I think it's easier to do when you're really successful.
But he was doing that when he wasn't successful, really. But anything, he just follows like the stuff he enjoys doing and legitimately enjoys it. He happens to be really good at it, but he gets good because he's doing the things he really enjoys and like full on passionate about. And That's why he'll have like ridiculous guests. And it's just,
Yeah, and just like
just shit he enjoys doing.
yeah, it's pretty cool. Maybe I'll one day try to do that. For now, I'm too attached to like the gratification of getting 1 million views in a day and stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I beat that or something.
Well, it's a worthy enemy to be fighting because it's a drug and it's one that should be resisted for a creator. Because I feel like it can do negative stuff to your mind as a creator.
Oh yeah, sure.
Anybody that controls you is not good.
A lot of people are controlled by their audience. They don't have to have a puppet master on a corporate level. Audience incentive is a different type of, I don't want to say slavery, but
yeah, it is. And that's why variety is good. And you're doing that. Yeah, it's always expanding. Well, let me just zoom out on this. You made a film.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a great experience, man. I mean, it was awesome working with Tim and Eric, awesome working with Jonah Hill. I feel the same about HBO and A24. Everybody that I worked on the film with, I had a lot of love for them, and I appreciate the experience. My first movie, it's a big deal. Like,
it's a good one.
In my head, it's like I finally got to make the transition from YouTuber to filmmaker, and that was always this psychic barrier that I felt like I had to jump over. You know?
There's just the way it's shot, the humor that goes throughout it, just the narration that you're doing in the shitty director's chair. That's really well done. Whose idea was that?
It was actually Tim and Eric's idea. There was a really great editor named Clay who works for Absolutely, and they did all the editing pretty much in the office. And so it was Clay's idea to add a retrospective director's chair narrative arc to the whole thing.
Yeah, it's just like starting with the absurd fight and then going like, oh, that's a good way to start a movie. Just really, really well done.
Thanks.
What about Jonah Hill?
Great guy.
He believed in this.
He did.
So what's that like? What do you think is behind him believing in such a wild project?
I think that Jonah Hill has a good eye for like what's cool amongst the younger folks. Like he's into skateboarding stuff. That's why he did that film mid-90s. And I think he probably saw a similar thing in what was going on with All Gas No Brakes. And was like, shit, this could be big. And so not only did he actually fund the film, he also gave me his agent. And I forgot to mention that it was Jonah Hill's lawyers that he gave me for free that got me out of my contract eventually with doing things media, or freed me up to speak about what happened.
So he was also part of you kind of gaining your freedom.
Yeah, in a weird way. Like, even though him and I don't talk that much, just because he's doing his own thing, Jonah Hill is like a huge factor in my current success and just like everything that I've been able to accomplish.
Just on your own politics, is it fair to say that your politics leans left?
I'm not really sure sometimes. You know, I like to think that I am socially left. Like, I think people should be able to dress and act like however they want. I don't believe in restricting people's social freedoms. Economics-wise, it doesn't seem like leftist economic policy works very well on a city funding level. Like, if you see what's going on in California, it seems like the city leadership is mishandling the funds in California too. So I don't know about that, but I don't know. I don't really see myself as left or right. I just never have.
Well, if you just like objectively zoom out and don't have an insane standard of the extremes, it feels like a lot of your work leans left.
I tend to lean toward like the empathetic perspective, which I do think is more on the left than the right. But I also am not into like super like PC stuff. You know, I don't believe in limiting free speech either. I believe in a free internet, which I think is more embraced now by conservatives.
But it does seem that, maybe you can correct me, I get the sense sometimes that the left attack their own very intensely.
It does happen. But every community has terms of exile. I mean, think about what happened in the conservative realm. You know, like when Black Rifle Coffee Company like denounced Kyle Rittenhouse. They lost a lot of money too. Like, it's not the right attacks its own too. I mean, think about Bud Light and stuff like this. I mean, you know, like every community has terms of exile. You just got to know who you're engaging with, and you got to make that decision carefully.
It'd be nice if there was an actual write-up of the things you're not allowed to say for each thing. And then,
yeah.
I wonder whose list would be longer. It just does feel like the list
Right.
is a little
Like,
longer.
if you're a conservative and you have a T-shirt with like a demon on it, like say goodbye. You know what I mean? There's certain stuff that they freak the hell out of.
And conservatives are really concerned about pedophiles.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like pedophiles either, but I don't think about it all the time.
Because one of the things you do in the film is kind of confront one of the QAnon folks, where his concern is that everybody's a pedophile, and you show it to him.
Well, calls himself a pedophile hunter and makes videos exposing Democratic elite pedophile cabals. Is himself a convicted child molester. There's an old thing that people say that every confession, every accusation is a confession to a certain extent. So, like, it's bizarre that some people's whole life after a big mistake will revolve around trying to seem like the good guy instead of taking accountability for themselves. Yeah, it's a common thing you see all the time. Like neighborhood watch people. You know what I mean? Like, what made you that? Like, what did you do? You feel like you have to get karmic retribution by doing the reverse. I don't get it.
Yeah. Do you think, to the degree of bias, it affects your journalism?
No, but I mean, with the migrant situation, I don't know.
What was that covering that like?
I just got a lot of hate from conservatives for like letting the migrants tell their stories about their journey and stuff.
Well, what did you learn from just going to the border?
I mean, just the sheer desperation that the citizens of the world are in. I mean, there's people who truly believe that America is the only hope for their success and to feed their family, and I think a lot of them are kind of getting catfished.
Meaning America has its problems too.
It has severe problems. There's extreme poverty here.
But in America, like if you just compare to other nations, the level of corruption is much lower, to where the opportunity for a person to succeed, to rise, is higher.
I wish success on everybody who comes in. But my thing is the expectation that they have and the sort of American dream propaganda they've been installed with isn't necessarily a reflection of contemporary American reality. So I'm talking to people who speak no English and say, I'm here for a better life. I go, where are you going to go? They say, I have no idea. And I'm like, man, that's tough. And you almost think, how bad are things elsewhere for someone to abandon their family, make this journey across multiple continents, and end up here with no plan? And it just made me realize how sheltered I am to a certain extent as an American. And walking back what I said a little bit, because I was just trying to make a point, but what I think of as bad poverty, like let's say West Baltimore or Ninth Ward, New Orleans, is nothing compared to what's going on in almost half of the world, if not more. And so it just made me zoom out a little bit. Sometimes you forget about third world poverty if you live here for so long, and you get programmed to believe the worst things that are out there is like Kensington, Philadelphia, or Tenderloin, San Francisco. But those are just microcosms of more or less functioning cities. Despite what they might lead you to believe, Philadelphia is a great place. So is San Francisco. But there's places where everywhere is really run down.
Yeah, like people focus on in major cities in the United States, like homelessness. Somehow that's a sign of a fallen empire.
Right.
But that's a problem. There's definitely it reveals some mismanagement of cities. And
I mean, homelessness in Seattle and San Francisco is for sure a result of the housing crisis, especially post-COVID and all the gentrification that preceded it. And it's unfortunate now that the conservative media is saying, like, look at Biden's America, as if Biden created homeless people. And it's just disappointing because, once again, you're seeing the media use real issues that should concern every U.S. citizen and causing people to point fingers at a different political party as responsible for the suffering of others.
Do you think January 6th can happen again?
No.
So all the lessons were learned?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people got really screwed over.
Don't you have a sense that there's a greater and greater growing questioning of the electoral process and all this kind of stuff?
I think that Americans overall are very comfortable with our standard of living. I think people like going to Sonic and waiting in their car and getting milkshakes, and people like going to the AMC theaters, and they like going ice skating and mini golfing and going to the bar after work. I don't think that anyone wants a collapse of the basic structure of the country. Even the most politically divided don't want to see 7-Eleven go away. We are so comfortable if you look at other countries, even Europe, look at how they protest. And look at the Arab Spring. Those guys were talking like January 6ers, and they actually took control of the government.
Yeah.
You know, and so think about even if the MAGA crowd took over the Capitol building, just a building. I don't know. I just think that Americans, when they talk about Civil War stuff, it's just so, we're so far from that. Even if the rhetoric is as divided as it won't happen.
For it to really happen, it has to be there has to be a level of desperation.
There has to be a level of economic desperation that's causing people to starve, or some basic resource going away, water, something like that.
Who do you think wins, Trump or Biden?
In the Civil War?
Well, no, in a game of Mario Kart. No, in the election 2024.
Oh man, I have no idea, man. I don't even know if I'm going to vote.
Weird that this is our choice.
I know. I wish people were more focused on like city politics. Like, I'd rather vote yes or no for a bike lane in my neighborhood than I would for the president.
So local politics to you is where it is.
I think that
you feel it.
Oh, I mean, your vote actually matters. Let's say you have a community of 500 people and you live in Henderson, Nevada. You can influence whether or not there's a bike lane, or if it's going to be a playground, or an AMPM. You get to choose, and you can influence 100 people to choose. Boom, this is your community. You can't influence the result of an election.
Still, those at the presidential level, it sets the tone of the country. And so Trump running again and Biden running again, it just feels like there's going to be a lot of questioning of election results.
I just can't believe those are our guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really our guys. Like, that's where we're at. All these smart people we have in this country, there's great history.
We got Joker Gang versus Gum Gang. Where'd you find Joker Gang?
Well,
is he a legit juggler, or is he just...
No. Joker Gang is like a Miami Cuban guy. Oh, he's Joker 305, rawest Chico alive. So I have been following him for a long time on Instagram, because he used to post videos of himself like popping Percocets and smoking blunts on the toilet freestyling. And so I had followed him for a while, and then I finally got this platform, and I said, oh my God, I bet you never get 1 million followers. Joker Gang will sit down with us. And lo and behold, the clout did its thing, and there I was, face to face with the man.
There was a controversy a year ago where a woman came forward and said that you were pushy with her. You respected the no, you got the consent, but you were pushy about it. Looking back, can you tell the story of that? What are the lessons you learned from it?
Yeah, I mean, I've yet to speak on this for a lot of reasons, mostly because it was a hard time, and it's a sensitive subject, and I've wanted to prioritize the reporting, but I think that now I'm ready and able to do so. Everything sort of started on December 30th, 2022, and that was the release date of the HBO project. Like I told you, we didn't know when the movie was going to come out. We weren't told that it was going to come out on that date until early November. And so it was like, oh my God, here we go. We got a movie coming out. HBO I didn't even know it was going to be them. So every day for those 50 days where I received word and to the movie announcement, to the movie release, was like, I was like a kid waiting for Christmas morning. You know what I mean? It was like every day I saw the movie release date as the first day of like the rest of my life. And so I remember the week of the movie release, it was like every day I was like, oh my God, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days. And when it became 2 days, like I was so excited and so like honestly anxiety riddled, because it was such a massive platform that I went out to the desert by myself out in the Mojave, got a hotel, and just kind of sat there. And then movie release day comes. It was supposed to come out at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I remember it was like 12 hours left, 10 hours left, and then 8 minutes before the movie at 7:52, or I guess it was sent at 10:52 East Coast time. I got a text message requesting a portion of my fat HBO check to contribute toward apparently years of therapy bills that this person had accrued after she says that she felt that I pressured her into giving consent years prior. And I was confused, not only because of the timing, but because this is someone that I hadn't seen in years or spoken to in years, and I presumed that I was on good terms with. So I didn't respond to the text message. And then when I didn't respond, about 7 days later, this person made some TikTok videos and with the help of some friends, launched an online campaign and they got threats pretty quickly.
So what do you feel like when you got that text?
Well, it's tough because on one hand, I'm not opposed to restitution being part of a private accountability process for real abuse. Like if you've hurt someone to an extent that it took them out of work or something, like I think they're entitled to some money. But unfortunately, as I later learned, this person had legal counsel, and this was an attempt to basically create evidence by extracting a confession from me to use as precedent for a civil lawsuit to the tune of a couple $1 million.
It's dark.
Yeah.
How did you meet this person?
Well, I met them when I was 22, and like I told you, I was living in an RV, making a show called All Gas No Brakes, and I would travel between cities like every other day. And so I would basically pick a new city, and I got in this like pretty bad habit of what I would say is essentially treating Instagram like a dating app. I would go to a new place, I'd post my location, I'd surf the DMs, and I would look for like fans to meet up with. It wasn't always girls; it was just people to party with because I was also partying every night. But a lot of times, it ended up being girls and stuff. And so that's kind of how the situation was. I didn't have sex with this person. Had a consensual encounter that they reached out to me about 2 weeks after saying, hey, I don't want you to take this the wrong way. But looking back, I felt a lot more pressure to agree than I realized in the moment. I don't think this is any fault of yours. I just think that you came on a bit too strong and I didn't want to let you down. So I gave in. And it was that language made me feel horrible, mainly because if this person had told me, hey, I don't want to hook up, I would have said, yeah, of course not. Well, I don't want to hook up with someone who doesn't want to hook up with me. And I think that as fame increased during that time, I think I was just kind of oblivious to how people were seeing me, especially those who had a digital relationship with me prior to me knowing them. And I don't think that I handled that the right way.
Well, thank you for taking accountability. But just to clarify, you got consent.
Yeah, I was the initiatory party in interaction with a fan who felt that she had to say yes because of, I'm not sure why. I don't know why, but like I said, this person also disclosed to me they had a history of childhood trauma and were actively being treated for PTSD, and that they felt things moved too fast for them given their situation. And so I told her, I said, hey, if you want to reach out, if you want to talk on the phone, I'm always here for you. I'm sorry to hear that. Let me know if we could talk further. About 6 months after that, I was at Sturgis Bike Week, and I remember this day. This was the hardest day. I was just chilling, and I got a text from my friend, and I said, hey, man, I'm getting canceled right now. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, did someone find an old tweet or something? What are you talking about? And I opened my phone, and there was this Instagram story with me. It was like the ugliest picture of me you can find. It was like my face open. It was like screenshotted. So I remember this specifically. I just couldn't believe it. It was the ugly loser who hosts All Gas No Brakes is a piece of shit. He knowingly abused my friend and got away with it. If you follow him, I'm going to message you and ask you why. So this person who I don't know, I didn't even know who that accusation was coming from. They emailed every production company that I was working with, DM hundreds, if not thousands of people, like just saying that like I was this piece of shit. And I didn't even know who this person was. So I was frantically calling and texting like every person that I'd seen intimately for the past year and be like, hey, are we on good terms? Is everything okay? I figured out that the person was coming from Florida and I knew who it was. And so thankfully I reached out to the original person that I had the communication with, and I said, hey, like, I think this might have been you, this might have been your friend who posted this. Are we good? Like, I'm sorry. I apologize again. I just listen, I feel bad that you feel this way. I want to do anything that I can to help you. Again, I apologize. And she said, apology accepted. I'm sorry. My friend asked if she could post on my behalf. And I'm sorry, I was going through a lot mentally, and I saw your fame increasing, so I agreed to let her speak on my behalf. And we made amends in private. I said, okay, I'm here for you, let me know. So apologies enough. Thank you for taking the time to speak. And that was 2 years prior to this text message being sent to me. It's only 8 minutes. So naturally, I wanted to go on my platform to talk about what's happening. But I also didn't want to mess up the rollout of the movie. You know? And so the PR firm was like, we got this, we'll handle this for you. And that was, I guess, by way of a TMZ thing. It said Andrew Callahan is devastated. I'm not sure why they thought that was going to make people be in my favor, but there was just a picture of me on NBC that said Andrew Callahan devastated by allegations. That was their plan, I guess, to show that I was removed for it.
How much of this do you think lawyers pushing this when money and fame are involved?
Well, I wish I could say the lawyer, but I will tell you that I try to lean away from resentment and toward accountability completely. What was my role in the situation? How can I never make someone feel like that again? What can I do? What changes can I make to make sure that, one, I never treat someone this way, and two, to never be in that position again?
Well, again, thank you for taking accountability.
And the main reason I talked about that is because it wasn't just that person. There was multiple people who made videos reporting similar behavior. And so it's obvious that was a pattern of behavior. And so I made the apology video to announce that I was taking some time away because I just needed time away. I mean, my entire support system collapsed. My friends at the time disappeared. I was getting like obituaries texted to my phone. They were like, "Hey, it's been nice knowing you. It was great to see you grow. Good luck." You know, I was dead. And yeah, I got dropped from my agency. No one gave me tough love. No one called me to ask me if I was all right. It was just only everyone disappeared.
Again, thank you for taking accountability. But I just hate coming to college that like when people hit low points is when you should help. You should stand with them if you know that character.
It was hard to separate the initial situation that I knew was more or less set up and the possibly genuine others. And so it was like, all right, you know what? At this point in my life, I want to be on the right side of history. I don't want to be the anti-cancel culture mouthpiece. I don't have the mental strength to fight this, especially because I was envisioning the HBO drops to be this like the world opens up to me moment, and it was just the reverse. But it wasn't so much the media reporting on it that it was just little stuff like a childhood friend that you love seeing they unfollow you, or just like seeing someone on the street that you grew up with and like waving at them and they don't do anything back. And you're just like, this is not my life. What are you supposed to do? Thankfully, I somehow 2 weeks after, I met an amazing partner who I'm still with to this day. And I was able to conquer my two biggest fears, which is monogamy and dogs. I was terrified of dogs and terrified of having a girlfriend. Now I have a girlfriend who I love, and 2 dogs. So,
what was the role?
Well, right after this happened, I entered like a recovery program. Started with AA, but then I found a more specialized program that dealt with the issues that I was doing. I'd say the hardest point was logically deducing the lives of my loved ones would be better off if I was doing and thinking that my mom and my friends, that their life would be better if I took myself out of the picture. And for one, I just figured, their friends canceled. Their son is a disgrace, and my family think they raised me wrong. My friends, I'm a social pariah now. I'm a burden. I'm better off dead. And the hard part was, I would read stories and books written by parents who lost their kids to suicide. And they reported feeling a lot of anger after suicide. So I tried to think of what's the way I can do it to get the least amount of anger on behalf of the people who grieve. Because hanging someone will discover you. So I figured drinking myself to death would be the way to do it. And I wasn't able to. Yeah, that was just a dark place. And I remember hating the people who loved me because I knew they'd grieve and that made me mad. Like I was ready to go. I had nowhere to live. But their grief was like, I didn't want to cause that. I didn't want to hurt them. So I was like, I hated the people who loved me because they were stopping me from taking my life. And it's weird to think that like when I was going through that, if you walk by me in the street, I look like a normal guy. And so now when I walk around and I see people, I think to myself, you have no idea what that person is going through. You know, like it's crazy that so many people are suffering like complete silence, and they don't wear it on them. You know, many of the people you talk to, it's all really bad. Yeah, many of the people you've interviewed before all this or after are probably good. And I also thought if I could write down what I just told you on a piece of paper, and then I worked to do it, and then they found the note, they would take it more seriously. They would know that I wasn't lying. You know? But then, you know, if you do it, it reduces your lifespan with your parents. So I looked at it like I was taking time away from them.
Well, thank you for the most part. You towards accountability. Still our path to take. What advice would you give to young men that look up to you on how they can be good men, especially in the dark community?
If you have any kind of platform, you know, whether it doesn't have to be famous on Instagram, it could be like if you're a pillar of the community in the culinary world, whatever it is. Just be hyper aware of that and remember that you are inheriting a power dynamic that can create situations where there might be some pressure that you don't even realize is there, but it's definitely there. And you just have to be aware of that. And two, when meeting new partners, having events and stuff like that, just try to have a common conversation about really know the experiences and the backstory of what a new partner has gone through in that world of intimacy. Whatever they're comfortable with, share obviously. But I would advise against one night stands. I would advise against hooking up with someone that you're meeting for the first time. Have those conversations prior, because even though it might sound like a vibe killer, it's not. And if you think that conversation is a vibe killer, you probably shouldn't be in that situation. Especially now, how hypersexualized things are and how common that type of violence is. You need to be able to have those conversations and stop and say, hey, tell me a little bit about your past. If there are any triggers that make you uncomfortable, let me know how I can be the best partner. And I'm sure that college age people are not having those conversations, but I'm sure that it would go a long way.
So, especially when you're young, college age, you don't have enough experience to be able to lead a person without having that conversation. Because a lot of times you can see the trauma without explicitly talking about it. That takes experience, knowledge, to see the world. When you're young, you really don't know shit. Making things a bit more explicit is probably better.
Yeah, and also, like, as men, we're trained to believe that it's our duty to be the initiatory party in any type of, like, sexual encounter. Like, like man chases woman. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be the one to make the move. Or, like, she's playing hard to get if, she's resistant to your first, like, compliment. I think that that's not always how it has to be. And that extra caution needs to be placed if you're taking an initiatory role in the interaction, especially if someone has a traumatic background. They might agree to do something with you because they're scared, and you might not realize that's what's going on. But because you don't see yourself as a predator, you don't see yourself as someone who would ever consciously make someone uncomfortable or cross the boundary. But people have histories that you might not understand. And for me, as someone who doesn't have much, honestly, like childhood trauma or anything like that, it's been an interesting year for me working in therapy and elsewhere, understanding how that affects your mind. And also I understand hurt people. And that someone with a traumatic background isn't going to have sympathy for applying that traumatic pain to someone else, even if the person isn't the cause of what they're going to.
You can go back to Channel 5. You tell the origin story yet?
Yeah, Channel 5 During the All Gas No Breaks days, we used to tell people that we would call Channel 5 if we wanted them to stop antagonizing us while we were filming. Because every town had a Channel 5. So when people were like, what's this for? If they're being super rude and like trying to get in the camera and be hella obnoxious, we would just say, oh, we're Channel 5. And they would like, oh, my grandma's going to see that and they'll leave us alone. But Channel 5 was a diversion tactic during All Gas No Breaks. And it just so happened that we were in Miami Beach one time. This kid came up like freaking liquor, like trying to yell about like whatever they yell about. And we're like, bro, this is Channel 5. Be careful what you say. For real? Walked off. And I said to my friend, that sounded pretty good, man. Channel 5. He's like, that's got to be trademark though. It's not trademark. It's crazy, right? There's a Channel 5 in every city. Channel 5 KTLA, Channel 5 Seattle, Tacoma, Channel 5 itself. Because no one's thought of something that simple. Because you think you'd have to specify. We on Channel 5. It's awesome.
So it was the same kind of spirit as the previous one. Yeah. What was the first one you did on the Channel 5 line?
Miami Beach Spring Break.
I think I've seen that. There's going to be a callback. I think there's somebody mentioned eating ass there too. That would be the place. I believe that.
There's only about 5 places in the U.S. where people yell about eating ass all the time. Sherman Street, South Beach, Miami, 6th Street, Austin, Broadway, and Nashville. And I'm just going to go ahead and say Times Square. You might not think it, but
That's pretty weird.
yeah, they yell about that. Yeah. I would say Beale Street in Memphis.
Yeah.
I mean, Beale Street is like that. The median age is too high on Beale Street.
Oh, this is a fascinating portion of America through that specific crime. So Miami Beach, and then how would you describe your style of interview? Just now we collected so many. If you had a style, how would you describe it?
I guess before, especially used to be like deadpan. Now I would describe it, it's more directed, but still relatively affable, agreeable, deadpan interview style.
Yeah, there's like in the case of absurdity, yeah, you're just like there with a microphone. But there's a comic aspect to it. And that's intentional.
Yeah. I used to look at the camera like Jim from The Office back in the day. I don't do that.
What about the editing? Okay, how do you think about the editing?
I still do most of it. So, season most of that. Yeah, the editing style, like I said, we pioneered this editing style that honestly was inspired a bit by like Dick Berger, but we took it to real life. Crash zooms, chopping up vocals a bit to add comedic timing where it didn't necessarily exist. Like you might add 2 seconds of awkward silence that are put with ringtone, or you might make everything really fast by cutting silence, switching frames, and then switching cameras. But now we try to be pretty straightforward because we want to be taken seriously. You know?
Yeah, sure. What's the crash zoom there?
A crash zoom is when the artificial zoom that you might add in the Adobe Premiere, where the camera zooms in on someone's face.
Where the resolution is not there.
The resolution is not there unless you have a Black Magic Cinema. We don't use those.
That's going to say.
Yeah.
All right. And you also do voiceover storytelling.
I think the first time I really did that was in the San Francisco street food because there's so much content about San Francisco homelessness, tenderloin, shoplifting. But there's not that much context in these videos about the history of San Francisco, the housing crisis, NIMBYism, random zoning stuff that sounds boring but has a major role in the current situation on the streets. As to why the Tenderloin is neglected by police and by the city council, and the other neighborhoods like Nob Hill and North Beach are so nice. So I added that purposely to the San Francisco video and then also to the Philadelphia streets video to accentuate the reporting and add some historical analysis.
What's your goal with some of these videos that you bring up this week? Is it to reveal the full spectrum of humanity, or is it also to tell a story that's almost political?
Well, number one is always communication. That's the primary goal. To take people in circumstances where they're offering news items and remind the public that these are people with lives and concerns and dreams, just like you. But secondly, we also want to start introducing more solution-oriented journalism. So not just, oh my God, I'm becoming aware of how horrible it is, but what can you actually do to help? And as you can see with the Vegas tunnels video, people are responding pretty positively to it. Like, here's how you can maybe help a homeless neighbor, help get them an ID, help them qualify for housing or get a job in the scrapyard. There's always ways to help, but so much of the YouTube world is oversaturated by just like endless videos of people suffering, and the comments are always like, "Wow, so horrible." What was that really?
You've interviewed many rappers.
There's a lot to it.
Yeah. Can you explain this drill rap situation? What is drill rap?
Evolving situation. Drill began in 2010. Some people say it was Chief Keef in Chicago. I think it was King Louie in Chicago. But I think all of it was very influenced by Waka Flocka Flame, who dropped an album called Flockavelli in 2010. It's like hype violence, adrenaline boosting rap music made by people who were actually in the streets. So in the 90s, you had 50 Cent, you had rappers rapping about like whatever gangster shit, selling crack and beating people up, but they weren't actually doing it. Drill has a true crime component where drill fans want to know that the person rapping about catching bodies does in fact kill people. So drill is it's pretty horrifying. It sounds great, but it started in Chicago, then it spread to England, and now it's bounced back to New York, the Bronx, and Brooklyn specifically. It spread from New York to the rest of the country. So now there's probably a drill rapper every 10 square miles.
So these like pretending to be against killing people, you get some credibility by actually doing it.
Yes. And the fans are typically not in the communities that are affected by poverty. So they're kind of like superheroes to white kids. It's dark. And not just white kids, but just anyone who's not in the hood. It's not necessarily a race thing. There's white drill rappers too. Slim Jesus, he's a big one. He's out of the picture now. But there's white drill rappers.
You made a video on O Block.
Yeah.
What is O Block? The place, the culture.
O Block is a housing project in South Chicago, in the Englewood area, where Michelle Obama grew up. It's also where Chief Keef was born and raised. I don't know if he was born, he was raised there. And he is the forefather of modern drill music as we know it. So these are the projects where drill began. It's also the first place where you have an intersection of drill music and street rap, because O Block has a lot of rappers, and then nearby is an area called St. Lawrence, aka Tukaville, which has a lot of rappers as well. And so these two rival drill gangs basically have, a lot of history next to music I love.
So you've interviewed people there. Was there any concern for your safety?
No, I mean, I think that O Block has calmed down a lot. For one, it has security, so you can't even really get in and out. But two, I think that O Block's trying to rebrand itself a lot. Because it could be because Lil Durk's avoiding a RICO charge. It could be for a variety of reasons. I know you don't know exactly what that means, but
Lil Durk?
Rapper Lil Durk is affiliated with O Block, and a lot of people have been murdered in retribution for killings that Lil Durk may or may not have influenced the order. But anyways,
Lil Durk documented the killings via rap music, probably.
Okay, I know you don't know about drill, but Lil Durk was associated with a rapper named King Von, and King Von perhaps paid for the assassination of a rapper named FBG Duck, who got killed in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. It's possible. The O Block 6 are drill associated, not rappers, but just shooters, and they, perhaps operating on King Von's behalf, went and killed FBG Duck. King Von was Lil Durk's artist. King Von's not there. So there's definitely a concern that some of the Fed charges will fall on Durk. Not sure if that's true, but it's rumors in the hip-hop community. So O Block right now, and when I filmed the video, is trying to go through a major image rehab. If you go on any Instagram, anyone in O Block, they've all converted to Islam. And so they post pictures of themselves praying in the morning and have captions like, "Put the guns down, let's pray." So I think when I went there, they saw it as a good opportunity to do a positive rebrand. And so I interviewed a rapper named Boss Top, who was there all the way back in 2011 when Chief Keef was coming up. And so he basically ensured my safe protection. But he didn't even need to. They're all very friendly. And they know exactly what's up with YouTube stuff.
So it's 2011.
Oh, yeah.
The founding fathers.
I was in 8th grade.
Oh, man. Time flies. Having fun. It sure does. Lil Durk. Where's Lil Durk now? Atlanta. He left Chicago. Not safe.
Yeah, I mean, every rapper has to leave their hometown. That's what I did.
It's a journey.
Seattle would have taken me out, bro.
How's your, I mean, you do interview a lot of people. I mean, that's like a top comment, but it speaks to the reality of the fact that you always find somebody rapping. Or you, you create the space for people to rap. What's that about?
I don't know, man.
Well, they're usually really good.
You think so?
I appreciate it.
Well, hell yeah, man. I mean, rappers,
In their own way.
since I touched the microphone, rappers have gravitated toward me. I think there's something
You're
happening.
a rapper whisperer.
I think there's something happening on a deeper cosmic spiritual level
Yeah.
that lets the mind of rappers know that, like, they have a safe place in front of our camera crew.
You have an interview with Cook Mac.
Who's he's a deal right now.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Is that a hashtag?
Yeah, for sure.
What? That's an intense interview. People should go watch it. People should go watch your all the interviews, but that one is pretty intense.
Thanks.
I was a little afraid for your life.
Oh, Crimax is the safest guy in the world.
He's a sweetheart.
Oh, definitely, dude.
Yeah, it was fun.
I feel like more safe around Crimax than I do on any given pedestrian.
Yeah, he was loud and flavorful.
Yeah.
I should say. So who's he? What's his story?
Well, his name's Trevor. He grew up in Ontario, California, in the Inland Empire. Moved to Texas with his mom after his dad left. His mom started dating a cop from Houston named Mr. Gary. His mom found Mr. Gary getting anally penetrated by a coworker, and so she booked Crit Mac a one-way Greyhound ticket to LA, where he's going to Crit.
You know,
Yeah. I'm just saying that, he's a classic case. Somebody without a father figure who found camaraderie and, sense of belonging and purpose in street man, which in LA is like a rule of law.
we were, to get more context, we were talking about martial arts and fighting. We got to work in a country for it.
I think so. He gets into a lot of fights in jail, though, what I've heard. He throws about half.
What is going to jail for now?
Firearm possession with probation violation. Too bad.
All right. What facility north of the border? Occupy Seattle protest. You went to Ukraine. What are some interesting things that stand out to you to remember as I ask the question? Some interesting.
I mean, I was in jail at the border for a while. I was horrible.
What was that like? Was that your first time?
Yeah, well, I didn't know that I couldn't hop my own border as an American. I'm thinking, this is my country. I can get in any way that I want. Wrong. You can only enter the U.S. through an official port of entry, which I learned the hard way because I got arrested by Border Patrol and held as a detainee at a migrant center for 2 days.
What was that like?
I mean, for one, I don't know. It was just to be in a place like that, and I probably sound like such a wimp right now because I know someone watching this is hard time. But we thought we were going to do at least 6 months in jail because the guards freaked us out and they're like, "You'll be in charge of a federal crime. You know what you boys did is serious. We're waiting on word from San Antonio about whether or not we're going to extradite you." So we're just sitting in these cells alone, most of the time in solitary, no pillows, no pillows, no mat, nothing, just a space blanket. I was sleeping on my shoes, sneaking up the place with no real.
You mentioned you were fucking Lincoln.
Yeah.
What have you learned from those guys? You apologize.
I really want to know what you think about that. That's the one question that I want to raise. Because you've talked to so many people. Do you think that aliens have actually visited Earth?
Yeah.
When?
Exact date. I think there's alien civilizations everywhere. And I talk to a lot of people that have doubts about it. I just think, I even suspect there's intelligent alien civilization in our galaxy. And I just can't imagine them not having visited us. So I lean on that. What that actually looks like, I don't know. The stuff we're seeing in terms of UFO sightings, I think that looks more likely, to the degree it's real, it looks more likely government projects, the military, Lockheed Martin, this kind of stuff.
So you think that they have? Yeah. One thing I think about aliens is scale. So we have this idea that an alien would be a gray alien, almost humanoid look-alike that would visit us in human form, arms, legs, head. Who's to say that they're not able to shrink down to microscopic size with the same neural capacity?
Yeah, or just having very different form.
But I mean, that they would go small, not big.
So I think that would take humanoid like forms to be able to get through. I think the big challenge with aliens is to be able to find a common language. So if you come to another planet and you suspect that there's some kind of complexity going on that looks nothing like humans, you have to find a common language. And I think aliens would try to take physical form that's similar that us dumb humans will understand.
Language is really interesting too. I have this series that I'm going to announce for the first time on here, but I'm really interested in endangered languages in the U.S. There's like 150 languages in the U.S. with less than 1,000 speakers. Wow. And I want to like help spearhead efforts to preserve some of these. Like for example, Hawaiian Sign Language, 15 of those people. Because when Hawaii got annexed, the ASL community tried to make it so that deaf native Hawaiians wouldn't be able to speak their native sign language. And so they would do it under the desk at like schools for the deaf and blind, and they would get like their mouth washed out with soap and stuff if they so much as did the Hawaiian hand sign. Also, the Gullah Geechee language in the South Carolina Sea Islands, Hilton Head Island and stuff, that's like it's almost a Creole language. It's been in the U.S. hundreds of years, existing in isolation. That's being threatened by golf course development. I don't know how into language you are, but I've been super nerded out about it.
Actually, I'm interviewing somebody tomorrow who's an expert in language, studying the syntax of a lot of languages, including in the Amazon jungle, the peoples that live in the Amazon jungle. Yeah, it's fascinating. Human language is fascinating. And also the barriers it creates, and also how the games are played, what you're speaking, by governments. This is part of the story in Russia. This is battle over language. Ukrainian language is a symbol of independence, which is why they were trying to make it primary language of the nation. And so sometimes the language represents the culture of the people. Yeah, it's intricately tied to the culture of the people.
I've been trying to learn Navajo, which is Spanish and English.
Spanish what? I don't know Spanish that well, so that's not. Oh, dude, you're fluent, basically. Oh, it does. Hola.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was real Cancun spring break.
Well, I actually speak fluent Spanish according to Spotify. Because every episode is translated, overdubbed by AI in Spanish. Yeah, there's a very
Spanish robot.
Spanish robot. So I sound like incredibly intelligent and intellectual in Spanish. And make it
Friedman.
Exactly. From everything you've done, all the people you see, do you think most people are good? Underneath it all. But the ones that do all this things good.
Okay, I'll put it like this. Most people think they're doing the best thing for the world. I don't think anyone, except for maybe a small fraction of sociopaths, wakes up every day and says, I'm going to fuck somebody's life up here. I think the far majority of people are fighting for what they think is right and do want to see America succeed and want us to be in a happy place where no one is succeeding. I just think people have drastically different ideas of what means will get us there. Unfortunately, that's leading to a lot of misunderstandings between cultures. And yeah, I think that most people are good. I've been through some things that lead me to believe that a lot of people, though, are primarily motivated by self-interest. and that in a fight or flight situation, most people will choose flight. So I don't know if people are courageous as a whole, but I think generally good. But the energy to stand up for what's right, I'm not sure about that. There's the capacity to do. I think human beings are inherently selfish as well. But I don't think that selfish is inherently bad. I think humans are primarily motivated by self-interest, but generally have positive intentions. I do hope more humans rise to the occasion and have courage. Courage in their convictions, courage to have integrity. But yeah, I think that most people are good, and they want to do good, and have the capacity to do a lot of good. That's what I hope for this whole thing that I brought up. How do you feel when misunderstood? Listening. The only option we have. No forced education, no forced meetings or mediation between political opponents. Just listen to more people and really listen. Try to get rid of whatever preconceived notions you might have about how you should feel about someone you're supposed to disagree with, and just keep your ears and your heart open to people that you don't know, and your life will change. Keep your heart open. A lot of people are scared to listen. Well, Andrew, I'm a big fan, and thank you for being one of the best listeners in the world, and showing the full spectrum of humanity to us so we can listen as well and learn. And just thank you for doing everything you do. And thanks so much for having me on. You're a great man. Good to hear you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew House. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsor in the description. And now, I'm going to leave you with some words from one of our sponsors. The Edge. There is no honest way to explain it, because the only people who really know where it is are the ones who have gone home. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. If I hate you, that's great. If I have a choice to support that hate, I can do better. One of your favorite words is on. That's my favorite topic. It doesn't matter now who do you vote into power. They will not listen to you. They will listen to the people who told them. When the minute you say no, people will walk into you like pointing the finger at those people up. Those people up to us. Right? We love you. They would like that. So I told them too, because I don't know what to do. He said, well, if you're afraid of something, make fun of that. The following is conversation with Bassem, a legendary Egyptian-American comedian, the so-called John Stewart of the Middle East. He fearlessly satirized those in power, even when his job in life was Bassem is a beautiful comedian. It is truly a pleasure for me to get to know him and to have this fun, fascinating, and challenging conversation. This is the West Cleveland Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, to your friends, it's Bassem. Your wife is half Palestinian, and I've heard you say they've been trying to kill her. She keeps using different human shields. So, as you consider negotiating a ceasefire, what it is every day, every minute of the day, in a married life, you're going to negotiate everything from war into a peace period, starting from the 2020s like morning. What can we do with the 50s? What should we do with that future solution? Any something can lead you to heaven or to heaven. We do negotiate and for her, I prepared. Serious on both sides. I'm more serious. No, when we found out about the attachment of things, if I'm allowed to use the big word, I feel like part of my stand-up comedy, I describe a situation where I was arrested to be and it's
course, this is the like, yeah, what's gonna happen first? And there's like two different reactions. There's like the wife's reaction, which is like, oh my god, that's what you think is terrible. Like, but okay, at the their reaction, what's his name? What is the name? You know, because you know what's gonna come. I was scared what's gonna really happen in that area, and it's like, oh my god, it's gonna be horrible. And the way that it was reported, I didn't know how to handle it. So I basically went into hiding for a few days, 3 4 days, and I thought about food more than being talking to me 2 times. I was like, no, I can't. How can I you defend that? How can you feel afraid that you can't be afraid, whatever? And then I started kind of looking on YouTube, and then I started seeing people coming on the shows and saying things that I know as an Arab, as someone from that region, that is not true. But I didn't know what to say, how to say it. So I said, the first time when they asked me, I said, that's fine, give me one. And I went there, it was not so bad. It is a suicide mission. Because it's a lose-lose situation. Like, I can lose stuff in Hollywood. I remember my manager's like, Stefan, be careful. Are you sure you want to do it? My manager was like, please do it. And on the other side, if I don't perform well, whatever well means, I'm gonna be rejected by the other people. So it was a lose-lose situation because whatever I say, it will never be right. Whatever I say will not be good enough. And I was going into there, and I felt that I was going into a trance for the 33 minutes that I was on that exhibition. I blacked out. And a lot of people ask me, is the earpiece was defective? And the earpiece kept going like, no, it was really falling off and it disconnected, and I had to save it because I cannot see them. All I can hear, I can just hear them, and I could be expecting at any time, okay, that's something. I was fighting for every second to say words.
Yeah, for people who don't know, this is your conversation interview with Piers Morgan. And
I could say I was like, well, as I can. And I was
like it's a real dream.
Yeah, hello, hello.
It could end at any moment. Your career and everything.
Yeah. So what was the advice that you do actually to overcome that fear? Multiple things. First of all, I don't want to say it's just my wife's family because my wife's family is always been there, but this time the bombing, the attacks, they usually all of those people that they are away from everything, whatever happens has their own and safety. But this time it seems that there is no safety, and already we hear about like 50 of the cousins and the uncles already left their homes. This was too much. So I wanted to say something to this because I know that I made one of the things that I made. I was like, oh, you know, it's Hassan, her cousin. He's a loser. He's a dog. And every time I talked to him, so I wanted to say that because I felt that this is a family that I've never seen in my life. He actually argues so an uncle. I said that I need to speak at least by doing something for those extended families I have never known. When these moments being called a couple of times about the let's see what's going on. And the one sided report that made my blood boil. And then I thought, what am I going to do? I'm afraid of if I say something I can lose my reputation. But that's the reason why I said, wait, I came to the United States. I came to America. And yet I what's happening? And I understand the protection of how sensitive it is for people and all of their business. But as an Arab, I think the active things when we talk about Saudi Arabia is beautiful things. Okay, you want to exist some of these countries? I'll do that to you. Because I have strong opinions about them, and I already did it. When
Dude, I fucking love this song.
and there's a lot of people and they understand but that kind of thinking of black ladies saying and what they have in mind is that kind of like one of the things that kind of like push me to go.
The thing that was bothering me was what was being said was how
because they are lies. That's the word. Truth is disregard. You talk a lot about it. You're not sure about it. And he said, here the mean stuff. And he said, that's why I came up with this, like, what's the extreme truth? What's the extreme truth today? There's, of course, it's terrible to see anybody, but I feel that
This bitch is so hot.
they had a chart into crypto from an investor. You analyze it from an investor perspective, of course, and stuff. Otherwise, and then you were saying that the 30 years of this year, from this is 2013, and also to refer to the family members you called the loser. You were saying that you called him, had a conversation, and you keep saying that he's not using it. You call him a loser. He's right for us because I have to be. But the one thing is like, it's also one of the things that I would say. It's the respect that I do really, and I don't know what turns on.
All right, kid, do you want a fucking story? This is one of my earliest memories.
I was in Winnie the Pooh preschool, which is like, well, it was nursery school. It wasn't even preschool. So we went to a kick-ass preschool. Nursery school was funny. I had this really pretty teacher. She had blue eyeshadow. That's all I fucking remember. And I heard this song. I was like 3. And it was like the first sexual thought I ever had. Listen to this song. And this lady with blue eyeshadow. Who knew?
That said, it's a good thing.
Wasn't even sexual. It's just like, oh, I like girls. Really? Yeah. Why?
That's like, wait, that's serious. That's material, man. It's like, so you know,
say my name, bitch.
Yeah, still got that. I mean, what would you do? What would you do in this situation? To answer this question, we need to understand how this works. There is an
say my name, bitch.
given by his own reason.
That was your fucking story, a lady with blue eyeshadow?
And he describes a situation where he was in the West Bank.
She's super good.
With a Palestinian teacher. And he was there sitting.
Oh, what is this bullshit?
An hour and a half. Then he wants to talk to me.
I was on this fucking brown cot. I never wanted to sleep during nap time.
What?
Never. Nap time sucked. Hated it with everybody. Hated it in nursery school. Hate it. Raised up to the nursery school.
And Israel looks at Palestinians as refugees, as leftovers, as some people who are and the way that they do things is that they don't really care about them. That's why they're communication. So for me, if I am Israel, I would be like, what did you do with your
No one's ever going to see this.
I would do exactly what Israel is doing because no one can do it. There's no one stopping me, and I can get whatever I want throughout my history. A lot of these that are a tiny bit exaggerated. So when you're going to try, really try. So not everybody in Israel. So let's look at several groups. So people in government, IDF soldiers, and citizens who are in need of those. And not everybody of any of those see youth calculus as lessons, just some percentage. So what percentage is it? It's the people who have to fight. So it's mostly the focus of your commentator. You say people in Israel, you really mean the people in power. People have the power. But as much as like of course I mean the people in power, because when I speak about it, even when I speak about Egypt, because like they constantly talk about the 100 million people in Egypt or the 11 million people in Israel. Of course, but there are people who go in and they demonstrate against the government. But you have to admit that the Israeli society, it as a whole, has moved quite a bit together. And has been actually like many, and you know what happens when you go to the right, you go to the Muslims, to the other person, and it's still breezy. So thank you for the clarification, but like, I really make it when people criticize their meditation, we're going to be right. Of course, I'm not criticizing citizens. You made another point, a mystical point, very difficult to see in the heart. But I wonder if you look at the average Palestinian and the average Israeli, and they look at the other, do they have some hate? Well, everybody probably has some. What is that amount? You know, when you look at a person, there's different. How much hate is there? Different. What is the difference between each person? So in the daily instance, there was just like a couple of weeks ago, there was an Israeli that had a student and I worked with him. And the Israeli director said, we're going to go back to Israel. We're going to go to the West Bank. We'll have no rights. And I'll have full freedom. These people managed to work together and be friends. And they have empathy to each other. Now, the average Palestinian, it's a very difficult
This bitch had a voice of an angel.
For the Palestinian Gaza, for the diaspora in the West Bank, or the one in the citizen as a citizen, we still have this right and as long as it's and it really depends. There are people in Arab in Israel who are having a different, and there are people Arabs who are having a little bit. But definitely the people that live in Gaza or in the West Bank, kind of like on the lower tier, are living conditions. Now let's talk about the hate. What does that Palestinian people in Israel? The Palestinians see especially they have, and then when there's something happens,
Build this song. You want that song about that kid?
Will be absolutely no the Israeli people, he doesn't have the power, but he is under the government. All he sees is the rockets or whatever, but yet he sees the reaction, and he doesn't see what happens to Israel. And as humans, we are sensitive. We see what really affects us. And I cannot even imagine
Love that part right
what
here.
it would be
Say
like
my
to live
name.
as a
Try
Palestinian.
to learn the way. I'm alive. I'm not lonely.
I'm not going to talk about the self-esteem. Let's talk about the whole March 4th, I'm in my car, age 10, sitting next to his father, shocked while he's sitting in a car next to his father. My dad. I'm next to him, 15 years old, March 3rd, shocked. He started to go to school while he's sitting in his car. Muhammad Rami, age 16, March 2nd, he's shocked while standing in front of his school. Every 23rd, Saeed Rashad, he is still fighting on fire. 22nd, 32 months, while standing in front of the hospital. In the end, every 14th, Valentine's Day, is on the head, while he every 11th, Muhammad Khatib, U.S. citizen, killed while being in a smart car, and while him every night, killed right in front of his home because the military car came reversing back and somebody shot him. What is well, I know, I mean, what if you say like, but they can feel strong, the guy went and creeped dropped from the police car and you were sitting in the like I said, it was photographed. But the thing is, you see, this is how easy for them to get rid of it. I mean, I love, like, I have to say I'm prepared to listen to because you understand. But so, and I am operating. There is a movie called The Last. It is directed by the Israeli director called You Can't Face It. And it talks
Susanna
about
Hoff
how
is one of the hottest bitches of all time. She does not get credit for it. And it's a fucking shame.
And what is really mind-boggling is in that movie it shows how your military its weapons in the field in urban areas. It is heartbreaking. You know, as a doctor, there are 5 stages.
That's what a banger is?
There is like
Cousin has
discovery, preclinical, clinical, and then market and then post-market. The FDA actually approval and then FDA. And you go in and he interviews people like where did you get this? I think that's the thing. So when you just like when human life is so cheap and it is so inexpensive, it gives me a visible reality actually. Because you know, we as humans, this has been actually the state of things. Humanity has lived and survived by agriculture. But there was kind of a conceivable remotely when we would move. People in Greece wouldn't know what the Alexander the Great was doing. He was killing a Pelagian and Alexander the Great people, but he was killing. He was conquering, he was invading. Julius Caesar owned the Great. He was killing. Having to do with the enemy. Then we go back, catapults, then cannons, then a little bit back, and then we're kind of like starting to move now, getting people behind the screen with a button, with a push of a button. You know? A lot of people say terrorism, kill you with a knife. Kill one person with a knife, shot, that's terrorism. But if you fly a $64 million F-16 and you drop off an A-84 bomb that costs $16,000, that's not terrorism because it's wrong. It's behind the screen. What happened? What is you see? It is removing like America took drones. Okay. And then when you push someone to be in, they always what happened when the screen and all of the obstacles that you have been put between you and those people that you have treated them this way, when this is a breach and you come face to face, you will come face to face with what you have created.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things you just said. So one is the methodology of killing. If you want to look at some horrific, large-scale killing, people often talk about the Holocaust. That's visceral. You can look at Holodomor by Stalin, one of the murders through starvation.
Bitch, we'd be doing it. We would be singing this fucking song.
The great phone. And now, yep. The starvation is a thing we don't often think of it as murder because it's quiet, it's slow. And the interesting thing about starvation is that people don't complain as they're dying because they're exhausted. That's one. And the other is the value of human life. It does seem that every culture has an unequal valuation of human life. So those two things combined create complicated military landscape. Yes, that how we look at technology as the same. And we talk about how AI is structured. And now we can go talk about like going to the West Bank. The people in the West Bank walk and they don't see people talking about that one. They have like biometric systems divided by battery systems that's done by NP, Google, and Amazon who are like part of the and you see individuals developing all of this like metric and space and all of that stuff. And then you have like something like the gospel.
Did you ever made about 10,000 robots?
Create a marketplace using AI.
No one uses that talk to you, bro?
Go ahead. And now AI is not just disrupting the
Say my name,
our humanity.
sun shines through the rain, our whole life so lonely, and then come and ease the pain. I don't want to lose this feeling.
It becomes so like cheap. It's not that we become. It's like
Close your eyes, give me your hand. Do you feel my heart
and then it's so far removed from.
Do you understand? Do you feel
have
the same?
put them in a different universe.
And I only
You are behind in your conditions, like pushing them, blowing up a universe. But then you mean what you have done, that you need the Frankenstein that you have done. And then people are like, oh, look at me. You just gave me this image of where leaders are just sitting there swiping left and right.
Do you feel the same?
Or like,
And I only dream.
So I got, I traveled to West Bank and I met myself on it. Love the people there. I've met a bunch of people like that. Where I grew up. Like the flamboyant, the good personalities, all of that. I also met a person who was a friend of refugee camp who was shopping IDF soldiers. And not just these words he said are important, as the consequences of the things he mentioned, which is the deep hate in his eyes. That didn't feel terrible at all. It was pain, it was like a foundation of pain, and on top of that, a hatred. And it's like, wow, this is what you kill one person. That's the way you create. Because we have kind of like a front row seat to what's happening. We think we're in it, but we can't really grasp it. I mean, people's like, oh, we're just going to go in, get Hamas out, and we're going to get them back in. And also, what the people get back in, how do you think they would look at you?
That was sick.
What have you created? What have you done?
Calm down, woman.
My show in Egypt is all about propaganda.
Hey everybody, it's Rabbi here. I really like your post. Let's upload it. Repost it, like it, follow, subscribe, hit the bell, all that shit. Bullshit. Oh, baby girl. I'm a man for the NBA. Won't you come play around my way? And listen to what I got to say.
And they would.
I really need somebody. Tell me I have no somebody. What's this bitch talking about?
See what happens next. Like, what's the proportional response? Can Israel defend itself? Do you condemn Hamas? Does Israel has the right to exist? Decapitate babies, rape women. Why don't the Arab countries take them? Why don't the Muslims kill Muslims? Look what happened in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq. Like, see how they kind of distract you. They throw little things at you. So you don't know what to do. All the UN, anti-Semitic, 2%. And then suddenly you are distracted and put into discussing all of these little things. And you're not discussing what's happening right now. It is basically stalking. So there's some degree to the propaganda that says you had the babies and all this kind of stuff. That it's so over the top.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Actual conversation about actual
dude, that girl is so hot.
War crimes on both sides. Just overstating it to where everyone on social media and everyone in the press and everyone is arguing, almost become desensitized to actual wars and stuff, which are more mundane. They're not so dramatic as beheaded babies because people, the baby is like a knife baby.
So hot.
Decapitated. That happens like just like he's dead. And that's why you have made me laugh at the darkest shit. You're such a beautiful person. Your dark humor is just wonderful. But you see, this happened to Jews before. Remember the blood libel? Where did the blood libel come from? It comes from these rumors that Jews
suck baby's blood. This is what they did to the animals in the crop. That's a very delicious baby, but this is what you do. You tell people something, and it happened with the Native Americans when they were here, when they went in and they wiped a whole tribe. So and Jewish people, one of them, like the minorities that were persecuted and had this used against them for a very long time, and it's terrible, and it's terrifying. That's been used against. So I still very much debate on this last night.
Damn,
And
bro,
a
is
really
that you?
painful thing from that. Because to historians, it was deep, it was thorough, it was fascinating. But in constantly asking about sources of hope or solutions, there was none. There was a sense of, like a really dark sense of hopelessness from both sides. So, I look to you for a source of hope. For a source of hope. Do you have, is there any hope here? Solutions, short term, long term. Obama has kind of summarized this. He said the reason why the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is so chronic is one side had so much power and the other side had absolutely no power. And that's what they said, like, you have Israel, that basically don't listen, because they're supported by people who are bigger than the president, bigger than the should they know that they can. I mean, like like Netanyahu, who's like crossing tape many times saying, like, he's basically like belittling Americans, like, we control 80% of the population, we don't care. This has kind of like nonchalant, kind of like how we have them. And there's nothing really that compels Israel to give up anything. Because at the end of the day, what is compromise? Compromise, like, I give something, you give something. Israel's not giving anything. And they project that. So, for example, how many times have we heard, like, Palestinians were given like 4, 5, 6, 7, 15 chances, and they said no to them. And yet, when you read the history, that's not the case at all. Like, for example, in 2000, the whole idea about, like, Arafat walked away from Oslo. That didn't happen. And there is an incredible video by, what's his name, George
I remember we were on this constant fucking
and they were
army cots.
He was the national security advisor.
It was seatbelt material. I can tell you, it was just like slipping on a bunch of
Arafat left the Oslo Accord.
It was exactly seatbelt material. You couldn't cut this shit.
Like, this is like embarrassingly shallow.
And we get them out.
It's like, listen, what happened was there was a lot of captures on the Oslo.
I remember waking,
it was very unfair,
like, trying to fall asleep.
Arafat said, like, I agree,
and then I'd get up and go talk to the teachers.
And they went to Sharm el-Sheikh, they came to Egypt.
I think I told my mother that
went to there, and then they had one part left because there was elections and lost the restaurant.
There was 3.
So this is one of the reason why people. It's kind of like facts don't matter as much as what is the narrative. What were the biggest barriers? Do you think it's fundamentally leaders don't want a two-state solution?
Well, let's see if anybody's talked about me in the last 10 minutes.
Small differences that, if solved, could have led to.
Say my name.
I mean, there was a certain point when the Israeli leaders were more open to compromise. But I can't say that because each time Israel gives back land, it has to be after some use of force. The 1973 war, the Intifada, the first and second, the casualties in Gaza. They never give up land willingly and because of peace. Because if I have that much weight, I can do whatever I want. Why would I give up anything? I have that much power. Why would America or China or give anything? And especially if they have this kind of open. So it is really about what can push Israel to give up something. Because you are so much stronger.
What the fuck is this shit?
What could compel you to give up something? And this is why the whole thing about, like, trying to equalize Palestinians and the Israeli state and government, it doesn't make any sense. So what is the source of hope? John Stewart, who will talk about it from many angles, somebody you admire, a friend. He proposed a two-state solution. Look But to the comedians, yes, well, everybody's talking about the two-state solution, but Israel has said many times, Netanyahu and Venezuela, there are going to be no two-state. The past is like even Naftali Bennett, he came in on Bar Talk. It's like, yeah, maybe in the past we wanted two-state solutions, but like, look, every time we give them land, they kill us. So no state solution, and they're openly saying that's perhaps rhetoric that is supported by action. Because look at what they're doing in the West Bank, as you said. They are cutting illegal settlement, piecemealing it. So how is if you have an intention at all to give them anything, why would you keep doing it? And you've called it a bunch of little Gazas. Yes, a nice little picture. What was happening? He's feeling it, because it is what happened in the past 4 months. The Palestinians have been microdosing on it for a very long time.
Hilarious. Wait, so that's not even like good.
And we would shout every time when it gets too much, and we shut down, and then little by little. But this time it was hard. It was hard to see the blatant oppression, and the word says maybe the Hamas ministry won't help her giving us the bad numbers. Maybe it's just human shield. And I laughed. There's 13,000 babies killed. Does that mean that there are 13,000 military targets hiding in the diaper? Because it is so. It doesn't make any sense to kill that many babies. It's like, this out of our head. It's hard to know what to do with those numbers. I mean, just one baby is enough. But you know what happens? When you hear so many numbers.
Oh, there we are, baby.
And you become so desensitized. And this is why there's a difference between saying 13,000 Palestinian kids dead. It's like Mila Kofi, an Israeli baby, 10 months old. She was killed in her crib. And this is what we hear from Sweden. We never hear a story about the Palestinian kid. That's why, thank you for giving me the space for saying that these were the Palestinian children. If we could just afford it. So, like, it's because the humans need context, they need depth, they need like a 3D look at what they can look at. But if you just tell them numbers, they don't mean anything.
There's some degree to where both leaderships, Hamas, PA, Palestinian Authority, Israel,
right here,
all
can say my name.
Like perpetual war to remain in power.
There is that's an interesting question. But I mean, let's admit something. The Arab regime in there have actually used the problem of Palestine in order to stay in power, in order to get excuses to like have this enemy. And Israel, the Israeli government has used that too, and maybe the Palestinians. But my problem with when going into discussions is that the two sides are not equal. They're not equal in power, they're not equal in influence, and they're not equal in international support, especially by the United States. So Palestinians can, the people who have made changes in history were the people with power, the people who have the ability to change that. And the Palestinians cannot really change it. What can we say?
Well, that's true though, with how much support the Palestinian people have. So, just like you said, there's a lot of Arab states there. They will voice their pro-Palestinian position in order to distract from their own corruption and abuses of power in their own countries. But, I don't think if you look globally, there's a complete asymmetry of power and public opinion here. Maybe in the press in the West. But if you look globally, do they have the same kind of weapons that Israel has? Literally power? No, there's a major asymmetry of literal power.
Some money to their leaders? Does that make any difference? I mean, and also when you say Palestinian Authority, which authority are you talking about? Hamas? Or the Palestinian Authority has been kind of a domesticated, kind of like a puppy for the Palestinian, basically identity forming for on their own people. And this is the thing also that kind of like really pissed me off when I was hearing the thing about this. Like Hamas. Like, we have Netanyahu on tape confessing that he supported Hamas, giving money in order to cause factions in between the Palestinians. So it's just like, you just told me this. You just told me Netanyahu supports Hamas. Like what?
I mean, to which degree does Netanyahu represent the Israeli people?
is a real question. To which point does Trump or Biden represent Israel? And to which degree does Hamas represent Palestine? But none of these represent it, but who has the power in all this? It really comes down to that. He does have the power. You're giving a lot of power to Israel. Yeah. But the Arab League, what Hamas do? What do you think is continue doing what Achara says, which is trying to destroy Israel? And the role of the Palestinian people is to overthrow Hamas and get a more moderate leadership, probably. And the role of the Israeli people is to vote out this right-wing government and elect a more moderate leader, so that there's a chance at keeping moderate leaders. So before Hamas even got to control 2006, as there was a ritual in the 2000s, and we all know what happened. And Ariel Sharon kind of like had made come up with this amazing policy of like breaking people's kids' bones in the Intifada. So here for us, it was like, I mean, which one is modern? I mean, I think Hamas is a product of what happened. I mean, we can, if there was no apartheid in South Africa, there will be no NFC. There will be no nothing. If there was no Nazis in Paris, there will be no fascism. And I'm not saying that, and again, I don't want to be put in a position to defend Hamas or anybody, because you know what that's the case. But those are like Hamas. Again, not defending. They went into October 7th. What was their why did they do that? Like release the people think it. Because if you talk about people who were kidnapped, Israel kidnapped people. And when they had that first exchange in November 4th, Israel used 400 people, 3/4 of them were women and children. Why are those people in prison? There's 1 in 4 kids that are in prison that stay in solitary confinement, which is by international law a fourth of food. And you put in kids. Is it possible? So first of all, ceasefire. Yes, and longer term, is it possible for Arab states and the United States to get together and with power through diplomacy enforce a solution? It's a very, very ideal solution, but I know that Arab states don't really have the power. All of the powers are in the hands of America. They have the power. I think they have the power. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to use it. They don't. Well, that's maybe because there's a benefit. Like the dark sense I have is that a lot of people win from the suffering that Palestinians are going through, because they can point to that and to distract from corruption in their own states. And then obviously Iran can benefit also from the same kind of dynamic, distracting from the authoritarian nature of their regime. Definitely, but what is the core of the problem? Is it the Arab states using the suffering, or the suffering itself? And the suffering comes from people being displaced, their homes were taken away. There are 7 million Palestinians in diaspora. 7 million. 7 million went out there, and now they're living in Canada and America and England. They had homes there. They cannot go back to. 1.7 million people of the people in Gaza don't belong in Gaza. They were pushed from other places. The piecemeal thing of people are being, in Germany. I'm gonna shift gears. This is gonna be a little bit fun. There is a book that I bought the rights to, and I want to turn it into a movie. And I optioned the rights for 2 months, for 2 years, in March of last year, before October 7th.
Dude, I like that one Looney Tunes. Moody Blues song is wrong.
It's called.
I'm so funny. All right, what's that song?
I read an article about this book in 2006.
I don't know.
And I chased that book for rights for
Give me the
7
lyrics,
years. I didn't have
son.
that much money, but I wanted that book. And that book was translated into English called Anand.
It's not that one.
And that book tells the incredible story
This
of the
one.
Nazi Germany, where Arabs.
These songs could be fucking lullabies
in the 1920s after the First World War.
Eretz Israel. It's just everywhere. Pimp. Throwing up gang signs like the biggest pimp of all time.
Because of inflation. And two, a lot of the Arab nationals didn't want to send their kids
Why?
to
Why not?
to England or France because
The
they were
sound sucks on this. They can't even see what's
Dr.
going
Harvey
on.
was the hero of that. He's an Egyptian doctor.
No one knows.
That's
No
why
one
I kind of
cares.
like that person.
This guy sucks. Tim Cook, he's the worst.
He
Worst CEO
went to
ever.
medical school. He
I like
didn't
this
find
part.
a place to live, so he lived in the Jewish village, like many Arabs. He didn't find a school to work at a hospital to work, and so he worked in a Jewish hospital.
This fucking cop with seatbelt material, kids. I remember it like it was yesterday.
The first
Once
director
upon
of the
a
Berlin Mosque
time,
with a Jewish
once
convert
when you
who
were
converted to Islam and he was a gay actor.
mine, I remember.
This is like a crazy story, yeah.
You
And this is not a
in
fictional
your
story. This is actually like an
eyes,
artistic
I
piece that actually
wonder
came from
where
the
you are.
document of the
I
National
wonder if you think about me once upon
He was
a
in
time
this hospital,
in
and
your
the Nazis came in and
wildest
they
dream.
killed and tortured and beat up the Jewish doctor, and they made him the head of his department. So now he was surrounded by Nazi doctors. They didn't touch him because he was an Arab.
Is
He
that
was
the
kind of like
morning dew? At least a
and the
brand
Arabs because they
new
wanted to have
day.
peace with them.
Didn't
In order
tear
to have kind of
ourselves away. I wonder if you care.
in the Arab world,
I
that he
wonder
wanted to work.
if you still
And this is
remember
why
once upon a
1954,
time
1955,
in
the
your
racial laws of murder
wildest
had to
dream.
be first they were called
When the music plays,
because also
when the worlds are touched with sorrow,
now
when
what
the
happened to
music
when that happened?
plays,
He would go back to
hear
the
the sound I had to
and he would
follow
see
once
the
upon
apartment
a
next to
time.
the Jewish apartment become more and more
Once
and more
beneath the
flooded
stars,
because they were moving
the
Jews.
universe was ours, that was all we knew.
And each
And all I
flat,
knew
each flat,
was
each
you
flat,
did.
each apartment, instead of one
Wonder
family
if
would
you
have 3,
know.
4, 6,
I
7.
wonder if you think about it once upon a
He
time
was there. This is
in
where the people
your
who grew up
wildest dream.
now you see that kind of discrimination just because he's an Arab. And then he started to kind of like adorn.
Man, that Susanna Hoff is hot as fuck. I love that bitch's everything.
Jewish people in their homes because
I don't know what the Booty Blues looks
and
like.
then one family
Look like.
gave him
But Susanna Hoff could get it. She could get it in 1989. She can get it in 2025. And if transhumanism is a thing, that bitch can get it in 3029.
and he hit her in plain sight.
When the music plays, when the words are touched with sorrow, when the music plays, when the music plays, heard the sound I had to follow once upon a time. Once upon a time.
We had
When
this
you were mine,
kind of a relation before
other than your
Israel
eyes, I wonder where you are.
and then of course
I
everybody
wonder
looked
if
at
you
you
think
as
about it
of course the
once
nationalistic
upon a
regime.
time in your
This is why what Biden said
wildest dream.
was very dangerous when he said if there's no issue, no Jew in the world, you are the leader or the president cannot meaning that you're telling me that Jews in your country do not speak for my child on kids. That is wrong with food. That is number one. America historically and right now is more safe for Jews in America in the world than more than anybody. They are safer than Jews in Israel. They never had pogroms or the Holocaust like David here about black was perfect and what they are better. Second of all, if you're the president and you're telling that a group of people will not be safe unless there is a legitimate one, you are already feeding into the Arctic colony. Like you're Russian, you come from there. And there is a group of laws in the Russian constitution that says that Russia will protect its citizens everywhere in the world. What happens if the president says like, oh, you're Russians, you protect the country?
This is terrible.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually an indirect threat. Like, even saying Muslims cannot feel safe in America or something like this. That means that's a threat.
But what would a Jewish person in Beverly Hills or in Brooklyn feel if he hears that? You are already telling people you need to have belonging. I mean, Israel is a foreign country. I am sorry, but Israel is a foreign country. Israel is a client country.
Also, not the rabbi.
And
I got
it
the
should
no,
actually
fuck
be
that.
responsible and
That's
held
garbage.
accountable for what they do.
You mentioned 1948.
Dude, you already told this fucking story, lady.
But before
Oh,
that,
here's my homework.
41, 39, 41 to 45, the Holocaust. What do you do? What do you do with the Holocaust? Like, what?
The
How
guys
do you
are great.
incorporate
I like
into
this
the
guy.
calculus of what's
Stole my glasses.
of morality that leads up to the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from the land? How do you work that out?
It's terrible. But like, I mean, what the systemic annihilation of Jewish people other than that? That is like a
Look at this athleticism, pimps. West Side throwing up gang signs, bitches doing Mardi Gras time. Why? Why not, baby?
But also,
why not? You say why, I say why not. Oh, we got this guy talking about that garbage. Why? Dog, just everybody needs to calm the fuck